Hold on. Hold on. That's like, I gotta hide that because it's not right. Good morning. I'm not really organized. As you can tell, I think you can tell that I am not organized. I look like crap. That's okay though. What am I trying to do? Win a beauty contest? I don't think so. Clearly not. Where's my weed? Oh, here we go. I gotta wake and I gotta bake and I gotta wake up and I gotta bake up and I wake up and I bake up and I wake up and I bake up. And hit the like, yes, please. Share the broadcast. Like, share, subscribe. Good morning. I'm very tired, although I woke up at like 5 a.m., so it's not like I didn't wake up, and have time to like get awake. But I didn't. So, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. It's great to stay up late. Good morning to you. Oh, yay! Hi, girl. Hi. Just got a text from a friend who's watching. GP, good morning. Good morning, starshine. The earth says hello. Dooba-dooba-doo. I'm really happy with I gotta show you my bingo cards. Hold on. Let me show you my bingo cards. I wanna show you my bingo cards. Y'all. Yay, I'm at the dentist. Oh, man. I will read you the news to distract you, but not too scary so you don't bite down on the dentist's finger. That would be bad. Don't bite the dentist. Don't bite the dentist that feeds you, that cleans you. Don't bite the dentist that cleans you. That was pretty funny. No, that was pretty funny, I think, actually. Let me see. Where's my bingo cards? I think it's in lookalikes. Yeah, it is. Doo-doo. Hi, Peace Love. How are you? Meow, 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 meow. Meow. I want to open those. Can I open them? Can I open? Oh, okay. Oh, here, we can open that one. Oops, no. How come I just want to view them. I don't know. All right, I should probably stop. Trying. Anyway, happy Thursday. Happy debate day. I mean, okay. Okay. Actually, I should load up those debate cards anyway, so hold on. Should I make them a slideshow or should I just have individual cards? I feel like I don't know what I should do. I wonder what I should do. Maybe a slideshow. I'll do a slideshow for now. Add a new source. I'm going to do a bingo card. Bingo slide. There we go. Add source. And but wait, how do I add the pictures? Oh, image files. Dummy. I'm so dumb. You're so dumb. You probably thought this song was about you. You're so dumb. Oops. You probably think this song is about you, don't you? Don't you? I love the bingo cards too. Transition fade, da 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 da, blah, blah. I'm going to make it smaller, don't worry. But it's going to be a slideshow. It'll be a slideshow. We're going to put that right there for now. Okay, this is so... Everything... I don't have enough room on my screen. There's not enough room. Anyway, so these are the bingo cards I made last night for everybody. And I hope you enjoy them. We'll just let them play for a minute while I get my coffee in and a little bit of weed in me. You're currently responding to Mago bingo cards with the Lolo's Lounge ones. Yes! Flood the zone. Flood the zone with my cards. Our cards, actually. This was a collective effort. This wasn't just me. Gal created the image behind on the watermark. She created that AI. I know, I love it. Oh, I like you guys saying good morning to each other. That makes me happy. Yeah. I could probably make more too, because I have more like squares that I came up with. But this is a good start. Debatable bingo. That's funny. That's funny. She's so funny. Oh my God, my skin is like itchy. Maybe I have dry skin. Anyway, yeah, good morning. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? There's Joe Biden. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll go, did I work out? Oh, I think I didn't figure out exactly why the streams kept dropping and ultimately locked me in. I couldn't actually end the stream. It was really weird. So, fine. I think it was a StreamYard issue. I think StreamYard just failed, but I haven't gotten to the bottom of it yet. So I'm a little like perplexed and I'm a little scared. And I'm really hoping it keeps its shit together today. Okay, then. All right, let me get Gal sent a... Well, I know why this is happening, because this is too big. Okay? This is too big. Stop it. Get out of here. Get out of here, duck. You're just like your father. Okay, and then, Gal, you wanted me to... Let's go check out what Gal Suburban is telling the maggots this morning. Better versions here. Scabby can't hang with the lounge. That's right. I'm better at this than Dan Scabino. Watch me. Look at this. Okay, here we go. Like, subscribe, share. Yay. Oh, thank you so much. Lion Biden. Cricket Joe Biden. Scranton Joe. Brain freezes. Whispers into mic. Well, okay, he had some funny ones. I don't know what that means. That's probably him having a brain fart. Actually, Joe Scabino or whatever. Big Tech took me hostage. I think something did. It really did. I couldn't stop. My mouse would not work on Streamlabs. It worked on everything else, but it wouldn't work on Streamlabs. So I couldn't click on anything. So I literally couldn't stop. It was weird. I haven't figured it out. Anyway, these are boring. Oh my God. Dan Scavino, you're just so stupid. I love that. Thank you, Gal. Thanks, Gal. Thank you. Let's see. I want to... Oh, you know what there is? That's not it. Oh, this I think I was going to put over here. I'm going to put that there because we might listen in on I don't know who Mark Zwanitzer is. Does anybody know who Mark Zwanitzer is? I don't even know who that is. All right. Well, anyway, we'll pay attention. So good morning. Oh wait, I'm not really ready. Hi, gang. I don't see anyone. Let's see. If you are you on Twitter? Are you on Twitter? Hold on, I don't have my glasses. I can't see what your name is. Mickey. Oh, Mickey. Yeah, you're on Twitter, Mickey. Everybody is chatting over on YouTube. If you go to youtube.com/@real Lolo, that is my channel. So you can see and you can talk to other people that are in the chat because that's on YouTube. Let me close my window because my poor neighbor, I don't want to wake them up. Ow. I just hurt myself really badly. No, I didn't. Anyway, Mickey, yeah, come on over. You're on Twitter. You're on Twitter. You're here. You're almost here. You're so close. Just come to YouTube. Come to the YouTubes. Come to the YouTubes, darling, with the rest of the people. We have 196 viewers right now, though, across all platforms. So thank you to the folks that are over on Twitter. We sure appreciate you being here. Come on over and talk to the smartest chat on the internet. Come on. Talk to the smartest chat. Come on. Come on. Come on, kitty, kitty. Come here, kitty. Come here, kitty, kitty. Anyway. So, yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. So, it's Thursday. That's good. Boy, what I noticed this morning, too, is like the whole goddamn... Oh, that's right. That's right. There should be something... What the fuck time is it? Oh, it's not that. It's like 6:45, right? It's at 9:45. Cheers. Love the bingo cards. Yay! Thanks, Easily. You're awake now. You need to bake, CF. Come on, catch up. I'm way ahead of you. I'm way ahead of you, friend. Come on now. Come on. Come on, kitty, kitty. Come on, kitty, kitty. Come on, kitty, kitty. Yeah, the bingo cards came out so good. And we have a little drinking game or whatever. And then I had some questions, like multiple choice questions. I'm going to put them out, but I don't know. Sometimes I think they're in poor taste. I don't want to put out questions that are in poor taste, but somehow these ones were kind of funny. I saw NTD propaganda. NTD is terrible propaganda. In front of SCOTUS is something supposed to drop. Yeah, it's today and tomorrow they're dropping more. So I heard there was stuff coming because they have a lot of opinions they have to drop. I mean, a fuck ton. Like literally, that's how they described it yesterday. We have a fuck ton of decisions to release. So get ready, kids. Strap in. So yeah, we are watching SCOTUS. We could watch SCOTUS blog. Hold on, let me get SCOTUS blog. I love you, SCOTUS blog. Announcement of opinions. Yep. We're gonna get them, and that's what we're gonna get them. Yeah, so we'll keep that up too. Although, and I don't like the TikTok. I don't like the TikTok blog because she just talks too much. She talks too much. Okay, come on now. Yesterday turned out to be okay. I always forget. Is it the latest? The latest is down here. Yeah, this latest is down here. Yeah, 6:47. Okay, fine. Oh, hi everyone from, let's do that. I'll give them kisses and hugs. How about that? We'll give them kisses and hugs. There we go. Oh, enter a name. Oh, okay. Got it. Your comments under moderation. Sweet. Oh, click here. Yeah, let me add my oh no, I'm not going to add my avatar. I'll do that later. Wait, where's everybody? Where's me? Where's me? Wait, where is it? I want to see us on the SCOTUS blog. Oh, that's not it. Well, they got theirs in. We should get our high in. If they're going to get theirs in, we should get ours. So I'm not going to stand for it if we don't. Monday. She's a moderator. She might know. Hi, GP. Oh, you're GP. Hi, GP. Oh, you're having coffee. Are you eating pizza? Is that pizza? That last thing? Oh, it's a chef. God, I want a nice breakfast. I want a really nice breakfast. I want some soft-boiled eggs and some nice buttered sourdough toast. That's what I want. Go heels. Hey, wait, come on now. Come on, you got to show mine because mine's clever. Come on. I mean, you didn't miss me, did you? Oh, man. All right. Okay, yeah, no, I know. I'm taking my time. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm just like, not really awake. Oh, yeah, I know, but I got to. I don't like not runny yolks. I like runny yolks. No, I know, Max. You're right. You're right. Womp womp. Okay, let's take a look at what's happening in the world. Trump eyes bigger trade war if elected in second term. Okay, the thing about reading what he's gonna do is kind of a failed exercise because he doesn't, first of all, he is not able. Oh, nice. Nightly chamomile tea with grated ginger, honey, and lemons. Somebody's got a lemon. Nice. I got you. Grated. I got you. I understand. I speak chat. I'm able to interpret chat. What was I saying? Oh, shit. I can't remember. I got you, my babe. Oh, the reason I don't want to really talk about like his like proposed policies is because he's not coming up with anything. Okay, people? This dude is literally not fucking coming up with any policies. So I'm not interested necessarily in what he's going to say he's going to do because it's meaningless. Really, it's just meaningless. So I can't be bothered. I mean, I'm kind of curious, but not really. Okay, so here's a little graph on inflation, how inflation rose and fell. 2020, inflation spikes after COVID aid and supply chain issues. Yeah, remember those? I do. 2022, Russia-Ukraine war helps push up food and fuel prices and inflation jumps to record levels. Oh my God, do you remember that? I remember that. Even as it eases, inflation remains more stubborn than expected because of greed, okay? Let me tell the chuds who may or may not be listening. That's fine. I don't blame them if they don't, frankly. I would find it boring I listen to people I disagree with, and frankly, it gets boring after a minute. But the president does not set the prices, okay? And I keep hearing all these people talk about just how horrible it is. I double dog dare you to prove to me that your life is so much worse than it used to be. I want you to prove to me that Joe Biden's economy ruined you further. Please. And I'm not talking about your personal situation where you had decisions to make and you may have made the wrong decision. So I don't want to hear it. You don't know how things work. You don't know how things are priced. You don't care about corporate greed, apparently. Apparently you don't care about corporate greed. This is my problem with everybody who complains about this economy. This is my fucking problem. You don't know how anything works. You don't give a shit about insurance companies and what they charge. You don't give a shit. I don't know why, because you're paying just as much through the nose as I am. So put your priorities in the right place and get your head out of your ass. And understand how prices work and where you should be putting your pressure. Because you're not putting it in the right place. You big dumb shits. So it is Biden. It's not, oh, not Trump or Biden. It's Biden, you stupid fucks. Get a grip. Get a fucking grip on yourselves. Grow the fuck up. I don't care if you're not political, then you shouldn't be doing anything, okay? If you don't understand politics or what this means or who's to actually blame, fuck off. All right, I think they're starting the report recommending. Anyway, it makes me so mad. Makes me so fucking mad. So done.
It's about law and order. He says he believes in our institutions, our safety, and the rule of law. So why is Joe Biden publicly appearing on stage with a convicted felon? Donald Trump was just convicted on 34 felony counts for cooking the books to cover up hush money payments to a porn star. Does that sound like law and order to you? President Biden knows Trump was impeached. Twice, he incited a violent insurrection, tried to steal an election, took classified documents. He even cheats at golf. If Joe Biden can't keep criminals off his own debate stage, how is he going to do it for America? Say what you will about Trump, but you won't catch him debating a washed-up and disgraced felon who probably freebases bleach. So on June 27th, remember, only one candidate is debating a real president.
Nice. Very nice. No, Pepper, I love you, Pepper. I'm sorry, I love you. I'm sorry, Pepper, I love you.
Pepper, I love you. Don't go away. I didn't mean for you to fuck off. Stay.
Okay, good. I know. And actually, I always love coming in on the timing of a joke, Pepper. So I know you appreciate that too. Good job, girl. High five. I hope not. I hope she's not having these proposed policies, but they're insane. Exactly. Thank you, Max. Max wins. Oh, he's proposed policies, all right. It's just that they're insane. Trump's VP pick. Yeah, who do we think? Who do we think? Who do we think? Who do we think it's going to be? Come on, chat. Who's going to be the VP? Because they're going to be there tonight. And guess what? The little like, like elves and stuff in the social media machine were talking about, well, Vivek's going to be there. Could he be the one? I don't think he will. Can you imagine? Exactly. Inflation is worse in peer countries. We're doing fine. We're doing fine. I mean, no, we're not. People struggle, but I am going to be honest with you. I feel like I'm struggling in many the same ways that I might have struggled, a while back. I think that economies are not necessarily always linked to who's sitting in the White House. I mean, yes, ultimately, but it's not. You think it's JD Vance? Mickey says JD Vance over on Twitter. Mickey, we love you. No problem. It is. Inflation is worse in peer countries. I mean, our economy is actually stronger. And I, if you guys want to, if people want to argue economics, that's fine. I mean, I'm not standing up for anything, and I'm not saying that, this is great. I'm just saying if you look at things and compare them, we're basically stronger than we were. In light of the context, and context matters because it's what drives the situation. My God, they want the Argentina model. What is the Argentina? I don't know enough about what's going on down there. I need to figure that out. CF says Stefanik. CF thinks it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be Stefanik because he hasn't mentioned her name fucking once. Right? Like they don't. You mean Argentina with no Chile 73? Oh man, now you guys are so smart. I need to understand more about South America. I'm not the best South America person. Argentina, the guy who defunded everything. Oh, Milei? Milei? Is that who you're talking about? I see what you're saying. Yeah, has he cut all his departments yet? Has he cut the departments that he said he was going to cut? J-Rounds! Yeah. Oh, thank you. I love those bingo cards. I was working on them during our space last night. It's a good way to keep me quiet. Give me a project. I think we just unlocked it. We just unlocked that secret. Yep, and we sure did. I mean, the cards are fun. The cards are so fun. Make sure you get all your cards. Make sure you get them all. J. Rance has entered the building. Yeah. Heritage Foundation helped Orban with his fascist capture in Hungary. They will use the same model here if given the chance. Agreed. 100% agreed. 100%. Hungary's the best example to draw for people. That's interesting, Gal. Thank you for that. We should be paying a lot more attention to what's happening. I know. I have a feeling your anger level is going to rise over the next few months and not wane. I don't know. That's just me going out on a limb. Family member would shock Republicans. Oh, a family member. But look, here's the thing. Laura's in charge of the purse strings at RNC. So that they took over the RNC, which is fine. We're months out from Euromaidan. Our Euro, yeah. Who's here? Where's Gal? Gal's here. Are you on live? You must be on live. Oh, she's at the dentist. Yeah. She's at the dentist. I listened back to myself this morning in my rant and it was, it was fine. You're fine. Never mind. Yeah. Anyway, that's funny. Are we not doing that? I guess they're not going to do that. Okay. Oh, wait, SCOTUS. Sorry. Oh, my God. Fuck. God damn it. What the fuck? Justice Gorsuch has two opinions today. The first is Ohio v. EPA. The vote is 5-4. Barrett dissents, joined by Sotomayor, Kagan, and Jackson. Oh, look at that. This was the case about whether the Supreme Court should temporarily block a rule issued by the EPA to reduce air pollution from power plants and other industrial cities while litigation continues. The case arises from the EPA's interpretation of a law known as the Good Neighbor provision of the Clean Air Act, which requires upwind states to reduce emissions that affect air quality in downwind states. So what's the decision? Well, it's not good. The court grants the state's application to put the rule on hold while the case proceeds to lower courts. Oh, okay. Wait, whether the court should block a rule. And he says, yes. Okay, so basically they blocked the EPA from a temporary pause, or no, they blocked the states that are the bad states from discontinuing while the case is being heard. So here's the bottom line. Aw, you guys, I do love her artwork. Yes. And I liked your rant. Gal. Gal says, they put my family in danger with their sad man baby bitch tears, and I'm sick of it. Yep. Sad man baby bitch tears. That's a song. I got those sad man baby bitch tears rolling down my cheeks. Mickey says, watch for Chevron. Oh, dear. Justice Barrett writes that the court today enjoins the enforcement of a major EPA rule based on an underdeveloped theory that is unlikely to succeed on the merits. I don't really get it. Justice Gorsuch's mother was the head of the EPA during the Reagan administration. I did not know that. I did not know that. Oh my God. That's amazing. I wonder if it's going to show me. Oh, it's not. Huh. Weird. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, we need a sad man. Yes, we do. We need sad man baby bitch tears. We definitely need that. Oh, we need that as an emoji. Good idea. Good idea. Wow. Sometimes it surprises me the level of shit that the SCOTUS rules on. Like they're ruling on a temporary injunction. That seems like a lot of money and work for a temporary injunction. I know it's important, so I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just curious. It's just curious to me because I thought that the cases that got to them, I don't know. I don't know what I thought. Never mind. I'm going to shut up now. Okay, we're going to go read some news. I'm just taking a minute. Yes, need sad man, baby bitch tears. Sad man, baby bitch tears. Sad man crying, baby bitch tears. I am a sad man crying, baby bitch tears. My baby bitch tears roll down my baby bitch cheeks. And I'm a sad man because I want everyone to be just as mad as me. I don't know what I'm mad at. Because, okay, so what I wanted to ask that guy last night, I don't know who that guy was at the end, gal. Read it through AI? Yes. Yes, please. Yes, please. Wordle. Here's what I wanted to, I want us to have more conversations on spaces like the one you had last night, gal, with the guy, whatever his name was, the one at the end who was MAGA. Purdue Pharma. They write it too small. You write it too small. Okay. Between 1990 died from prescription opioid. Held. The bankruptcy code does not authorize a release and injunction that, as a part of a plan of reorganization under Chapter 11, effectively seek to discharge claims under a non-debtor without the consent of affected claimants. I guess this is against Purdue. This may be against Purdue. It sounds like it is. Let's find out. Let's find out if it is, because I never really know. Okay, here we go. They'll give us the real of it, but I think Purdue lost. I'm going to guess Purdue lost. The court holds that the bankruptcy code does not authorize this kind of order. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe they won. Low 70s. That's nice. Oh, yeah. Don't forget tick protection, please. Wear big socks. My daughter actually bought a spray. Wait a minute. My daughter bought an amazing bug spray. Hold on. I want to find it for you. Jonathan, interesting guy. Full of shit, but I pick with intention. I know why I'm asking things. I know that. And see, I want to hear more conversations with between you and people like that. That to me is one way that it's both entertaining, first of all, right? Because there's inherent conflict. So it makes for great high drama, right? So there's one. Number two, then people will listen because there's high drama. And I think that that's one of the ways that for whatever segment of the population will listen, you'll be able to actually get some facts out. I thought it was very good. I don't know who he is, but I thought it was very good. Okay, I want to find this. Wait, I'm going to find this stuff. Hold on. I'm going to find this. Okay, the court holds the Kavanaugh writes that today's decision is wrong on the law and devastating for more than 100,000 opioid victims and their families. I don't know what the actual decision means, clearly. See you. Pinch and a poke, you owe me a Coke. Oh my God, Permethrin.
Committee will come to order without objection. The chair is authorized to declare recess.
Oh, sorry, everybody. It's stupid Dimmy Jordan.
Today on the question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote is ordered. We now recognize the gentleman from Wisconsin to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, I pledge allegiance to the orange man above. I didn't realize he was the best we could do. But I guess he
report
was.
recommending that the House of Representatives cite Mark Sonitzer for contempt of Congress for purposes of markup and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report.
Resolution recommending that the House of Representatives sign.
Without objection, the report be considered as read and open for
I
amendment
hate
at
that
any
part.
point. Before
I think that's so
myself for an opening
rude.
Statement, I forgot to recognize our newest member, the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Ruley. Was recently elected, and of course, as you all know, sworn in, gave amazing, I thought, remarks on the House floor. Mr. Ruley was elected to represent Ohio's 6th congressional district.
I just worked out 70 degrees in Celsius easily. It sounds nice. Yes, it's perfect. It's a great
Ruley
temperature.
Family has had grocery stores in Youngstown for like 1,000 years, and it's great to have you now as part of the Judiciary Committee. So we welcome you to the committee. Yeah, we should clap for that.
Yeah, we should. Whatever.
Chair now recognizes
Take a
himself
bow.
for an opening statement.
Take a bow,
President
Skippy.
Biden willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. That's what Special Counsel Hur found on page 1 of his report. On at least 3 occasions, Joe Biden,
Yeah,
quote,
is this
read
about
aloud
that?
classified
This is
notebook
about that?
passages to his
What is that
ghostwriter
about?
nearly verbatim. On page 200 of his
What
report,
happened?
Special Counsel Hur concluded
21
that President
degrees.
Biden's disclosure
So that
of
means
classified
if 70
materials
is
to Mr.
21.
Swannitzer risked
21.
serious damage to America's national security.
Because I always heard to convert to
share classified
hold on,
information
I'm going
with
to turn
his
him down a little
ghostwriter.
bit.
In fact, he had
So
8
to
million reasons to ignore the
so
rules.
I
Biden
always
shared some of
heard
the
that it was
classified
like if
materials
it's 21 degrees
he was allowed to
Celsius,
keep
if
with
you
his
double it
ghostwriter,
and
who was
add
writing a book
30,
for which he was receiving
then
$8
it's
million
is that Fahrenheit?
All
So
this,
double
yes,
it
Special Counsel
41 to
declined to prosecute
3071.
Joe
That's
Biden
about right, huh?
because, quote,
Does that work all the
"He's a
time?
sympathetic, well-meaning,
It's only
elderly man
66
with
where you
power."
are. That's nice, but it's still
That
early,
brings us to
right?
today.
Max, is it getting
Following
warmer
recent
during the
Special
days?
Counsel Hur's report, we subpoenaed 6
Pretty
categories
warm
of
here,
information from Mr.
but we're
Swannitzer
staying in mostly.
related
I
to
don't
his
know.
work
I've
on
been staying
President
in
Biden's
mostly.
memoirs, including
Probably should go to the beach or
transcripts and audio
something, but I just
recordings of
haven't
his interviews with
got my
President
ass
Biden.
act together. Every time I do, it's like it's going to be a holiday and there's going to be a bunch of people there.
The responsive documents
So I
in
like
Mr.
stop.
Swanitzer's possession are
Only
necessary
going up to
for our
72
oversight.
today. That's nice.
As an initial matter, we must know the
That's
extent to which
nice.
President
Oh, does
Biden
it work
disclosed
usually?
classified
Okay,
material
thanks,
to Mr.
Carla.
Swannitzer,
I thought
and
it
his
did.
intent behind
I thought
disclosing
it did.
that
I mean, it's not
information.
accurate, obviously,
In order to do so,
but
to
I think
determine
it's
whether
generally
Special
you
Counsel
double it
Hur
and add
appropriately
30, and that will
carried out
convert
justice by not
Celsius to
prosecuting
Fahrenheit
We need the
approximately.
audio recordings and the transcripts. Put simply, they are the best evidence of the president's mental state.
Oh my
On page
God, are
207
we
of
still
his
asking for
report,
these
the Special
fucking
Counsel said,
transcripts?
Mr. Biden's memory also
Oh
appeared to
my
have
gosh, it is an
significant
outside day. Maybe
limitations,
I'll go outside.
both at the time he spoke
I don't know
to
what the
Swannitzer
weather
in
today is going to be like here.
2017, as evidenced by
I don't
the
know.
recorded conversations, and today as evidenced by his recorded interview.
I think I might go to the
with
gym
our
today,
office.
actually.
Special counsel concluded that some jurors may have reasonable doubts because President Biden's
I need to come up with a
lapses
different
and
nickname
failures
for
in
my
sharing
friend so I don't
classified
name her
information.
like real name,
Mr.
but someone who
Swannitzer
lives
would appear
locally, who's a
consistent
friend of mine, who's
with the
watching, I
committee's
know.
faculties
We should go to the
and
gym.
multi-memory he showed in the recorded interviews with his ghostwriter. Not only did Special Counsel Hur decline to prosecute President Biden,
Is this,
he also declined to prosecute Mr. Swannitzer for obstruction of justice.
I don't get
Special
this.
Counsel Hur found that, quote, after learning of his investigation, Mr. Swannitzer deleted digital audio recordings of his conversations with Mr. Biden, where President Biden, in fact, disclosed classified information to him.
Oh, they're trying to get the tapes
Audio
from another
recordings that
guy?
Special Counsel Hur found
Mike
had
Flynn has his own
significant
ARs now,
evidentiary
just
value
posted. What?
to his
Flintlock?
investigation. We need to understand the extent to which
Oh
Mr.
my
Swannitzer
God.
impeded Special Counsel
I
Hur's
just am-
investigation by deleting these recordings. But to do all of this, the committee needs the information we subpoenaed from Mr. Swannitzer. No legal or
Let me
constitutional,
make
constitutional
sure.
privilege
Let me
protects the
see.
information subpoenaed from disclosure. Mr. Swannitzer has a legal obligation to turn over the requested materials pursuant to the subpoena, and his willful refusal to comply with our subpoena constitutes.
All right, the next up is SEC versus
Our oversight is too
Jarksy
important
from the chief.
to allow
We have
Mr.
at least
Swannitzer
one
to
more. It could be
willfully
dismissal
disregard
of the
our
Idaho
lawful
case.
subpoena.
This was a case about
I
whether
yield
the
to the
structure and
ranking
enforcement of
member
the
for
powers of the SEC violate the Constitution. The case
Chairman,
began as
we
administrative
have an
proceeding.
important oversight role
An
in this
investment
committee.
advisor, founder of a hedge
We
fund,
oversee the Department of
ruled
Justice,
that his firm
federal
had
courts,
committed
federal
securities fraud,
antitrust
ordered them to
policy,
pay $300,000.
civil
The
rights
U.S.
issues,
Court of
federal law
Appeals
enforcement, and so
agreed
much
with
more.
Jarksy and held
We're
that
not
3
here
different
today
aspects of
because any
SEC's
these
operations are
legitimate areas
unconstitutional.
for oversight.
Give me,
We're here
get the
today
fuck out.
because after spending $20 million chasing
So
dozens
what-
of conspiracy theories, MAGA Republicans have
The
come
court
up with nothing.
framed the issue as to whether
In
the
fact,
Seventh Amendment
Republicans'
allows the
stunning
SEC to
failure was
compel
made
Jakes to
painfully
defend
obvious
himself
just yesterday,
before the agency
Supreme
rather
Court
than
ruled that the
before a jury in
conspiracy
federal
theory
court. The court
underlying
holds that when the
your
SEC seeks
secret
civil penalties
into
against the
social media
defendant,
companies
the
was,
Seventh
quote,
Amendment entitles the
clearly
defendant to a jury
erroneous.
trial.
We're here today because there's a presidential debate tonight. MAGA Republicans have
Roberts
decided
writes
the
that a
best way
defendant
they can
facing a
help
fraud suit
President
has the
Trump
right to be tried by
is
a
by
jury of his
bullying
peers
and
before a
intimidating
neutral
a private
adjudicator.
citizen to
Rather
obtain
than
information
recognize
about
that
his
right,
highly
the dissent
sensitive
would
and
permit
deeply
Congress
personal
to
conversations
concentrate roles of
with President
prosecutor,
Biden.
judge, and jury in the
We're here
hands of
today
the
because
executive branch.
Republicans are, in a word,
I don't
desperate.
know. I would have to
This contempt
actually,
resolution
I don't
against
think
Mr.
that makes
Swanson
any
is an
sense.
abuse of
I
the
mean, I think it
committee's
makes sense,
oversight
but then
authority.
if
Pure
I
and
would be
simple.
interested to read the dissent.
Decorum and collegiality have clearly departed this chamber in favor of MAGA extremism when this committee harasses a private citizen to intimidate him into giving
So,
the chairman whatever
I don't
he
know.
wants in his quest to find something damaging to use against President Biden.
I imagine it's not what it
Earlier this week,
appears.
we received a letter that White House counsel Ed Siskel sent to Mrs. Zwannitz's attorney in which the White House said, quote, the committee's subpoena seeks broad swaths of personal information that President Biden provided to your client in confidence as part of the process for writing his memoirs. The vast majority of this information is private. The committee's subpoena is therefore a congressional subpoena for the president's information, which unavoidably pits the political branches against one another. Unfortunately, the committee has thrust your client into the middle of this interbranch conflict. The letter continues, quote, your client is not authorized to provide any of the president's information until it has been reviewed for executive branch confidentiality concerns and a resolution of these constitutional issues between the two branches has been reached, close quote. Mr.
Let me make
Siskel
sure I'm not
also wrote
listening.
to the chairman directly.
Mickey,
advising
listen to
him that,
Jordan.
quote, the executive branch is ready,
know,
ready
he's an
and willing
ass.
to engage in good faith with the
Mickey,
committee
come
in response
over
to his
to
purported interest
YouTube.
in this matter. In other
you
words, the
can.
committee's fight is not
If
with
you can.
Mr. Zwanitzer.
I'm sorry, my nose
It's
is
with the
stuffy.
executive branch, and that's who it should be negotiating with. And according to Mr. Siskel's letter to the chairman, Republicans have not engaged in negotiations with the White House at all. But we're not here today to engage in good faith negotiations. We're here today because the majority has instead chosen to bully and intimidate a private citizen because they think they can break him before they break the executive branch. They desperately want the audio recordings of
Okay,
Mrs.
it says,
dozens of
Sotomayor
hours of
writes
private
that
interviews
today, for the
with
very
President
first
Biden,
time, this court holds that
conducted when they
Congress
worked
violated the
together on Promise
Constitution by
Day,
authorizing a
the
federal
memoir
agency
detailing
to
President
adjudicate a
Biden's loss of
statutory
son
right that
when he was vice
adheres
president.
in the government
I would like to
in its
read
sovereign
some of the entries from
capacity
this book
known as a
so that
public
as we
right.
move forward with this ridiculous
I don't
contempt proceeding
understand what that
today,
means, but it
we can
sounds
all
really
keep in mind what kind of information and recorded conversations Republicans want to acquire and weaponize against President Biden. In his book, the president recalls telling his dying son, quote, I will never stop doing everything I can to keep you alive, to keep you with us. It's okay if you go now. It's okay if you don't fight anymore. It's okay to go to sleep. He recalls his son telling him, you've got to promise me, Dad, that no matter what happens, you're going to be all right. Give me your word, Dad. You're going to be all right. President Biden recalls making an entry in his diary after his son's diagnosis, writing, quote, no Thanksgiving would ever be quite the same. I pulled out my diary and started to write. I did have one big item for my own Christmas list that year, but I was keeping it to myself. Naval Observatory, November 30th, 2014, 7:30 p.m. Just home from Nantucket. I pray we have another year together in 2015. Bo, 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 Bo. He recalled making another entry. As Air Force 2 took off, I felt compelled to open up my diary and write, March 29th, leaving MD Anderson with hope. Bo is an amazing man, as is Hunter. He is staying with Bo until the next procedure. I'll be coming back. I paused. What else was there to say? I was afraid if I really opened up, I would give in to a lurking despair, and I could not allow that to happen. I could not allow Bo or anyone else to see that. ever. I set aside the diary until the flight was nearly over, then picked it up again to add one line. Just landed, 6:07. I feel so goddamn lonely. He also recalls watching his son wither before his eyes. My eye was drawn to Beau as we talked. It wasn't yet late in the evening, but it was already tiring. He was so gaunt, and his face seemed drained of color. I could see the outlines of the leg brace through his pants. Beau had been losing recall of more and more proper nouns lately, and he seemed less willing to fight through it. Ashley, Beau's sister, had told me that Beau was no longer inviting her into the room for his speech therapy because his decline really bothered him. Beau said almost nothing that chilly February night in Washington. He would whisper something to his brother instead, and Hunter would speak for him. Unquote. I think most parents would agree, watching your child suffer and die is the worst possible torment you can imagine. And that tragedy, that heart-wrenching, gut-churning agony that President Biden endured is what Republicans want to use against him. Their desperation knows no bounds. And don't let them pretend here that they have compassion for President Biden's loss or that this request has anything to do with oversight. If this committee really wanted to conduct oversight, they would work in good faith with the DOJ and the White House, not employ intimidation tactics and punitive subpoenas against a private citizen. They don't want to conduct legitimate oversight.
Is that a morning Diet
those
Coke?
Audio files
That's
to help
hardcore.
MAGA Republicans this election cycle. Mark my words. If Republicans get these files, their priority will be getting altered and context-free audio clips into Republican campaign ads, not doing the real work of the American people. This is about digging for embarrassing audio of President Biden when he was in a vulnerable state discussing the death of his son. This is about their political game. Oversight Chairman James Comer said so himself in an email. He said if he gets the tapes, he will release them for the purpose of demonstrating, quote, Biden's mental state to convince, quote, swing voters. What more evidence do you need? And in case I have to explain this, demanding material to bolster your political campaigns does not constitute the kind of legitimate legislative purpose that makes a subpoena enforceable in court. Despite Republicans' desperate attempts to feign a substantive need for these files, one simply does not exist. Today's markup is about making the chosen Republican leader, Donald Trump, happy by hunting down any possible vulnerabilities of President Biden. And to achieve that goal, this committee is willing to put a target on the back of an American citizen, a private American citizen who has already been cleared of wrongdoing in this very matter. Frankly, this is frightening. Trump is weaponizing this MAGA Republican-led committee to get information on his opponent, President Biden, at any cost, even if it means publicly flogging an American citizen trying to live a private life. And I have to wonder, is this just the beginning? Is this what we have to look forward to? If Trump gets a second term, is this the playbook? Anyone, public official or private citizen, who doesn't give Trump what he wants will have the weight of the government hammered down on them? Anyone who questions Trump's authority will have his name fed to Trump's ravenous far-right supporters to instill fear and submission. Anyone who asserts their constitutional rights to get in the way of the Republican agenda.
Yes, they want the regs of EPA,
Trump's enablers in Congress.
FEC, EEOC,
That
yes.
is not an America I want to live
I
in.
agree.
That is not the American democracy I have
Yes,
devoted my
thank you,
career
CF.
to
That's
fighting
good
for.
analysis of that
And I
last
know this
ruling.
is not
Thank
the
you.
country the American people want.
It's taking away,
Every American should
which
sit
I
up
don't
in
know if
fear
I
watching
agree
this
or
public
disagree
attack
with, depending
on
on
a
the
private
situation, right? I don't know.
If he isn't safe from this kind of
Seems to me
government
they could
abuse,
recommend
what makes you
charges
think
and stuff,
you are?
although it just
I urge
clogs up a
members to
court
oppose this
system, so I'm not,
dangerous
I don't know.
resolution. Now yield back.
All right,
Gentleman yields
fine.
back. I would just add, Mr. Zwanitzer
Although
is, in
I'm going
fact,
to
a
guarantee
private
you that
citizen,
hedge
private
manager
citizen
probably
trying to
deserves
destroy
whatever he's
evidence once an
getting. Okay, I'm
investigation
just
is announced,
saying.
the very evidence we seek in our subpoena that he fails to comply
Oh my
with.
God,
That's
hair.
why we're here. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now
boy.
recognizes himself for the purposes of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk.
I'm Jim Jordan, and I'm very sad. Tonight is going to be very hard for me. I'm going to have to be crying. I don't get to be part of the new administration. I'm never going to be like head of anything, and I'm really mad about it. So leave me alone.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Damn it, I'm sorry.
Gentlelady's recognized, excuse me.
Thank you. I am not surprised that the majority has taken this ridiculous fight with the executive branch to a private citizen. They're bullies. Mr. Zwanitzer is a writer and director, not a political figure. And his attorney has repeatedly explained that Mr. Zwanitzer is not in a position to determine what materials he can share with this committee, especially when the executive branch has asserted significant
Boy, they
interest
really
in
think
this
that
material.
tape is going to do something.
Going after a private citizen who is now caught between two branches of government is not only legally bankrupt, but also an unjustified abuse of power. Mr. Zwanitzer set out to write a memoir in President Biden's name about the death of his son, Beau. Nothing more. He's now caught in a legal battle in which he has no stake, all because the majority on this committee is desperate to get its hands
Maybe
on
I
any
am.
material related to President Biden in order to justify its relentless and fruitless investigation into anything and everything related to this administration. Congress is supposed to work for the people, for people like Mr. Zwanitzer, who in addition to his work with President Biden on his memoir, is working on a documentary about the creation of the Transcontinental Railroad. Instead, the
You're
majority
going after the
is attacking
railroad
the
guy?
people, the very people it is supposed to protect and represent. I refuse to be associated with this attack on a private citizen, and I refuse to be associated with the members of this committee who are leading this charge. And as the ranking member said, this has been timed for the debate. It has been timed for the election. It is nothing more than a political stunt, and it is an abuse of power. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman.
Ooh,
North
Jim
Carolina
sounds
is recognized.
exhausted.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go take a
I
nap.
wonder if my friend from North Carolina would engage in a colloquy. So if I'd like to pose a question to Ms. Ross, given what was just said. Mr. Zwanitzer was the ghostwriter of what you just described, and the ranking member before you described as a book about the death of President Biden's son. Why was President Biden, according to Special Counsel Hur, reading from classified materials about Afghanistan to his ghostwriter in a book that was solely about the death of President Biden's son?
Well, that was a nice
You don't care to
try.
answer? I can understand.
I didn't yield, and I don't have any information about that.
I see.
So I
Here we go.
suggest that you use your
I'm not
4
going to agree.
minutes
I'll reclaim
to
my
address
time.
the
Nice.
contempt
Nice.
I'm the
resolution.
law
Nice.
gentleman from North Carolina.
Yeah, it's my time. I offered to engage in a colloquy which would have the effect of refuting the absurd allegation that you made. But I can understand why you don't want to answer, because it's an irrefutable point. No one that I know about who's interested in securing Mr. Zwanitzer's
I can't resist
compliance
it.
with the lawful process served upon him has
I
had
need
anything
a
to say about the death
tinkle
of Beau
right
Biden.
now. And
No
I
one's read
need
from
my
the
banky. That's it.
provision, the
So
parts of the
I
book
need
about
to
Beau Biden
tinkle.
to frame
That's
this matter.
it.
The question
I need to
is,
tinkle.
why
I said I
was
need to tinkle.
Joe
Don't I
Biden
need to
reading from
tinkle?
classified
Give me my
materials to
banky.
somebody without a security clearance
Give me my
in a matter for
banky.
which he was going to be paid $8 million?
Give me my banky. Give me my
And this
banky.
Congress needs to investigate
My God, give me
and
my
consider
banky.
what is
I said
necessary.
you, but I'm
And it
gonna
is the
tinkle
committee
right
vested
here
by
in
this
my
by this
seat.
House
I'm
of
gonna whip it
Representatives
out. I'm gonna
with
tinkle all over my new MacBook Pro.
inquiring into the grounds for
That's right.
impeachment of the
I'm gonna do
self-same
it.
president.
Don't make me. I'm gonna cry now. I'm
And
really
the
trying because I know that
hypocrisy
man's watching,
is
and I want him to see how
mind-blowing.
amazingly
I wonder if Steve
special I
Bannon
am,
could
and
imagine
and I mentioned
that
Steve
someone might,
Bannon.
for a political purpose,
Hi,
pursue
Steve, I love you. I
a
love
contempt
you.
resolution.
I love you.
But But there's no political purpose here. It is the responsibility of this person who received classified information
right now, or I'm gonna throw a fit.
to provide what he
that's right.
has to this
Call my
committee to
mommy.
evaluate.
Tell my mommy right now. Yeah, go get my mommy.
It's just almost, it's unspeakable.
Yeah, Golfman,
I was
go
thinking
poop.
about the legislative purpose that was cited in order
Golfman
to
pooped
secure
his
the personal
pants.
private income tax returns of President Trump.
Aw.
We can all say with certainty that there was no motivation of a political sort involved in that. Wow. Calling the tune requires playing by the tune. But this was Wanitzer,
Yeah,
ordinary citizen.
yeah. So leave
Process
him
served
alone.
upon him to compel him to
Oh,
provide
you're
information
shaking.
to this
Look at those
committee.
hands, man. They are
Straightforward.
rambling.
He has, with the most frivolous of arguments, flouted his
Girlfriend, you don't even
responsibility
believe the
under
shit
law.
that's coming
It is
out of
this
your mouth
committee's
right now. I mean,
responsibility
let's
to
be honest
proceed.
about what's
That's
happening.
How it works. It's very simple. Nothing more to it than that. It's time we get on with it. I'm fully
man.
in support of the ANF.
These guys.
Mr. Chairman, with that, I yield.
Wah, wah, wah. Yeah, we know. No shit. Really? Madman,
Mr.
baby,
Biggs
bitch,
from
tantrum.
Arizona.
Thank you very much.
What was it?
When we listen to the first
sad
two
man,
speakers across
baby,
the
bitch,
aisle,
tears.
it's clear that they are infected with TDS.
Oh.
The ranking member could not utter a sentence without mentioning MAGA. But it gets to the point that Mr. Bishop, my friend, made.
I'm hoping
The ranking member said that we want to get a hold of, and quote, sensitive and deeply personal conversations with Wanitzer. This was for a book that was going to be published.
I'm standing.
These were classified documents. And you want to tell us, oh, we want access to sensitive, deeply personal conversations with his ghostwriter who is making a bundle of money to publish a book. That's not deeply sensitive and personal. What it was illegal. The special counsel said he had classified documents from the time he was even the senator, some of which were still classified. And then Zwanitzer,
This is Wanitzer.
showing a guilty mind,
Oh, excuse me?
destroyed evidence.
Oh,
when he
stop
was
it.
confronted about it.
Oh,
Yield back.
stop it. Drama
Gentleman
queen.
yields back. Who seeks
Fucking
recognition?
drama
Gentleman from
llama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today is a sad day.
Thank you.
In the history of this particular committee, that we have stooped to the point of trying to intimidate and bully
I'm
a
swooning.
private citizen, a journalist, no doubt,
This man.
who has collaborated with President Biden at some of his most sensitive moments about very sensitive issues, the death of his son. And this committee is using its power to try to get at some audio tapes between this journalist and President Biden, wherein President Biden is discussing these kinds of sensitive matters. And the only reason why the other side is doing it is because they're now trying to scrape up as much information as they can to make Donald Trump happy, because he needs fodder for campaign ads. And so that's why this audio is important to my friends on the other side of the aisle, just to appease President Trump. And, fact of the matter is, this is the outgrowth of $20 million in taxpayer money having been spent by this committee and this Congress investigating President Biden and Hunter Biden, trying to find evidence of a criminal gang as they have billed it. They have come up with no evidence after spending that much money and all of the staff time. They've not been able to come up with any evidence of corruption by President Biden or his family, which they call a crime family. This committee has been front and center in that investigation. It has been
It
fruitless.
was Biggs, and then before him
In
it
addition
was...
to this committee, you've had
God, they're
folks
so
like
forgettable.
Robert Hur,
I don't
a
remember.
special counsel, a holdover from the Trump administration. Yes, special counsel, who looked
Yay!
into
Thanks, peace, love.
classified
Take care.
documents
Hopefully the
that
day
were
goes fast.
found and turned over by
Thanks to almost
President
480
Biden
viewers
that were
across
in
all the
his,
platforms. We have 479 and
that were in
14
his
right here on
possession
YouTube. Come on
after
over to
he had left
YouTube.
office.
Come on
And,
over. Come on over.
Robert Hur
Yeah.
looked into it
Come
to
on over.
determine
Oh, I
whether
don't
or
even
not
have all chat on.
there
I'm
was any
dumb.
criminal
I'm probably missing all kinds of good stuff.
liability. And he found none, but
Come
he
on
chose
over.
on his
Yeah.
way
Come
out,
on over.
issuing a final report to include in that report inappropriate characterizations of the president's mental competency, President Biden's mental competency, for the express purpose that was a giant breadcrumb offered to this committee to enable them to follow up on that as they are doing right now. So in addition to those fruitless rabbit hole investigations, now we have morphed into, okay, we need to get the audio files of the ghostwriter for President Biden. Isn't that
Good. You're welcome
ridiculous
to
use
listen.
of
I
this
love that.
committee's time, that we're sitting here and a private citizen is being bullied and intimidated and threatened, a journalist, by this committee. It's really a sad day. The American people see that this is doing nothing to make life better for them. This is just an outgrowth of a rabbit hole investigation. It'll go nowhere. We're wasting our time. The American people expect us to do the business that makes
Yes,
their lives
indeed,
better.
Badger.
That's what we need to be
First of
about,
all, the
putting
suit is
global
stunning.
politics.
It is perfection.
So
And on my screen, it looks like
I
a
will,
very,
yield
very
back the balance
soft
of my time.
peach.
This is a sad day.
Hi, Oomph. It looks
yields
like a
back, who seeks
very
recognition?
soft peach. And that is a baby shit brown tie. Yes, pale apricot. Thank you. GP, that's a much better way of saying it.
If
It's a very beautiful
the
apricot.
MAGA impeachment
perfect.
investigation was
It's perfection, really.
a missing person, we'd all have Amber Alerts on our phones a long time ago. And that's what this is really about. They promised you that they were going to have the goods to impeach the president, and they failed. They came up short. You've got nothing, nada, zilch, zero. It's a big goose egg. And so you're just screwing around now on the margins with this batting practice, exhibition, preseason game like exercise because you're not ready for prime time. I'll yield to anyone who will tell me when you're bringing your impeachment vote. If anyone wants to tell me, because you promised the American people you were going to impeach President Biden. So bring it. I'll yield. Bring it. Come on. You promised the American people. Bring it. Don't screw around with this
I'll be glad
stuff.
to speak to that.
Yeah. Do you have a vote, Mr. Bishop?
Yeah.
Okay, make the motion.
Here's
make
the
the
answer.
motion.
Here's the answer.
Make the motion.
No,
Come on.
you didn't ask me to
Come
make a
on,
motion.
big
You
man.
asked me to
You talked
explain
about
when
this
it would
all the
occur.
time.
You want me to
Come
answer
on.
you? Was it a question
You're
you want to
a big
answer?
man, right? You talk about
Yeah,
impeaching
true.
the president.
It
Bring
is
the
a small
motion.
southern
I'll be glad to
tune.
answer your
Come on.
question if you want an
Bring
answer.
the motion.
You
Come
mean
on,
you don't
Biggs.
want an answer?
Come on, Biggs, bring the motion. Stop wasting our time. You're wasting our time.
Here's the answer.
You're
As
wasting
soon as
our
they
time.
stop
Bishop, come
stonewalling
on.
the investigation,
Bishop,
we can
you
get
got
to the
nothing.
next step.
You guys got nothing because Joe Biden has been acquitted. And this is just a pathetic post-game of a exercise that yielded nothing. This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing and it's a waste of time. You have people sitting in here who are wearing shirts that say moms demand action. Do you think moms are demanding impeachment? No. They want their kids to be safe in their classroom from gun violence. You actually sit on a committee that can do that. Man, come here and do something. You have a colleague right now who's trying to put the Attorney General in handcuffs with this Anna Paulina lunacy because she can't accept that the former president was arrested and convicted. In her own district, she has some of the highest home ownership insurance rates in the country. Her state has a 6-week abortion ban. And this is the lunacy that she's coming here and focusing on? Guys, it's over. It's dead. It's rigor mortis. And it's time to move on. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Votes have been called on the floor. We have
certified badass.
There you go.
Votes.
All right.
So the committee
20
will be in
votes.
recess while they're speeding up the time on that first vote. So we will go vote, and then we'll come back and pick up
Okay,
where we
that's fine.
left off.
Sweet.
We stand in recess.
All right, great. That works for us, Jimmy Jordan. I got the Jimmy Jordan blues. Come on. It did say, it's like he said, come on, bitch. I think he might have Pepper. I think he did, actually. I think he said, come on, bitch. I think that's exactly what he said. Votes have been called for the... I think I hear my mom calling. That's a good one, Oof. Votes have been called on the floor as the new... I think I hear my mom calling. Yeah, welcome, everyone. Gosh, good to see everybody. We have almost 500 people watching across all the platforms. 14 here on YouTube, so it's intimate here at Lolo's Lounge. Hi, Teresa. How are you? Make sure you get your bingo cards. Your bingo cards. You don't have to get them from there. But on all my social media, on my YouTube, my Instagram, my Twitter, you can download your own set, your game night set of Gal Squad games. And the first is 4 separate bingo cards. Each bingo card is completely different. And then there's a drinking/soothing, and I spelled it wrong, but I kind of went with it. I could have fixed it, but then I'm like, no, I kind of like it. It said soothe, like you're soothing something. So I don't know. I kind of dug on that. Formatting is off on the YouTube. God damn. I don't even know how to do that. I would get them from Twitter if you can. I'm not sure how else to get them out there. YouTube is a terrible place to upload images, by the way. You really can't do much with images on YouTube, which is interesting. Oh, what? You guys can't even see the title. I'm so dumb. Oh, hi. Yeah, this was actually, whoops. Oh, wait. I'm over here. There we go. I'm so sorry. God, really. I'm not the smartest person here. I like that parrot. I like the parrot that had... I know. Didn't I have a parrot? Wait. Didn't I have a parrot as a co-host? When did I have that? I can't remember now. Jim's blog. Oh, yeah, I could give him... Jim could put him up on his blog. That's probably true. Maybe he'll do that. I don't know if he'll do that, but... In the cafe. Yeah, I could hang him up in the cafe. Oh, in the cafe. Oh, right. Oh, my God. I can't... I'm starting to get really confused with the games that we're playing. I did have oh my God, that was an old one. Oh my gosh. My skin is itchy. Yeah, so join us tonight. Waiting for tonight. Oh, that wasn't the tune, but that's okay. I'm going to change the time to 5:30. Well, actually, no. I'll probably stick it at 5:45. That's fine. I say 5:30, but that's wrong. I think his name was George. I think it was too. Oh, no, that was the big fish. You're dead, George. You're dead, George. That was one of my favorites. Let me do this, 5:45, because... we're going to watch it via C-SPAN. We're going to watch via C-SPAN because CNN is being bitches about it. I don't know why. This is in the public interest. Why in the world isn't it something where it doesn't matter about the advertising? It matters more about the number of viewers. Well, that should be a thing. Okay, that should be part of their community service. Like that's something that a lot of companies like banks, for example, are required to do a certain amount of community reinvestment. So fuck you, CNN. But yeah, we're going to watch it. I don't fucking care. Strike me. Go ahead. I don't give a shit. But we don't need to watch it on CNN. It's on C-SPAN. And that's for the public good. Stop stopping media literacy, bitches. Anyway, but do go to my Twitter account, and please download your copies of the bingo cards, plus the little bonus game. All right, we don't just give you bingo cards from Gal Squad. We have fucking bonus games too. Here we go. Like this is the slideshow of all the bingo cards. Let's just take a look at them. We'll let them like and those are like I made those fucking like little cutouts of the boys. You know, like there was some real fucking creativity that went into this. For voters who do not have cable. Exactly. This is ridiculous to me. It's totally ridiculous. I know I saw Gal. Thank you, Gal, for dropping that. Supreme Court allows for emergency abortions in Idaho. That's that case that they were, the last case that they were deciding. I loved that talking fish clip. I really loved it. And production value. Look at that. Come on now. It took me like 4 hours to make that. Thank you, Snowden. Anyway, yeah. I mean, we've got some good ones. Now, granted, the little squares could be better, right? There's probably some better squares. We should probably keep note and then here's the drinking game, where you can mark off how many you hear and how many, maybe just even how many times, you had a drink. Anus mouth. Don't forget anus mouth. He really does. Doesn't he strike a figure? I think he strikes quite the figure in aviator glasses. Let's see what this says. Oh no, it's Ivan Raiklin's idea. Teresa Feldman. I love Teresa Feldman. Please follow NH Southern Girl if you don't. Does someone have to mention the person in the middle space? No, that's a free space, right? That's a free space. I mean, I don't know how to really, this isn't really like legit bingo, perhaps, maybe. I'm going to print mine on heavy cardstock. Yeah, babe, because we'll have series of them, right? We'll have series. We can number them. That's cool. I will have a tab with Daniel Dale's fact checks open. That's a great idea, Max. That's a great idea. I don't think I've actually gone to a bingo hall or anything like that. Has anyone done that? I mean, I would do it. If anyone wants to go to bingo, I would go hang with you at bingo. For sure. For sure. I wish I had a printer too. I don't have a printer. I should probably get some though. That's kind of funny. Some of them are good, but some of them are, meh. I'm going to say meh. I like Blank in the Basement. Blank in the Basement's one of my favorites. Mexico gave us soldiers. I like this. Baron Crypto or is very tall. You almost went to a drag queen bingo. Oh my gosh, that's so fun. Oh, come on now. Come on now. Come on, man. And threw a little Mike Flynn in there just for fun. I would definitely try drag queen bingo. Yeah, so I don't know. This is a good start, but I think there's probably better like little clippy clips that we can do. All right, let's go over. Oh my God, Worldview Radio. Is that Brannon with no D? Teresa Feldman. Hold on.
The second thing that that Speaker Johnson must tell the
shit.
Sergeant at Arms is to go ahead and
No, I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm dumb. I'm not really that smart. Okay, here we go. Here's just the tip. Just the tip, reporting live.
The second thing that that Speaker Johnson must tell the Sergeant at Arms is to go ahead and, under the inherent authority of contempt, right? So they jailed Navarro. They're about to jail Bannon. Why doesn't Speaker Johnson look at his sergeant at arms and say, you know what? Here's your list of people that I order you to live stream SWAT raid using the inherent contempt powers. Hunter Biden, Jim Biden, Merrick Garland, Christopher Wray, Ali Mayorkas, Lloyd Austin, Mark Milley. Let's just go and do those lucky 7 for starters, and then we'll go from there. So with that, looks like Anna Paulina Luna is starting things off with Merrick Garland, but I think it's well past time to go ahead and go after those other 6, and I'm always available. I'm literally, all I need is about a 30-minute heads up, because I can be there in no time. You be deputized, and then go ahead and start kidding up, so that I'm the first guy in the stack. Yeah, me. As we go ahead and lawfully conduct the most peaceful and patriotic, for me, legal, moral, and ethical action.
They just want to throw all those words in there.
I know where they live. I have all their addresses. I just need the authority. With that, Rakeland report complete.
Jesus Christ, Brandon with no D. That's quite a video for someone like as pathetic as you are. Wow. If Don't Go wins bingo, you should I'm gonna actually, winning is, you know how winning goes here at Lolo's Lounge. Everybody's a winner. Even the losers are winners. He's actually putting a target. Oh yeah, no, he's been doing it like on Twitter for months. He's been doing it for months. Something meta redundant watching Ivan talk about inherent contempt. It is. That's Naked Mole Rat Man. Wait, hold on. We've got a picture of him. Oh my God, I should have put that up. God, I'm not really quick on the draw here. Well, we're learning, folks. Hold on. Let me get the Naked Mole Rat. Where is it? Is this it? I think this might be it. Where is it? Is that it? No. Oh, wait. Is that it? Nope, that's not it. I mean, that's something I need, though. I need that. Come on, come back. Come back here. Come back here. Thank you. Where's our Naked Mole Rat? Hold on. Maybe I don't have it anymore. Gosh, I really thought I saved that from last week. I'll have to get that. I'll pull that up. Damn. I need to do that. Yeah, that's definitely him. Hold on. I'm going to get the Naked Mole Rat because, frankly, let me make sure. Did I? Oh, no. Oh, wait. Maybe it's this one. Nope, it's not that one. Nope, it's not that one either. Fuck. What's that one? Okay, never mind. Oh, poop. I mean, I wanted to do one, so just hold on. Okay. Add source. Add a new source. I'm going to call it. What am I calling it? What am I looking at? Oh, yeah, Ivan. I'm going to add the source, and then I'm going to find the picture of a little guy named Ivan Rakeland. Oh, maybe it's in here. Boop. Oh, man. Why is life so hard? I don't really understand that. Come on. I download too many pictures. Okay, that's just the bottom line. Okay, it's an illness. Oh, damn it. I can't find it. Okay, well, I can't find it. Yeah, he is. God, I need to find that. Where did I put that fucking picture? Where did I put the frickin'? Oh, lookalikes? Maybe I put it in lookalikes. I have a folder called lookalikes. Nope, I guess I didn't. It's hard to tell. Okay, don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at me. Don't leave. I tried to write a song the other day. Well, actually, what I did was I sang a song and I recorded it, and then I tried to transpose it using a free thing. Oh, man. God damnation. Oh, wait. Hold on. Be very quiet. Oh, shit. I don't think so. You know, they're closing the Arby's on Sunset Boulevard, which is the only Arby's that I know of here. And let me tell you something about the Arby's on Sunset Boulevard. And I hope someone who knows someone who works there is listening right now. And I say this to them every time I go through the drive-thru. Every time. I say, you all are the nicest people ever. And I just think you are excellent. And I tell them that every time because literally the team that works at Arby's, I've lived here now 4 years. The team that works at Arby's on Sunset is among the nicest people. Well, I have no shame. I don't care. I love myself a good beef and cheddar with horsey and barbecue sauce and Arby's sauce, I mean. So I just want to say to the people that work at the Arby's on Sunset, I am so sorry that location is closing. I hope you're not sad. I hope you go to something really wonderful, and that this was not a sad experience for you, because I really think you have done an exceptional job across the board. Across the board. So thank you. Thank you for your service to this community. I mean that. So anyway, I don't know. I'm not going to eat Arby's now because it's going to close. I think it's sad. Okay, wait, what was I doing? I don't know. Okay, I can't find it. Good service has always me returning to any business. Yeah, it's true. It's true, right? And these people are exceptionally nice. I'm telling you right now. If you haven't gone, they're still open. So if you are here, yes, horsey sauce. That's right. It's called horsey sauce. I don't know what. Anyway, yeah. So, if you have a chance to go by and say, you know what, you guys, I've heard you guys are really nice, and I'm sorry your store is closing. Now, can I have a beef and cheddar with extra cheddar and horsey and Arby's sauce? Thank you. And maybe if they have those little fried balls of mac and cheese, don't miss them. Don't even question. Get the large or whatever, or too small or whatever. You've heard of it? Yeah. It's probably for the best. Oh, Tom, good morning. Ruth Ben Ghiat interview. Oh, damn it. That's what I wanted to ask when Gal's at the dentist now, so she can't necessarily answer. But last night on the space, Gal was talking to one of a MAGA who comes into the space. And one of the questions I have for people who, I think he was indicating, I didn't totally follow everything. I was also working on the bingo cards, but he was also indicating that he wasn't necessarily a fan of like Flynn or, whatever, right? That kind of stuff. So I think positioning himself as more of a non-extremist MAGA or just MAGA light. I don't know. I'm not sure. Anyway, the point is that I thought, what are the types of questions that I would want to pose where there can be a thoughtful exchange of information around Project 2025? Yeah, I trust Byrne more than Flynn. Yes, thank you. That's the guy. And I kind of want to dig deeper on like, what about like, oh, really? Insidious came to mind. He made brutal comments about violence towards women. And I'm not shocked by that. I mean, but, and so if they consider themselves so reasonable, and I know he's clearly not, how can he justify like a Project 2025 approach? And I wanted to ask, like, did you do the analysis on the 2017 tax cuts, sir? Did you do the actual mathematical analysis on that to see if actually this president that you claim is better than the other guy actually has policy and decision-making prowess that would get us to a place where, you know, and if you have you seen the Pew Charitable Trust analysis of the 2017 tax cuts and how it actually wasn't a tax cut for a majority of American taxpayers? Did you see that? No. So, I mean, I think again, I'm not an expert on any of those things, right? But I've done a bare minimum amount of reading on it. And if you're going to come at me and say I have the same intellectual, you know, ownership of my position that you do, Lolo, then I think you're going to have to demonstrate that you've done a modicum of research on that topic. Right? And no, research isn't Rumble. Rumble isn't research. Maybe that's the shirt. Research isn't Rumble. Rumble isn't research. That's a good shirt, actually. Yeah. I kind of want to read this shipping article in the New York Times about global supply chain. I think that's interesting, and I think I find that information helpful to me. But please tell me if you're bored, okay? And I will move on to something else. Actually, maybe what we should do. Well, hold on. Let me do this so I can see it. Yeah. Oh wait, I should make that little tiny baby smaller. Boop. Boop. There we go. Perfect. All right. Peter Goodman has reported extensively on the global supply chain since the early months of the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, that means only 4 years. Okay, so let's not... I think that's a bit of a brag. Peter, I think we might be overstating our cred. Okay, just saying. Stephanie Loomis had hoped that the chaos, Gary's economics channel about wealth transfer, search, asset economy, very telling and spot on, applies to USA and England, Australia, etc. Interesting. Thank you, Tom. I'll take a look at that. Stephanie Loomis had hoped that the chaos besieging the global supply chain was subsiding. The floating traffic jams off ports, the multiplying costs of moving freight, the resulting shortages of goods. All of this had seemed like an unpleasant memory confined to the COVID-19 pandemic. No such luck. As head of ocean freight for the Americas at Rennes Logistics, a company based in Germany, Ms. Loomis spends her days negotiating with international shipping carriers on behalf of clients moving products and parts around the globe. Over the last few months, she has watched as cargo prices soar as a series of disturbances have roiled the seas. Late last year, Houthi rebels in Yemen began firing on ships entering the Red Sea en route to the Suez Canal, a vital artery for vessels moving between Asia, Europe, and the east coast of the United States. That prompted ships to avoid the waterway, instead moving the long way around Africa, lengthening their journeys by as much as 2 weeks. Then, a severe drought in Central America dropped water levels in the Panama Canal, forcing authorities to limit the number of ships passing through that crucial conduit for international trade. In recent weeks, dock workers have threatened to strike on the east and Gulf coasts of the United States, while longshore workers at German ports have halted shifts in pursuit of better pay. Rail workers in Canada are poised to walk off the job, imperiling cargo moving across North America and threatening backups at major ports like Vancouver, British Columbia. The intensifying upheaval in shipping is prompting carriers to lift rates. while raising the specter of waterborne gridlock that could again threaten retailers with product shortages during the make or break holiday shopping season. The disruption could also exacerbate inflation, a source of economic anxiety animating the American presidential election. I don't know. I mean, what is that? Is that a joke? Your children and grandchildren will be stuck in poverty. Like I've said for a long time, serfs and lords, it's where things are going. Yeah, well, that's the intention, but we have some power. We have power. We can't think we don't have power, otherwise we don't have power. Okay, let's see. If the supply chain disturbances of the pandemic proved anything, yes, Panama Canal is fresh water. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Tom. If it was this, trouble in any one place tends to ripple out widely. A container full of chemicals that arrives late to its destination spells delayed production for factories waiting for those ingredients. Ships jammed at ports wreak havoc on the flow of goods, clogging warehouses and putting pressure on the trucking and rail industries. How is it fresh water? Isn't it coming between gulfs? I don't really know. Or isn't it between oceans? I don't know. Ships jammed at ports. I'm sorry, I can't really read well today. Ships jammed at ports wreak havoc on the flow of goods, clogging warehouses and putting pressure on the trucking and rail industries. I don't really understand all that. No, no gulfs or oceans. Okay. I don't get it. I'm lovingly calling the market now COVID Junior because in a lot of ways, we're right back where we were during the pandemic, said Miss Loomis. It's all happening again. Since October, the cost of moving a 40-foot shipping container from China to Europe has increased to about $7,000 from an average of roughly $1,200, according to data compiled by Zenetta, a cargo analytics company based in Norway. That is well below the $15,000 peak rate reached in late 2021, when supply chain disruptions were at their worst, but it is about 5 times the prices that prevailed for the years leading up to the pandemic. Rates to ship goods across the Pacific have multiplied by a similar magnitude. It now costs over $6,700 to transport a 40-foot container from Shanghai to Los Angeles, and nearly $8,000 for Shanghai to New York. As recently as December, those costs were near $2,000. We haven't seen the peak yet, said Peter Sand, Zenetta's chief analyst. I'm probably not saying that right. Mexico wants to finish their own canal. Oh, interesting. Importers relying on shipping bemoan the return of another source of distress they suffered during the pandemic. Carriers frequently canceling confirmed bookings while demanding special handling charges and premium service fees as the requirement for getting containers on vessels. Everything is a fight to get containers, said David Reich, whose Chicago company MSRF assembles gift baskets for Walmart and other giant chains. It's frustrating. Alarmed by the growing threats to sea transportation, Mr. Reich is accelerating plans to amass goods for the holiday season. He is pressing his suppliers in China to make his packaging for food items faster, anticipating delays in shipping. Mr. Reich has contracts with 2 ocean carriers to move 4 containers per week from China to Chicago at prices below $5,000. Yet he was recently informed that the carriers were imposing escalating peak season surcharges that would add as much as $2,400 per container, he said. And even at those prices, the carriers often say they have no space on their vessels, he complained. He fears he will have to resort to booking on the so-called spot market, where prices fluctuate, with rates now reaching $8,000. In an emailed statement, the World Shipping Council and Industry Trade Association said, spot rates reflect demand and supply in a competitive global market, and the large majority of container traffic moves under rates negotiated through long-term contracts. Experts challenge that assertion, noting that container shipping is characterized by a dearth of competition on major routes, allowing carriers to raise prices substantially when the system is strained. 3 primary alliances of carriers control 95% of the container traffic between Asia and Europe, and more than 90% between Asia and the east coast of the United States, according to the International Transport Forum, an intergovernmental organization in Paris with 69 member countries, including China and the United States. During the worst disruptions of the pandemic, when extreme delays and product shortages prompted retailers to pay carriers as much as $28,000 to move single containers across the Pacific, the industry logged record profits. New Balance, the athletic shoe brand, is cushioned in part by its reliance on factories in the United States, as well as its contracts with carriers that lock in prices. Still, in some instances, the company has been forced to pay spot market rates that have risen sharply, similar to the peak years of the pandemic, more than 40% month over month, Dave Wheeler, the chief operating officer, said in an email. Carriers have been canceling some scheduled sailings, reducing capacity, Mr. Wheeler said. We do see a storm brewing in 2024 for reliability and pricing risks. The most immediate cause of the recent increase in shipping prices is the targeting of vessels by the Houthis, who are acting in support of the Palestinians under assault by Israeli forces. That threat appears to be escalating as Iranian-backed Houthi rebels increase the frequency of their attacks, supplementing missile strikes with sea drones, essentially waterborne boats loaded with explosives and commanded by remote control. Just making sure, checking. With container traffic, in recent weeks, such assaults have sunk 2 vessels, including a Greek-owned ship carrying coal. With container traffic through the Suez Canal dropping to 1/10 of its usual flow, most ships moving between Asia and Europe must now circumnavigate Africa, which entails burning more fuel. At the same time, carriers have concentrated their fleets on the most lucrative routes, those connecting destinations like Shanghai and the Dutch port of Rotterdam, Europe's busiest. That has forced cargo bound for other places to stop for loading and reloading at major hubs known as transshipment ports. The largest such ports, including Singapore and the Sri Lankan capital Colombo, are now overwhelmed with incoming vessels. Ships must wait at anchor for as long as a week before pulling up to the docks. The Chinese are building a mega port in Peru. Oh, interesting. We should look at shipping more. I just got a book from a guest who was on with RadPod a month ago or so. But she was an expert in global shipping, and I just found what she was saying was fascinating. So I think I bought the book. I think I bought the Kindle of it. I'll have to check. The carriers learned a very... Oh, wait. Here we go. Given the disruptions and additional costs, some increase in shipping rates is unavoidable. But those dependent on the industry argue that the carriers are increasing prices beyond the recovery of their own additional costs. The carriers learned a very valuable lesson during the pandemic, Ms. Loomis said. They will manipulate capacity and they will jack up freight rates. The greatest concern is that floating jams could become a self-fulfilling prophecy. As importers absorb the reality of increased shipping prices and port congestion, they are ordering early. That could result in a surge of incoming cargo at major ports like Los Angeles, Newark, and Savannah, Georgia, exceeding the capacity of trucking, railroads, and warehouses. The prospect of a rail strike in Canada is prompting cargo bound for Vancouver to divert to Southern California, the scene of the worst traffic jams during the pandemic disruptions. In Tennessee, F9 Brands, an importer of cabinets and flooring products, has been increasing its orders in the face of longer delivery times, said Jason Delves, the company's chief executive. The company brings cabinets from factories in Vietnam, Thailand, and Malaysia to the port of Savannah, and then to its warehouses in Tennessee via rail and truck. Typically, that journey takes 6 weeks. Now you're bumping it up to over 8 weeks, Mr. Delves said. Adding to the concern is the reality that no one knows how long the latest disruption will last or how it will play out. The Panama Canal restrictions have mostly been lifted as the rainy season replenishes the supply of water, but climate change is increasing the risk of future droughts. There you go, fresh water. The consequences of the pandemic were difficult enough to grasp, with great miscalculations over the impacts on demand for factory goods, but everyone understood that pandemics end eventually. The Houthi strikes and the effects on the Suez Canal, on the other hand, involve enormous geopolitical variables that make forecasting difficult. It's a very complex situation, and it appears to be open-ended, said Mr. Sand, the Zanetta analyst. There is no clear solution in sight. That is very interesting. Yeah. Yep. Something to keep an eye on. The Supreme Court ruling imperils the opioid settlement. Justices reject liability shield for Sackler's I don't understand how that. Oh yeah, I have that one. What's going on with Shipping Channel? A very good channel. Very good. She recommended that. The lady that was on with RadPod. I'll have to find that. I'll put that up on a tweet or something. Let's see. Let's take a minute. The liability shield would have protected members of the Sackler family from civil claims related to the opioid pandemic. The Supreme Court ruled on Thursday that members of the wealthy Sackler family cannot be shielded from lawsuits over their role in the opioid crisis as part of a bankruptcy settlement. Oh, okay. Wait, what? So wait, does that mean that would channel billions of dollars in a fight? Oh, so they're saying it puts the settlement at risk. I get it. It puts the settlement at risk. Uh-oh, are you lagging? Oh no, sorry Tom. Have a good day. I'll see you later tonight. We own a chunk of a shipping company called Navios Maritime. Cool. Well, then you must know about all this stuff, Jim. In a 5-4. So this means, okay, that's why the settlement is at peril, because it could upend the settlement that was reached. Is that what I'm hearing? They could basically back out of the settlement. The decision jeopardizes a carefully negotiated settlement Purdue and the Sacklers had reached, in which members of the family promised to give up $6 billion to states, local governments, tribes, and individuals to address a devastating public health crisis. It all but ensures that members of the Sackler family who controlled Purdue Pharma, the maker of the prescription painkiller OxyContin, will no longer be subject to the condition of the deal that had generated significant criticism, immunity from liability in opioid-related lawsuits, even as they had not declared bankruptcy. The U.S. Trustee Program, a watchdog office in the Justice Department, had asked the Supreme Court to intervene. The liability shield, which binds potential claimants without their consent and offers wide-ranging legal protection for the Sacklers, was a misuse of bankruptcy system aimed at addressing true financial distress, the office said. That's very interesting. GP, are you out? Oh yeah, come on later for the debate. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm apparently in need of a nap. I'll tell you that. 533 viewers across all the platforms. Whoop whoop. 20 over here on Twitch and YouTube. Come on down. Come on down to the Burger Barn. Oh, wait. Yeah, come on down. Come on down to the Burger Barn tonight. Watch a little debate. Eat a little burger. Just kidding. I'm not making burgers. I'm so sorry. You know what I think I'm going to have tonight? I'm going to have pasta. I want some pasta. I want some spaghetti and meatballs. Yeehaw. That's right. Yeehaw. Waiting for tonight. Okay, well that's interesting. I didn't understand as much of that as I should have. You know, this is why media literacy is so important. It's so important. I think we pretty much got all this shit. Here we go. We should do Wordle while we're waiting for Jimmy Jordan to come on back. Maybe there's... Wait, hold on just a minute. Let me see if there's actually like... waiting for tonight. Oh, now you want a beef and cheddar? Yeah, Badger. That's how it goes. I'm telling you. There's nothing like it. There's nothing like that shaved meat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh. Until tonight. Waiting for tonight. Oh. Wait, what? What'd I do? Badger. Lolo. Let's see. What else could we? Well, hold on, because I can actually do something here. I can do something here. Let me do something. Hold on. Let me do something. Let me do something. I'm doing something right now. I'm going to hide that window from you. Ha! Oop. Oh. Okay. Let me see what's going down on the tubes. What's going down on the tubes? What's going down on the tubes? Ooh, we got some TMZ happening, but that's not for us to be bothered with. YouTube's so weird. Oh yeah, what's going on in Congress right now? Gozar of Arizona Part B Amendment number 13 on the green to the amendment. Why did 2 Democrats vote yes for it? It can't be that good. Come on now.
Voted.
Oh, whoops. I don't know what the Gozar amendment was, but it doesn't look like it passed. But look at this. Who are these guys?
156. The nays are 254. The amendment is not agreed to. The unfinished business request for recorded vote on amendment number 14 in Part B of House Report 118-559 by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gozar, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Gozar of Arizona.
Hi, Badger.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. As official number having risen, recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote.
Is it a 2-minute vote? We're timing you. No, we're not. Boy, look at the Republican votes against Gozar. What's going on? What happened? What's your name, Gozar? Paul? Is this Paul Gozar? Yeah. Paul, Andy, whatever your name is. Hi, Mickey. What's the YouTube Addy? Oh, yes. It's hold on. Hold on. I'll do it. Hold on. Sometimes it's too tiny on the screen over there. Sorry about that. Shipping made me think of Aristotle Onassis. Yeah. Sure does. Oh, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. That's not where I've been. Oops, you're going to hear me in a second. Hold on. Where? Share. Copy. Okay, first thing I'm going to do, ouch. I'm putting the address, I know this is weird, but I'm putting the address in the YouTube chat, Mickey, so you can see it. I know, I want spaghetti really badly. And so that's the link, but let me go. It's also on my well, no, it's not. I'm going to tweet it. Mickey, I'm going to tweet it. Waiting for tonight. You. Okay, yeah, I just tweeted the link, Mickey. So if you go to my Twitter page, you should see the link at the top. Ish, Cool. Yeah, you're going to want to hang out with these people, Mickey. You're going to love it. Trust and believe. I don't know. There's like 28 who haven't voted. Shut up. You're wrong. All right, hold on. We're going to just put that right over there. We're going to watch for Jimmy Jordan. We're going to keep an eye out for Jimmy Jordan.
The yeas are 61, the nays are 350. The amendment is not agreed to.
Okay, just be a little quieter.
For recorded vote on amendment number 15.
Be a little bit quieter, sir.
118-559 by gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gozar, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request
I'm
for
on a
recorded
week
vote
of
will rise and
oat
be
seed
counted.
nuts.
Sufficient number
I'm
having risen,
sorry.
recorded vote is ordered.
That's
Members will
terrible.
record
All
their
right,
votes
no
by
more.
electronic
No more
device. This will
shaved
be a
meat talk.
2-minute vote.
No more shaved meat talk. That's it. I promise. Waiting for tonight. Oh my God. Paul Gosar, king of the failed amendment. All right. So let's do that. Okay. That's interesting. We did that. Let's see what else. Republicans on well, okay. Coming. Oh, this is one of those cool things. Coming into and through 2019, the economy was strong and the consumer price index, a key measure of inflation, was low. For some, that seemed like a bad thing. Economists worried that chronically low inflation could increase the risk of future economic stagnation. Oh, whoa. No, that's not it. Oh, do I just hit it? What do I... Oh. Oh, what? What? Okay. Then what? I don't know what to do. What am I supposed to just click? I don't get it. Where do I go? How do I move? Oh, okay. I just moved the thing. Okay. And then, woo! Oop. Onset of the coronavirus pandemic. Oh, this is pretty cool. Passage of the CARES Act. In early 2020, as the economy stalled with the spread of COVID, the CPI plunged. The Personal Consumer Consumption Expenditures Index, a slightly delayed price measure that the Fed uses for its 2% inflation target, similarly fell. Official end of the coronavirus recession 2020. What?
All members voted. Does any member wish to change your vote?
Oh, you mean, okay, whatever. After people got money and they were able to then buy things, it bounced up. Yeah, that's generally how it works. Joe Biden elected president.
On this vote, the ayes are 76, the nays are 334. The amendment is not agreed to.
Wait, in early
The unfinished
2021...
business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559, by the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Gosar, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part B of
Yeah,
House
it's funny
Report
that they're
number
all failing the recorded vote.
118-559, offered by Mr. Gosar of Arizona.
Recorded vote has
Stupid.
been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient
All
number
right.
having risen. Recorded vote
You
is
guys are
ordered.
too loud.
Members record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
You're just too loud. Okay. In early 2021, President Biden ushered in large stimulus package, which included one-time checks of $1,400. Whoops. The aid, which former President Trump previously suggested, followed major relief packages passed by his administration. Oops. Oh, whoops. I'm not here. Okay. I get it. February 1.7. Some economists warned that the government was pumping too much money into the system and the fresh round of aid to households and state government risked igniting inflation. Oh, let them starve so our precious inflation stays low. Are they going against MAGA? I stopped eating pit beef after I read about the guy who murdered... Okay. All right. Well, yeah. Probably not eating stuff at a stand is probably, probably okay too. I don't know. Third and largest stimulus check. April. You know what it was? Whoops. Whoa. Why can't you? Oh, there we go. Then I can go down. Okay. But under the surface, prices were starting to pick up for a few important products. Well, it's called corporate greed, kids. Welcome. Oh, car prices shoot higher. That's what it was. Okay. Consumer demand surged with the stimulus checks, but as families began buying products in huge quantities, hot demand crashed into limited supply. See, it's a little more complicated, kids, than mean old Joe Biden. A little more complicated than what the MAGAs seem to think. Factory shutdowns, computer chips shortages. Oh, the CHIPS Act? You mean that might help us? Huh. Interesting. What a strategic move that was. And clogged ports coincided, preventing companies from ramping up production and inventories. New car prices were among the first things to shoot up. Yeah, remember that? When you couldn't buy a used car? Nobody wants an AI car. It's true. Supply chain problems peak in December of 2021. The Federal Reserve initially treated the price pop as transitory, meaning it would most likely fade on its own, but officials started growing nervous as inflation showed signs of broadening. Rents began to rise quickly, as did prices of other services. Job openings and wage growth peak. The Fed backed away. Okay. I'm sorry. We're not going to listen to you guys because you're saying the same thing over and you're actually not giving us any information about what it actually says. Okay. The Fed backed away from promises to keep interest rates low for a long time, and in March 2022, it raised its benchmark rate from near zero in an effort to slow inflation. Oops. Oh, okay. Bitch, come on. What am I doing? Where am I? Okay. 8.3. Russia's invasion of Ukraine helped push up food and fuel prices, and it became clear that inflation was jumping to levels not seen in decades. The Fed jerked rates up sharply as inflation rose. The Consumer Price Index inflation peaked at 9.1% that summer as an array of products and services from cars to restaurant meals climbed up rapidly in price. Inflation peaks at 9.1. Subaru, 4 years old. Yes, Mickey. I know. That's the thing. I bought a used car too. And definitely expensive. I was lucky, I think. But yeah. 1998 Subaru. Those Subarus, man, they hang in there. The Consumer Price Index inflation peaked at 9.1 that summer as an array of products. Oh, yeah, I already read that. You already read that. Higher rates will bring some pain to households and businesses, Jerome Powell, who's not hurting, the Fed chair, warned in August. These are the unfortunate costs of reducing inflation, but a failure to restore price stability would mean for far greater pain. In August 2022, CHIPS Act and Inflation Reduction Act pass. Wow, actual legislation. I can't. That's amazing. Isn't it amazing? I think it's corporate greed. I don't know. I don't see anywhere the corporate greed in here. What's missing, kids? What are we missing? It's all, oh yeah, and in Canada, it's Trudeau's fault. So there you go. These guys are real, it's interesting how they coordinate so closely. It's interesting. But by late 2022, supply chain pressures were easing, allowing price increases on some goods to cool. The Fed slowed its rate increases as inflation decelerated, but officials still thought there was a chance that the economy would weaken meaningfully before inflation was fully vanquished. Going down, 2023, April 2023, and then June 2023. Gas prices cool and supply chain issues fade. Well, okay. And then in August, by mid-2023, though, inflation was notably cooler. Price jumps began to moderate, even in service categories, which made economists hope that deceleration might be the real deal. And then, no, we're gonna get to the then. Fed predicts 3 rate cuts in 2024. February 2024, 3 straight inflation reports are above expectations. March 2024. And then May 20. Whoops. Get back here. But in early 2020. Oh, no. Yeah. Inflation remained more stubborn than economists had anticipated. Investors initially expected the Fed to begin cutting interest rates early in the year, but they began to push back those forecasts as inflation lingered. Australia has the highest personal household income in the world, and people still complain. Yeah. there is a fair amount of perspective or lack thereof going on too. That's not really unusual. Oh, here we go. I want to just see. Oh my God. Never going to happen. Never going to happen because he lives in Florida. So not going to happen. Oops, I got to move this. Here, we'll put it next to me. This is never going to happen because he is from Florida. They both live in Florida. Okay, so that's not going to happen. This might happen, but I personally think that Donald Trump does not want anyone who even pretends to be smarter than him near him. Okay? I don't know that. I'm sure, you could probably convince Trump to do anything because he's really just trying to stay out of jail at this point. So I don't think he's real choosy. Frankly, not as choosy maybe as he was in the beginning. I don't know. So it could be this guy. I know that the money's on him. This guy, to me, is perfect for Trump because he's just a checkbook. He's just got wads of cash. He has zero personality, zero charisma, will not upstage Trump in any way, shape, or form, and he can just keep writing checks. That's why I think if Donald were really picking, he'd pick this guy. Because this guy will do whatever he wants and will Herschel Walker. And he will do whatever Trump wants and just keep writing checks. JD wants to be somebody someday. So I think that's even the shadow of that is too much ambition to be in the same room as Trump. Now, maybe this is a situation where, because I believe Trump's running just because he wants to stay out of prison, but, unfettered power, etc. Sure. But I don't even think he's that. I think that bores him, frankly. And you're not alone, Mickey. There's a lot of people that agree with you. My issue is that if he has any choice about it, he doesn't want someone who is anywhere upstaging him. And that to him would even be more offensive. Now, I'm sure I'm wrong because I'm sure whoever has needed to convince him that the wisdom of choosing J.D. Vance is wise, whatever, that's fine. Go ahead. And that's probably, they probably would convince him to take the safer route for sure. But I don't know. And then Marco Rubio to me is just like the third guy. We have to pick three, so we'll pick the third guy. I don't know. Now, the other piece is about the Mike Flynn. And if you didn't listen to the space last night, Jim Stewartson hosted his weekly Wednesday space. And there was a lot of discussion about the Mike Flynn strategery of how he kind of weasels his way into the Oval Office in some way, shape, or form. Manafort picked Pence to bring in the evangelicals, which again was a wise move. I mean, they were doing a lot of negotiating at that point, right? They were doing a lot of negotiating of how to get Trump palatable to a large swath of voters. And, from that standpoint, that was far more strategic. I'm not entirely convinced that they need someone that strategic this time. It doesn't seem to be about the vote to me this time. Let me see what you think of this. I don't think the VP choice is about attracting a voter base. I feel like they think they have enough of a voter base to make it. I think it's about who stands next to him. You know what I mean? Like, I think there's a policy or if it is JD Vance, then that to me says that the strategy is more around once they get in office, what do they need in that office? What do they need in a vice president once they get into office? Not trying to win over. Yes, thank you, Max. They're not trying to win over voters. They do plan on challenging the result. Now, we have to be so ready for this because They live in the cracks in the sidewalk on this issue. And that's why, to me, I got to do that show. I got to do a show on all of the mythologies that were put out there about voting irregularities. I have got to do that show. I'm doing that show next week. I'm going to do that show. Yes, you're right, Jim. Whoever stands next to him better not be taller, which is probably pretty safe. He's a pretty tall guy, actually. I wonder if he's shorter now, though, you know? And I don't think it's that Rubio's too stupid, Mickey. It's that they're both from the same state. So you can't do that. And now they can, if they win, they could break the rule. That's not a problem because they've got the Supreme Court on their side. So from that standpoint, you know, they're probably not that, you know, not that worried. But I think, I don't know. That's why, I mean, my kind of guilty pleasure choice is Doug Burgum, because then I would be proven right that all he wants is a checkbook flesh bag. Now, if it's not Doug Burgum and he picks J.D. Vance or someone like that, then it's like a flesh bag douchebag. So it's like a different combo. I'm sure Doug's a douchebag, don't get me wrong, but he's more known right now for his wallet than he is for his douchebaggery. I don't think he's that creative. I don't think Doug Burgum is that creative. You know, Supreme Court. Is he a lawyer? What about Flynn? Well, I think that I don't understand the details of this. So Flynn has been crowing, and his world, Flynn world, let's put it that way. Flynn world have definitely been pushing him as a VP, and then there was something about how they've been pushing a contested convention. So there's I would love to maybe tonight we can have Gal talk about that. I'm going to try and get her on screen or on voice so that you can hear her voice and she can explain what the end game is with the Flynn. But there, you know, Ivan Raiklin is talking about the convention, and they're talking about causing trouble at the convention. Well, Flynn is going for VP, Mickey, so he's moving beyond the military. He's been there, done that, got the T-shirt, and has the pension. He's got the T-shirt and the pension. Let's see. Oops. Let me see. I'm just getting some breaking news here. Hold on. Ooh! Oh my God. Wait, let me see if this story's up. Felix Sater. Yeah, he's a fucking ass, is what he is. Let me see if Felix Sater just lost his case. Hold on. I want to see if that comes up. Dang it. Felix Sater. Felix Sater. When was that? 2019. Damn. Okay, well, that's not. I don't care about that. Okay, wait, let me read this to you. It's from Yahoo News. All right. Ex-Trump associate Felix Sater and a man who possibly fake impregnated me on his face. I'm just saying. Check my account videos. There's something with Felix Sater there, okay? I had a run-in with Felix Sater. I'm just saying. It might have ended up in a fake pregnancy. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Ex-Trump associate Felix Sater loses money laundering trial. Ex-Trump associate Felix Sater... Okay, I read the same thing. A federal jury in Manhattan issued the verdict Wednesday in favor of the city of Almaty, Kazakhstan, and one of the country's biggest lenders, BTA Bank, awarding more than $32 million in damages, including interest, according to the lawyer for the plaintiffs, Matthew L. Schwartz of Boies Schiller Flexner LLP. The loss in court is a setback for Sater, a controversial real estate operative who once had offices at Trump Tower. Quote, "I reject the verdict and will be appealing," Sater said in a telephone interview, the verdict has yet to be posted on the court docket. Fan-fucking-tastic news, though. Can't wait to read more about that. Stone. Flynn has too much dirt on him to be a VP. Well, but that's probably why he would be VP. Don't you get it, Jim? I mean, he can extort Trump. I mean, if that's the case. Oh, you mean too much dirt on him? Oh, no, honey. You've missed the last 6 months, Jim. Come on now. Catch up. Flynn is a Kennedy Democrat. Haven't you heard? He says it in his movie. I know, because I was there. He also says that he hates Washington. He's not a Republican or a Democrat, actually. Because that's just a uniparty. The derp state, if you will. So he's a whole new, brand new leader for America. Just watch. Yeah, he's already positioning himself. He's already said what he wants. He will be. Flynn is selling and he just launched his own AR-15 or something. So there you go. A TERF insulted a transgender United Airlines flight attendant yesterday and stopped her from boarding her joining flight. She took to Twitter and MAGA types piled on. Some called for the... Oh, my God. I am telling you, GP, the TERFs are just out of fucking control. God, they really... They're just finding their day with this fucking bigoted bullshit that's been pushed on us. Someone that will shock everyone, not in a good way. That's potentially true. That's potentially true. I mean, he could pick Flynn. Flynn's been really saying, look at me, I'm really popular. Look at me, look at me, look at me. So I could see that happening. I don't know. I could see that happening. Russian banker denies a role in planned Trump building. There he is. I wish I could find, hold on, let me see if I can, let me find my, hold on, I'm going to move this over here. Let me find my Felix Sater moment, because I love that moment. That's a great moment. That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. Well, let me see what else is happening right now, just in case we're... What? What is this? Ending? What is this? Okay, whatever. I don't even know what that is. I'm not sure I want to know. Okay. Never mind. Okay. Okay. Where is it? Oh, yeah. I'm like, what am I doing? Who am I? Oh boy. I almost have too many videos now. I gotta organize these videos better, because this is not good. I got too many short videos. Oh boy. Maybe, I can search. Felix Sater. Oh, fuck. God damn it. Felix Sater. Lolo's Lounge? Would that work? Oh, it did. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Get back there. Now, this is NSFW, okay, kids? So, just use your good judgment. Don't play it with your moms in the room or anything, all right? All right? Sensitive. You heard Carrie last night? I don't think Carrie Lake. I don't think so. She's too unpopular and kind of like, she got kind of cringy, I think, when she was like, I tape these people trying to bribe me to stop running for Senate. You know what I mean? I think that made her look like a pussy. So, unification. He is? Is that what his gun's from, Jim? Okay, here we go. This is just a minute, and it's almost 2 minutes. Come on now, you've got 2 minutes. Yeah, Carrie has loser stink on her. That's a better way of putting it. Thank you, Max. That's the winner right there. That's right there. Okay, let me play this for you. Hold on. Okay, get ready. It's hard to it might be hard to hear.
And I will apologize directly to Teresa. I'm sorry about that, actually.
Sorry. Thanks, Paul. That's really nice of you. Thank you, Mr. Sater, for letting me.
And I apologize to the audience as well.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Poole. Thank you. That's so nice of you. I really appreciate that. So I'm just wondering, to whom should I be sending? Oh, whoops. It's kind of low. The child support request, because the circle jerk in this room has actually made me pregnant, and so I am going to need the address of everyone in this space, because I think the amount of semen has literally permeated my vagina and made me pregnant. I don't know else to say.
Yeah, well, you can DM me. Okay. You can DM me, and I'll give you my address. That's
okay,
fine.
baby,
Everything goes to
I'll
full.
do that. I'll be right on top of that, because you're actually my favorite.
Oh, well, thank you. Full. Send that right to his address.
See, and I thought this was a research project. I didn't realize this was
Oh,
a
I
porno
do all
channel.
kinds of research, baby.
Send that straight to her inbox, would you please?
Would you? It's open. My DM. Oh, I've been muted.
No, you're still speaking.
Yeah,
Now she's been muted.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Yeah, I apologize, guys. This is pretty much my fault. I don't know how to use these controls. This is my first time hosting a space. I feel like if anyone should be yelled at, it should be me, that I don't know how to police this properly. So feel free to yell at me.
Julie, nobody's allowing anybody to yell at you. Nobody's allowing anyone to yell at you. That's not happening. That one, I can't control Fool, but I'm not allowing anybody to yell at you. That's
Oh, that's a good one. Oh, it's a good one. All right. That was a good one. Oh, memories. Memories, memories, memories. Light the corners of my mind. Misty watercolor memories of the way we were. Yep. Yep. Come on. What? Oh, they're still doing votes. Jesus Christ on a cracker. The original Space Invaders. That's right, Jay Rance. Oh my God. Wait, let's play the other one too while we're here. Hold on. Let me go find the other one. Hold on. I'm going to go find the other one. I don't want you to see my ridiculous homepage full of chuds. No, it's not full of chuds. It's actually full of like audiobooks. And a couple chuds. Let me see. Where's my channel? Where's my channel? All right, let's go to my channel. This is great, actually. This is a perfect place to spend some time. So let's take a tour. Right now, first of all, can you just appreciate the graphic that I quickly downloaded for this morning's? I didn't create this graphic, obviously. This is an unknown artist. But I choose Jesus. Come on now. That's pretty brilliant. Come on now. All right, there's the debate. We're watching the debate tonight, so don't miss it. And then, oh yeah, I'm going to go to the farmer's market one of these days. Probably Sunday. MTG looks like she has Nathanael. She probably does. I mean, don't we all? I don't know. There's something happening with Stephanie, whatever the fuck her name is. I can't remember. I choose Jesus. Okay, so let's see where let's see. Videos. Where's the one with I love some of my videos. I just love some of my videos. Yes, mostly Europeans if I recall correctly. Okay, wait a minute. Where's that damn Ollie Alexander? Oh my God. That's Felix Sater. Here, remember, 2 years ago.
Does have a costume and wants to come on, or even doesn't have a costume and wants to come on, you can hit the click. You can click the link at the top of. Oh no, you can't. Hold on, I'll do it again. Oh my God, here we go. Maybe I'll do it. Maybe you'll all get disconnected. It's an adventure.
Look at GP's here.
It's an adventure. Oh my God. Oh my God! It's Boomer Halloween.
I'm so funny. Oh, whoops. Damn it.
He
Okay.
does have a costume and wants to come on.
Sorry. So dumb. It's so fucking dumb, but I loved it. That was 2022. That was a good lounge. Remember, we couldn't be on YouTube because I got kicked off of YouTube. So we had to be on like Twitch or something ridiculous like that. Oh my God. Oh, the good old days. Where's the, let's see. There's some, if you're ever really bored, this was a good one. This is my beat.
Podcasts and whatnot, the publications,
Wait, is this the music?
publications.
Oh, it's not the music video. Damn it. I want the music video. Anyway, that's fine. Yeah, some of these are funny. Some of them aren't. Some of them are stupid. I was hoping. Oh, wait, here we go. Oh, this one's a good one.
Shows exactly where we are in terms of how normalized.
That's Snowden.
And it's a drip, drip, drip that made it normalized. Oh my goodness, there's Lolo. Hi. It just is.
Well, not. I mean, they had. What did they have? They had swastikas, and then they had some other made-up white nationalist thing, and then they also had
And DeSantis flag.
DeSantis
DeSantis 2024.
It's not very
Because I
loud.
know you need to go. Can I point out a worse problem that happened related to that recently that actually I think is indicative of why we have a problem? I made a comment about them wearing masks because I was in Florida 4 years, so I sort of was making a joke. Oh my God, wait, I didn't know DeSantis supporters were allowed to wear masks. That was my joke, right? I didn't say anything about them being Nazis even. And by the way, that's Patriot Front. I monitor that group. And so I didn't make a comment, and I got a NAFO person. You're just alienating potential people we could talk to convert from.
I guess I. Sorry, this is so low.
Why aren't you upset about the Nazis? Not vote for.
Oh well, that we can all.
And you were there.
Oh, that's when I'm at the end.
Epic. Epic. I just woke up and it must have been a dream. But you were there. You were there, and you were there. You were there, No Fash. You were there too, and Jim, you were there. And I remember Hi-Fi was there. And then all of a sudden there was a man speaking, and he wouldn't shut the fuck up. And you know how men do. They just won't shut the fuck up sometimes, if you catch my fucking meaning. Jesus.
And with that,
It was like 12:30 in the morning.
I am so grateful.
It was like, oh, that's right. I played Blondie. It's true. Oops. Oh, damn.
Shows exactly where we are.
It's funny. Okay. Sorry. That was really low and kind of cringy. There's something wrong with Rudy. Yeah, that was a funny one. I don't know. I'm just having fun right now. Right now, I'm just having fun. Let's see that. Oh, a limerick. You guys want to hear a limerick? Also promoting conspiracy theory or restreaming Coachella. That's right. Or it's the music video that was that I was banned for. That one. Remember election disinformation? That's right. Oh, yeah. Joel was there. Remember? That's when he was trying to get up our ass.
Wait. There once was a one bald man named Smith. He spoke with a bit of a lisp. When he put his foot down, the other clanged with a sound against the side of his thigh like a fist. I just wrote a limerick in fucking real time. I don't know. 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 I don't know.
Oh, funny. We're so funny, aren't we? Yes, it was the conspiracy theory. It was the Umflo song. It was Umflo. Mark Burnett clips. I got all these, like, look at this. I got great shit. I'm going to try and do some DJ stuff. Let's see. What did I put on here? Where is Oomflow? Where's Oomflow? Oh, come on. That's enough. Pilates, in case you guys want to do Pilates. Where's Oomflow? Did I miss it? I'm so confused. Clip, tree resources, cults. Where's Oomflow? Karaoke, art, play, blah, blah, blah. What happened? Something's weird about my... Oh, there it is. Jesus Christ. Look at this, man. We have a whole album. We have a whole album here. You took that video. Oh, you did. Yes, you posted it with a new. Yeah, well, I'm not going to play it again. I don't want to get cut again. Oh, I'm scared to play one of our old songs. Oh, my God. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, that's not my favorite. That's not my favorite of our songs. Mostly because of the way I sang. Okay, I can't. I'm so embarrassed. Hi, Neil. Hello, bon tweet. Bieber. Bonjour. 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 Oh, well. I don't know. I'm kind of flailing at this point. I really wish that I could find that. Well, I guess I could go to my X account. Hold on. I can go to my X account. Where am I? Go to mine. Coke in the White House. Okay, here it is. This one. Oh, this is a long one. Well, but it's worth it.
Huh? Right for her nuts. Yeah. Fuck yeah. Wow. Okay, then. Well,
Wait,
I can't
whoops.
follow that up.
Sorry. Okay. Let me give you context. This was Ollie Alexander's return to Twitter. And he hosted a space when he returned to Twitter. And so I got a speaker spot. Yeah, Our Lips Are Sealed is our best collab. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. I love that one. Good morning, Neil. So this was his first space after he came back on Twitter like a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago. I don't even know when it was. Anyway, and then right after this, he disappeared because he had the sexting allegations with, I believe, underage. It might not have been underage, but I believe it might have been people. So Ali Alexander has just recently come back out of hiding again for the umpty-umpth time. So anyway, this was about a year and a half ago.
Who cares about the left? I want to clean up the right. All right, let's go to, is it Lolo or Lulu?
It's Lolo. How are you, Ali?
How are you?
I'm good. Long time listener. I'm a first time caller here, but I haven't seen you on Twitter in a while. But I've been on Telegram. Yeah, but I right? Yeah, I know the feeling. I've been banned myself a few times. But so long time listener, but the first time caller here. So a few things. I cannot believe I'm agreeing with you on Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk. WTF? What's going on? Is there anybody out there? So can't believe that's happening. And then also Marjorie Taylor Greene. So what do you think of the whole, kitten fight between her and whatever her name is? Loomer? Is that her name? Yeah. What's up with that? What's up with that? Right. When are we going to get to see some girl-on-girl action? I need Jell-O. Where is the Jell-O? Right? Yeah. That's going to spice. Hey, that's how you bring in the young kids.
Oh, gosh. No, I'm telling you, I think Gen Z is a lot. They're not prudes. They're just
IP2. We're going to IP2 this shit, Ollie. IP2 it.
I don't know what that is. What is that?
Oh, sorry. Never mind. It's YouTube. It's the end of YouTube. It's the end of YouTube. And the beginning of 8chan.
Censor that. So, because
Yeah, censor? What?
Yeah, I'm not a free speech absolutist either.
Oh my God, Ollie, I'm learning so much about you.
I'm a Christian cancelist. Okay, cancel. I'm reversing my positions. I was
Flip-flopping? No.
Yeah, it's called growth. I want to
Oh,
flip flop on every
is that
wrong
what it's
position I have. I want it to be made right.
Okay, well, I have an app for that. I have a few accounts that maybe you should consider following.
No. Okay, so
Start with mine.
this.
Like, share,
Let me say
subscribe.
this.
Yep.
So Marjorie betrayed me very privately, and then I watched her betray some other J6 families. So it's like, for me,
You're loving this.
No, well, I'm loving this, but it's always like living in the future. Is that I am not so influential that I can convince everyone that Marjorie's a traitor until she shows her own colors.
Well,
So
that's
almost like
objectively
I have to
true.
Wait.
Yeah.
I have to wait. Like, I know things about Bannon that would make people's skin crawl.
Well, then I say, let him out, girl. Let it out.
No,
let it out. Let's hear it.
That would be an act of ego.
I'm all here for it. Pump it up. If you know you can feel it. Sorry, I sing a lot.
Yeah.
I'll stop.
So at the end of the day, I'm Team Laura Loomer. Few people.
But wait. Doesn't she? I'm asking honestly. Does she not have problematic stances for you, or are you all cool with that?
I only want to associate with people I disagree with. Why would I? I've never met.
What are you? That's so silly. So what are we going to be? Are you going to be painting my nails this weekend?
No, I'm not. Definitely not. You would talk my ear off to the point where it's like major turn off.
That's not untrue. That might be the first true thing that I've heard you say in a long time. Just kidding. I'm just teasing.
She's funny.
I am funny. I am super funny. I hope I am.
Lewis is looking for a mate because he's about to choose the wrong one.
Oh, sorry. Well, I'm not available. I'm in a relationship. So sorry.
Yeah, I'm in a bad one.
Oh no! Sorry to hear that. Well, you know what? If you ever change I don't know what your politics are, but I'm assuming if you're hanging out with this guy, and I'm just kidding, Ollie. You know how I feel about you.
Easy, that's my politics.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'm all democracy. Anyway, Ollie, I would love to see you arm wrestle Marjorie Taylor Greene. That would be wonderful. I would pay for that. So that's another. I'm just giving you ideas. So I'm going to expect my 10% Dogecoin any day now. Okay. I'll give you. I'll drop my Cash App ho. All right.
I got banned from Cash App.
What?
Yeah.
God, what kind of world is this?
But you know what? I would arm wrestle Marjorie Taylor Greene if she was willing to do a drug test first.
Oh, ouch. Ouchie McGouchie. Wow, you're going right there, mister, huh?
Right for her nuts. Yeah.
Fuck yeah. Wow. Okay then. Well, I can't follow that up. You
There's
actually.
There's a reason why nobody that I'm calling out ever tags me back. Because I've got all the
Well, okay. Ollie, there might be other reasons. Darling, nobody wanted to tell you. I'm just saying, there may be other reasons than not tagging you. I hate to say it. Anyway, I gotta go. This has been great. I really hope you face some accountability for all the fuckery you've been involved with. Good night, everybody.
He kicked me off after that. So that was that. That was my time with Ali Alexander. It was pretty good. Pretty good times. Good times. Anyway, yeah, so that's pretty, whoa. That's just my about. Let's see. I'm not sure what am I happy with these days? Let's see. There's this.
We got to find out somebody told me I got to poll the audience.
It's me with Mike Flynn.
If you drove for more than 1 hour to get here, please raise your hand.
Hello. Girl, I did.
Keep them up. 2 hours.
Yes, girl. Well, traffic.
3 hours, keep them up.
No.
4 hours.
I can't lie about that.
That's the guy who owns the farm sitting behind me.
So pretty.
so pretty. So pretty. It's so pretty. Wait, here we go.
Couple quick thank yous. Want to say thank you right over here. Michael Flynn Jr., give him a round of applause. He's in the film.
Boone Cutler blocked me on Twitter, you big pussy.
Give them a round of applause. The one and only General Flynn over here, who's the film.
That's the woman who was watching me the whole time.
And she is not here tonight, but we always want to give our respect and our thank you to Lori Flynn, General
Isn't it interesting? Lori Flynn was nowhere. She didn't get to come to California. Oh, yeah, I have a Twitter, too.
If you want to still have a country,
there he is.
You don't want to be the United Socialist States of America.
The little teeny tiny.
The direction we're heading, then you've got to get involved. And you've got to say to yourself and your friends and family, hey, let's go down, to the county seat. Let's go to the school board hearing tonight. Because you guys are nuts out here in California.
You gotta be a believer. You gotta be a believer.
No, we got a little class. We got a little class as we're driving in. One of the guys that we're with, he's a former deputy sheriff.
So yeah, that was that.
A group, and you attach a group to be the cause of that fear. And then you attach everybody around that group. You kind of encompass them to make the group larger. And that's how you demonize people, and you demonize groups, and you become polarized. And these are the things that we
Oh wait, this is
informed. And Mr. Shaper is not available until after 4. So I was going to, maybe we could go back to Ms. Honey.
No.
How about this? Why don't we take a break?
With what he got.
See if Mr. Farrell can get the documents.
How can you be happy with what you got when people turn around and stab you in the back?
Sense.
As far as I care,
I'd be thankful for that.
All be charged with treason.
All right, why don't we break? Is 15 minutes enough for you to check and get them?
Hung by a rope. How is they can hang them?
America is angry at what's happening. They're angry at what they've done to our veterans. They're angry at what they've
something
done
else is playing,
to our
huh?
military overseas and deployed around the world. They're angry at the withdrawal of Afghanistan. They're angry. So I'm with you on the emotion. But you know what? We don't have to do some of the means you talked to.
So the guy basically was almost in tears at a Wisconsin rally for Trump. And he was talking to Tintin, who is also Brian Glenn, who no longer works.
Every single time. Every single
Happy Christmas.
The actual enemy, which is a crooked president and a crooked family who has profited for far too long off the United States of America.
Anyway.
The actual enemy, which is
all right. Anyway, it's not clear if Monday will be the final day. That's what I heard. SCOTUS makes it official. The term will roll into next week. They've added Monday as a decision day following decisions tomorrow. We should expect the worst, okay? Just expect the worst. And we deal with what comes. That's it. Okay? We know what we're facing. We know what we have to do in November. Think about what you can do between now and November to help Joe and Kamala over the line so that we can have a nice, semi-calm administration. Okay? So that's really, regardless, whether he's immune, not immune, it's carved out, it's not carved out, it's this, it's that, it's the other, July 11th,
Bing a Bong, Boogie Bach, Steve Bannon, July 1st. You know what I mean? Like, it's all going to be okay. What will happen is going to happen. Get out in the street, do your protesting, canvass your neighborhoods, volunteer for your local Democrat Party, make them better, like get in there. Let's get in there. Let's get in there. At the first debate in 2016, I remind you, Trump literally tried to kill Biden by infecting him with COVID before there was a vaccine. You mean 2020, sorry. This, according to Trump's own chief of staff. Yeah, right? So much for presidential immunity. Oh, Greg. Awesome. Let's see what Greg's saying. Well, that's 2020. I know he said in 2016, but yeah, obs, Greg. We know it's all right. The time Trump almost gave Biden COVID. That's right, he did. He was knowingly infected with COVID, and we all just ignore. The press just ignored it. They just basically said, "Oh, by the way, Trump tested positive for COVID before he went to the debate." It's crappy. The people like the guy last night who are going to vote for him, I'm kind of like, how can you just even think that that's a human being worth your vote? It doesn't even matter. Like, if I were a Republican, I would vote for Biden so that I could get back to an operating government. You know what I mean? Like, I don't understand that. Andy almost killed Chris Christie. That's right. Julia said that below. New Yorker magazine. I'm not. No. Okay. Well, anyway, for those of you who are members of New York Magazine, that article is amazing, I'm sure. Let's see. Let's see what's going on.
The young lady yields.
Are we all done? Oh, okay. So we should be coming back, right? After a nice little pee break or something. Do. Do we have anything over here? No, we don't.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 63, printed in Part B of House Report 118-559.
Oh, yeah, I was going to read that article.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 63, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-559. Offered by Ms. Tenney of New York.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1316, the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Tenney, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer my amendment number 63 to prohibit funding for President Biden's Executive Order 14019, entitled, quote, Executive Order on Promoting Access to Voting. This executive order requires federal agencies to use their power, their influence, their resources, and yes, taxpayer cash to enter into agreements with partisan non-governmental organizations, mostly left-leaning, to conduct voter registration and other mobilization activities.
Terrible.
Mr. Chair, this executive order is
We should
nothing
only have,
but a blatant attempt to transform the federal government into a partisan get-out-the-vote scheme for the Democrats.
That's not
America's
true.
civil servants must be nonpartisan, and federal agencies should not be using taxpayer funds to actively engage in get-out-the-vote operations that have nothing to do with the agency's core missions.
Your grass green on grass green is disgusting.
And the Hatch Act violations that this activity would trigger.
Oh my God.
Mr. Chair,
No,
Biden
I'm
should
not.
be
I don't even
weaponizing
care.
the federal government
I want you to be quiet.
to
Oops.
manipulate.
I want you to be quiet, Tenny, and let me tell you why. Let me tell you about what nonprofits do to engage voters in communities. All right? They do programs that develop multilingual materials that explain ballots. Have you ever gone through a ballot? I've spent the last 2 elections with LA ballots, and those things require in each case, it required 2 to 3 days of research on people like judges and other issues. So it is amazingly necessary for there to be nonprofits that are able to help educate all voters. They educate all voters, not just some. They make sure people are registered to vote. And what this woman is claiming is just because they may be, kind of human services types organizations or something like that, even though they are organizations that may do social good, that is why she's claiming they're democratic. And that's an interesting, flex. That you think somehow just because an organization is dedicated to doing public good and is held to standards for doing that public good, by the way, right? It's not a shell game. It's not private. So these organizations typically do outreach in the community to low voting neighborhoods. They may do registration drives at different locations throughout the city. They may help mobilize, mobile voting. I don't know. They could do a million different things. But what they don't do is say only Democrats need come and avail of our services. They don't say that. They don't convince people to become Democrats. They are not as the Republicans would be, which is apostolic in their approach. Okay. So the bottom line is you can claim all this stuff, but it just makes you look like the fool because you don't understand what these organizations do for you and your community. So there. She's wrong. Claudia Tenney is an idiot, and she's bought and paid for by somebody, and it's not anybody I want to associate with. Empty Wheel, Marcy. Really recommend supporting Empty Wheel and all the great people with Substacks. Like if they have a paid subscription, it's important to try and afford it because if you really value what their kind of reporting and input is. Marcy happens to be one of the people I give. It's like $2, I think, a month or something. So I really appreciate it. And I'm trying to do more. I'm trying to add more and more into my portfolio. If you think about it, Sammy Alito and Clarence Thomas have a huge disincentive to let Trump go on trial for January 6th. If he is reelected, they can retire in style without worries of their bribery gratuities being reversed under less corrupt justices replaced by Biden. Oh, boycott Substack. Yeah, I'm just saying if they have a subscription service, I would support them in their subscription service. That's all. I mean, do your due diligence and definitely don't support programs or platforms that you don't want to support. I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just saying it's a good idea to look at people that you really follow and really consume their information and find ways to support them. Might be different. Maybe they just have a PayPal or something or whatever. I don't know, a Cash App or something. Let's see. Yeah, I am interested to see. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, gal's coming in with the hot. He co-founded the Heritage Foundation. Well, that kind of explains a lot of it, doesn't it? We just launched our new website on Trump's Project 2025 agenda. Every single American needs to know about this. JoeBiden.com, Project 2025. Oh, fabs. Well, let's go here. Trump allies 920-page plan to give Trump more power, or any Republican, over your daily life, gut Democratic checks and balances, and consolidate power in the Oval Office. Project 2025 is the plan by Donald Trump's MAGA Republican allies to give Trump more power, or you do, okay, blah, blah, blah. Trump's campaign advisors and close allies wrote it and are doing everything they can to elect him so he can execute their playbook immediately. Here is a taste of Trump's Project 2025. Takes away reproductive freedom nationwide, uses the presidency for revenge on Trump's political and personal enemies, terminates the Constitution, consolidates power in the Oval Office. Okay, I love this. I just want to kind of back away from the clickbaity type of headline. Yes, yeah, terminates the Constitution. Well, okay, let's read more. Let's read more, and they give you more because they're amazing. The highest levels of MAGA Trump elite. Well, let's say who. Tell us who. It's the Heritage Foundation and who. Okay, I want to see this. Make no mistake, Justice Sotomayor says in her Jarksy dissent, today's decision is a power grab. It is. It is a power grab. Illuminating piece from Dan Dresner explaining that Trump's main support among business elites comes from the reactionary investor financier class that has little concern for the national interest. Yeah. Project 2025 wants to cut. Okay, so let's just hit some highlights here. Okay, dictator on day one, prosecute. Trump has made violent attack. Okay, deport protesters. They're threatening to deport students who engage in protests against the government. Journalists. A unified Reich. Did he really say that? I missed that one, but I did hear about it. But I just defund law enforcement like FBI, CIA. And it's not to say that agencies don't need revisiting, but he wants to just destroy them because they want to put that ultimately he knows he's going to go to prison. And he does not want to go to prison. He doesn't want to go to prison. And really, running for president was his only way to even think about staying out of prison. If you really think about it, don't assume that he's overthinking this. Okay? Don't assume that he's overthinking this. Trump wants to restore the power of impoundment, allowing Trump to unilaterally withhold congressionally appropriated funds. So that's bad. Plans to bring historically independent agencies under his control, including the Department of Justice. Wants to completely dismantle key departments like the Department of Education. They want to throw it to the states. Do you understand how state boards of education are already somewhat overtaxed and as actually some of them are as or more potbelly or whatever that is. What's that thing where they're pork? There's a lot of waste in the administration of state education board agencies, right? I mean, that's just a given. So to throw more responsibility and then mean that kids moving from one state to another won't have the same standards, don't have, you know what I mean? There's a lot of reasons to not do that and to do a better job of what we do already. You know what I mean? None of these are, it's not him. And I understand that the wording of this document is meant to point to Trump as the direct opponent. But do not mistake that Project 2025 is a Heritage Foundation, slash Council for National Policy. Those leaders who are all the kind of loving MAGA leaders, right? They love MAGA. MAGA's great because it allows them to put in these power grabs, right? Without pushback from their voters. And so none of these are Tenope's goals or desires. This is a reactionary conservative wish list that he'll agree to for insulation from narcissistic injury. Yes. I do feel that I might say that, they don't care about Trump. It's not really Trump that's the issue. This is really the marching orders for any Republican administration. That's really it. I think so. I think you're right, GP. I think we would lose strategic partners. I really do. I just don't know how quickly things would start to dismantle. And I don't want to think about that, actually. So I'm Dan Bongino. That's the only song I think of. Take away your banana. In 2016, he said you have to ban abortion. Wait, that's not. Well, let's talk about what he says now because he flip flops. Because of Trump's bans. The extremists have a plan. They do want to make a national abortion ban. Okay. They don't. They have made the mistake of including IVF. They don't get how this all works. They've already shown us that they'll take away any restrictions on gun use. They want, Katie Britt has that thing where she put in a bill. Katie Britt, the senator from Nebraska, I think, she put in a bill that establishes a nationwide database of pregnant people. This is handmade stuff. So this isn't like, oh, be scared, be scared. Yeah, be scared, but yeah, be scared. Okay? Because they're not fucking around anymore. Like the first 2016 was push the fences, see what happens. Find the people who are willing to push the fences with you. Right? So they did that. Now it's phase 2, if you will. They know where the fences are broken. They know what they can get away with. And they're going to do it again. And the way it's going to happen is we're going to win the popular vote. We're going to win the Electoral College. But they're going to throw up every possible seemingly legal challenge. It won't end up being legal, but it'll waste an awful lot of time and create awful lot of chaos. We've all seen that. It happened in 2020. We're suffering the effects of that right now. So that's the preparation that I want us to be ready for. But this is a great link. I want to read that. I do want to read that. I'm going to run to the ladies. I'll be right back.
I reserve a point of order. Point of order been reserved by the gentleman from California. Objection and amendment we considered. The gentleman from North Carolina is recognized to explain the amendment.
Oops. There it is.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On June 25, 2024, just 2 days before this markup, the committee received a letter from the White House stating that the committee's subpoena raises significant separation of powers issues because there are executive branch interests at stake. And I'd like you to bear that in mind. I'll come back to the dating and the timing of all this. June 25, just 2 days ago is when the letter appeared. Almost simultaneously, the White House sent a similar letter to Mr. Zwanitzer's attorney stating that he, for those same reasons, quote, is not authorized to provide any of the president's information, close quote, until the White House has reviewed any production. Mr. Zwanitzer's attorney then transmitted a letter to the committee stipulating, in effect, that he would follow the White House's instruction and not release any responsive information. This amendment addresses the White House's and Mr. Zwanitzer's meritless last-minute delay tactics, and it's here that I want to return to the timing. All this began with a letter from the committee to Mr. Zwanitzer on February 14, 4.5 months ago. The committee's subpoena was issued March 22, 2024. The White House, by the content of the letter they sent, makes clear that it has been in touch with Mr. Zwanitzer throughout. But let me tell you something. It didn't take the White House 3 months to figure out that it was going, that it, if it, whatever, it doesn't have any merit here, but whatever argument it was going to make, that it was going to make that argument. We heard a lot from the minority as this hearing opened on this markup about politics. Well, what you see in the White House tendering a letter to obstruct the committee 2 days before the markup and 3 months after the issuance of the subpoena is a bad faith, dilatory tactic to interfere with the exercise of constitutional authority under the impeachment inquiry resolution, vesting power in this committee. That's exactly what it is. As an initial matter, the White House letter states that the committee's demand is for the, quote, president's information. But the subpoenaed information in Mr. Zwanitzer's possession are not the president's personal papers, but rather Mr. Zwanitzer's materials that he used to write the president's book. Simply put, the responsive materials and information covered by the committee's subpoena belong to Mr. Zwanitzer, and the committee has appropriately chosen to pursue them from Mr. Zwanitzer. No executive privilege protects the subpoenaed materials and information from disclosure.
I hit the wrong
in its
button,
letters,
sorry.
The White House failed to put forth any legal authority or support for its proposition that the executive privilege applies to conversations between a former vice president and a private citizen. It's odd
I know,
for the
we
White
should.
House to
Snowden,
raise the
that's a great
prospect
idea.
that the material President Biden discussed with Mr. Zwanitzer
Foundation name is
possibly be
valuable
covered by
enough that
executive
militant
privilege
griper airs
when the
will.
president discussed the material with him
Wait.
for the purpose of writing a book, allowed him to keep the material after the book project was over, and apparently did not have any contract
Seriously.
with Mr. Zwanitzer requiring him to keep the material confidential.
Oh, check DM. Sorry. Hi, Teresa.
Additionally, the White House did not exert
Yeah.
executive privilege over the
Oh,
material
yeah, Ivan
before it
has
was
his purge
disclosed to
list.
Special Counsel Herr's office. Therefore, any conceivable executive privilege over the material has been waived.
Oh my
Moreover,
God,
the
are
White
we
House
not done
relies
with
on the
this?
Supreme Court's
Jesus
ruling in
Christ
Trump
on a
versus
cracker.
Mazars, except the Mazars framework only applies to
Oh,
personal
thank
information
you.
about the president
Teresa
held by third
sent
parties
us
that is
the
covered by some sort of
Felix
contractual
Sater
or statutory
information.
obligation
Thank you.
of confidentiality. As the committee has explained repeatedly to Mr. Zwanitzer, the Mazars ruling does not apply to the subpoena issued to him because he has not established that he is under any such obligation, especially since such information was used to write a publicly released memoir. The committee cannot allow the White House to interfere in our actions to carry out
Really?
our
Because they can
constitutional
invoke
oversight
executive
duties.
privilege. That's like
Chairman,
it's
my
that's why
time
they
is
call it a privilege.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California withdraws a point of order who seeks recognition. Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, much as I
had to
don't
read
like
that.
certain parts of the Mazars decision, it clearly applies in this case, and the committee is required to engage with the White House in order to seek an accommodation over materials held by a private party, as they were in the Mazars
Oh my gosh,
case,
Snowden.
and seek to resolve this with the White House.
What is
So
it
I would ask
Vivek used to
unanimous
say? Like,
consent
I'm
we
going
enter
to
into
cut the
record your
DOE in
correspondence
half
to the
day
White
one.
House,
Objection.
seeking
Bullshit.
to engage them to resolve this. And I thank the chairman for not objecting. Can you produce that correspondence to the White House asking for accommodation on these materials you sought by this subpoena?
First time they reached out to us was 2 days ago.
Yes, and of course, the author expressed the concern that these materials may implicate interests of the executive. I think that was weeks ago. But having admitted without dissent your correspondence to the White House, can you produce that for us where you have sought an accommodation, where you've sought to work this out with the White House? Can you share that with us since that is now part of the record?
I thought you had it. You wanted to enter it into the record.
I do. I presume that knowing your responsibilities, you have sought to engage the White House. So,
Mr. Chairman, point
would
of
you
order.
produce the...
Recognized for point of order.
I think a unanimous consent request to submit something to the record is where the person who's asking for the floor is the proponent of submitting information.
Jim already said
member
that, so
has.
shut the
I don't
fuck
believe
up.
it's appropriate to ask a unanimous consent request to engage in a colloquy over discovery of information or obtaining information from another member of the committee.
Great, and that's why I said
Shut up.
no objection to the unanimous consent request. If the gentleman from California wants
Yeah,
to
but you didn't produce it.
present it to us.
Did you produce it?
I would
Who's
like
asking if it
clarification from the
exists?
chairman. Does this mean that there is no correspondence from you to the White House seeking accommodation on this
We've had
material?
all kinds of correspondence with the White House on this broad subject relative to the
Oh,
Zwonitzer and the letter
but
we
what
got 2
about
days
on
ago.
the
We've not
specific
corresponded with the White House
subject?
yet. I don't know if
and
we
you've
will,
not-
we may.
and
That's a
you-
decision
you?
we'll make.
And you have not corresponded with the White House seeking accommodation ever since the author who you are subpoenaing and seeking to hold in contempt
That's actually what it is.
articulated the view that
That's really what's happening
executive
here, isn't Jimmy?
interest and potential privilege over this
I
material.
got the
You
Jimmy
haven't sought to engage over the
Jordan
weeks since you
blues.
received that
I don't want to show my work.
Since the letter on the 25th of this month, 2 days ago.
And prior to that time, did you engage the White House in
Yeah,
an
did you?
effort to obtain
all
these
kinds of
materials?
engagements with
No,
our counsel
be specific.
and counsel.
I'm talking about
Justice
Be
Department and
specific.
White House with our
Be
counsel
specific.
over the last several months relative to the
I'm
special
talking about
counsel
this
FERS
subpoena,
report.
Mr. Chairman. Did you engage with the White House
On this
at any
subpoena
time in the last several
of this
weeks
guy,
since issuing
Mark
this subpoena,
Zwanitzer?
the one you want to hold this witness in contempt for? Did you ever engage with the White House
Jimmy
in an effort to accommodate, an effort to reach an agreement, an effort to prevent this from having to be litigated?
Adam
Did you ever write any correspondence, make any call to the White House seeking to engage, seeking to get these materials that you're seeking from the author instead from the White House? Did you ever do that, Mr. Chairman?
We're seeking documents from a private individual who I might add tried to destroy the
I guess the question is, I guess the answer is no.
Since 2
Yes, the
days
answer is no.
The answer is since 2 days ago, I have not.
I'm not asking the question about since 2 days ago, although nothing
That's when they
prevented
first raised the
you,
concern.
nothing prevented you from writing a letter within the last 2 days or reaching out to the White House before this.
Now you want me to be clairvoyant and read the White House's mind and write a letter before they tell us something?
Nothing prevented you from seeking these materials from the White
California
House
is known
for months, Mr. Chairman. For months.
Not a mind reader.
And I thank you for making a very clean record for anyone that will look at this. That you
gentleman from
never
North Carolina
sought
said
an accommodation
months ago the White House could have raised the concern, and they
obtain
did
these
it.
documents. Because your first move, of course, is to go right to contempt. Ironically, of course, for a chairman who was in contempt of his own subpoena.
Or wait, here's the video.
Still
Oh,
waiting
wait.
for you to testify
I
and meet the
don't
obligations
know
of your own subpoena, Mr. Chairman. But nevertheless, I appreciate your making such a clean record for any court in this case that you have never sought an accommodation, never written to the White House, never called the White House, never had any communication with the White House in order to obtain these materials as part of an accommodation. Thank you for that very clean record for the court, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. He seeks recognition. Gentleman from
Certified badass.
Thank you, Adam Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Along those lines, I'd like to point out that this wasn't just raised 2 days ago in a letter from the White House. This was raised on April 12th by a letter from Mr. Zwanitzer's
There's some amazing Democratic Republicans or Democratic members.
That,
Republicans, Democrat congressmen, congresspeople. Damn it! I'm going to shut up now. I'm sorry.
Therefore, the committee should seek the information through the executive branch. So this came up on April 12th. And then in addition to that, as Mr. Herr's report points out, and we've had that for months now, this information went from Mr. Zwinitzer to the Department of Justice. And in fact, some of the information that the chairman referenced, the materials that were deleted, Mr. Zwinitzer wouldn't even have those because they had to be restored.
Yeah, I like it.
By the
I
Department
like it.
of
I really don't
Justice
like Adam Schiff
after
all
they
that much
received the
sometimes,
computer
but
that he had
he's got some great moments.
And used it to try and delete the information.
And he's wicked
so
smart.
This is information
He's wicked
that
smart.
the committee should be seeking from the White House and from the Department of Justice, and has chosen not to do it, and has chosen not to bother with the accommodation process too. And that was raised in the letter that the White House sent 2 days ago. But I think it's important to point out that because this is actually a conflict not between the committee and a private citizen, this is a conflict between.
Well, I really love Melanie Stansbury from New Mexico. She is fantastic. I know we can't listen to her right now, but when she's on these committees, she is fucking fire.
All of the law that's been put
She
in
is
place by the
fire.
Supreme Court over the years in trying to address this and resolve it using a process that's informal. It's called the accommodation process. But the Supreme Court has said each branch must take cognizance of an implicit constitutional mandate to seek optimal accommodation through a realistic evaluation of the needs of the conflicting branches in the particular fact situation. Based on the colloquy just between the chairman and the congressman from California, it's clear that hasn't taken place. And I think it's also important to say that even though you got the letter from the White House 2 days ago, that doesn't mean we had to go forward today. In fact, I think based on what we've heard so far, we really shouldn't have. There should have been an effort to try and resolve this by reaching out to the executive branch.
But we needed
and/or the
something
Department
for
of
the
Justice,
debate.
to get the
Come
information that way.
on.
He didn't get out of the Constitution car!
Right?
The other points that were raised, both by the White House and by Mr. Zwanitz.
I know. I can't believe they're trying to hold a ghostwriter after all the whining about Assange.
First of all, the reporter's privilege, which the draft reporter, the amendment. In the
Irony
nature of a
is not
substitute
something they're very
dismisses
good at.
based on the waiver
Or maybe they're
clause,
very
but,
good at it without intending to be very good
I
at
guess
it.
we'll have to have a court resolve that because everything seems to be needing to go to courts these days out of this committee because we're abusing, I think, constitutional authority to have contempt power, but we're using it for fishing expedition after fishing expedition in ways that are,
right.
Sadly, I think are obviously political.
Right.
Because we know Mr.
God,
Hur has
yes.
this information. We know that he did a criminal investigation and concluded that criminal charges were not appropriate here. And we also
they
know
have
that
the
this
written
committee isn't
transcript.
in the business of second
And they have the written
prosecutorial
transcript.
decisions of that nature.
Okay.
And by the way,
They just want the audio so they can cut it up and do that. And they want Zwanitzer's notes in case
in
there's
this kind of
something else there that he said, oh, Joe
information needs to
farted.
go
You
to
know
the
what I
heart of the
mean? That's
matter.
literally what
Now,
these people
I know
want.
You guys say it does. We'll
Fuck
set that
them.
to
They
the
don't
side
get it.
for the moment. But the party seeking the information must have exhausted every reasonable alternative source of information. And what the chairman just said a few minutes ago is, you haven't even tried. Haven't even reached out to the Department of Justice to follow up on this. Haven't tried to address this by going to the White House and addressing the privilege arguments that are raised. Instead, we're going to rush to judgment here and try and get this done in a heartbeat. I saw a similar matter to this when I was working on the Whitewater hearings.
God, easily, that sounds really good. Oh, no.
Mrs. Clinton had written a book called It Takes a Village.
Okay, let me check. I'm afraid to check the stats. Hold on.
We didn't go to the ends of, trying to hold somebody in criminal contempt. We used the accommodation process to try and resolve it, and we did. And, I kind of bristle when people call us the lower chamber in contrast to the Senate, but based on the behavior today and the way I think we were abusing our power, I think it's clear that that is the case today. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Question occurs on the amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
Well, maybe we'll
the
luck
chairs, the
out.
ayes.
I'm looking. I'm watching it now.
Who seeks rec?
Roll call, bitch. Did they spend
Roll call
any
was
time?
requested
No.
by the ranking member.
Well, actually, that's not true. When you look at the Rules Committee, the Rules Committee tends to do some work.
Mr. Jordan votes yes.
But this is all
Issa.
nonsense. This is just
Mr. Gates.
this is just for show.
Mr. Biggs.
Oh, Mr. Gates, he's pooping.
Mr. McClintock.
Oh my God, everybody's
Mr. McClintock
pooping.
votes aye. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massive
Mr. Roy.
Asshole.
Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop votes aye. Ms.
Mine.
Sparks.
He's mine.
Mr. Fitzgerald.
Where's Miss Sparks? She doesn't have anything other to do than this.
Mr.
Shit.
Klein. Mr. Klein votes aye. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Gooden.
Okay, I'm watching.
Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels. Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr.
I don't
Moore.
want it to fuck
Mr. Moore
up.
votes yes. Mr.
This
Kiley.
thing can't fuck up.
Ms.
Okay,
Hageman.
good.
Mr.
We have
Moran.
576 viewers across all
Lee.
platforms, 17 here on Twitch and YouTube, and the rest of you beautiful people are out there in Twitter land.
Mr. Nadler.
On Twitter land.
Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren.
So.
Ms. Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Cohen votes no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Ms. Jayapal votes no.
You're
Mr.
hearing not
Correa.
any buffering. Good.
Ms.
I know. Yesterday I
Scanlon
had
votes
like
no.
a malfunction on my streaming platform, but
McBath.
I'm keeping an eye on it.
Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar.
Certified Garbage followed on Twitch. Thank you, Certified Garbage. Thanks
Mr.
for the
Ivy.
follow.
Mr.
I
Ivy
love
votes no.
it.
Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes no.
I know. Twitter is frustrating. It's hard to see everything.
Arizona.
Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes aye.
It's lonely. It's lonely on Twitter.
Mr. Schiff, you're not
And yet
recorded.
you're the biggest audience,
Mr.
but you're
Schiff
all
votes
together,
no.
but you're all separate. Terrible.
Ms. Hageman,
Terrible.
you're not recorded. Ms. Hageman votes yes.
Of course she does. Because you were pooping, Harriet. What kind of jewelry are you wearing today? That's the only reason I ever want to see you, is to see what beautiful jewelry you're wearing. Too small. Yeah, it is too small, actually. Twitter's very small. Twitter's very small. I wonder if you can see us. Let's do that thing where you look at us and we're like looking at ourselves. Hold on. Let me get there. Let's freak ourselves out for a minute. Hold on. Well, who the fuck's phone's going off? Oh, by the way, here's the story. Thank you, Teresa, for sharing. Ex-Trump associate. Here's the Felix Sater story. I haven't read it yet, but wait, I will. Okay, here, wait. Let's see what's happening. Oh, here we are. What kind of jewelry are you wearing today? That's the only reason I ever want was to see what beautiful... Okay, wait. I need jewelry. Okay, so there we are on Twitter. Like, I wonder... Okay, so soon it should go to like... Okay, wait. Is it live? Yeah. Okay, is it live? Okay. Oh, yeah, see? Now we're going to go down and we're going to see ourselves, seeing ourselves. Watch. Ready? Okay, I had to pause and then I talked about Felix Sater because, you know, I got to open my mouth. Too bad you can't be both simultaneously on a space. I'm going to try. I keep trying and it didn't work the last time, but I was going to try again. Anyway, so now we're like watching ourselves. Yeah. Yeah, man. Dig it. Can you dig it? Yeah, I know. It's diggable. It's way diggable. Yeah, so there we are. Look at us. Look at us on TV. Look at you guys on TV. On TV. I'm loving this. This is so great. Mise en, what is that? Mise en abîme? I don't know what that's. I think I like. I don't know how to say it. Yeah. Oh, the abyss. Is that what you meant? The abyss. Everything in the abyss. Wow. AKA the Droste effect. Der Droste effect? Die Droste effect? Ja, die Droste? Was ist die Droste? Was ist die Droste effect? I love German. I like speaking German. I really don't know how to speak German that well, but I like making the accent with the words because I find it to be actually a very beautiful language. I know a lot of people are not like, it's not very symphonic to their ears, but I actually really like it. I really like it. Ja, die Droste effect. Was ist die Droste? You have to look up the Droste effect. Oh, look at all the lawyers speaking with the people. These are all the very highly paid lawyers. Pick within. Oh, like the Droste Cocoa Box. I did not realize that. Thank you, Max. Thank you. Kind of like my abyss. Used to enjoy some of Die Fantastischen rap. Oh yeah, German rap. Yes. As long as it's not like, skinhead, but yes. There's some, I like rap in other languages. I think it sounds really cool. I can't remember who I was listening to the other night. Shoot. Was it something you shared, Oomph? I can't remember. You might have shared it. Usually I get my new music hookups from Oomph on this app. So yeah, I can't remember who it was, but it was really good. I can't remember. It doesn't matter. But yeah, I think, I just love the way languages sound. I could pretty much listen to almost any language. Like, I love watching, Jam Wayne is my new fave. Oh, I haven't heard of him. I used to watch the PBS News every day many years ago, and I remember Madeleine Albright as a very interesting guest. I actually really dig Madeleine Albright. The Japanese guitar virtuoso, it might have been it. There was something that was really, there was a couple
Kiley,
things that
you're
were
not
really good.
recorded.
I just can't recall, but
Mr. Kiley votes aye.
I'll have to look back at my notes. Are they taking another break? I don't know. I think they're taking a vote, but it looks like a lot of lawyers standing around talking. That's what it looks like to me. Oh, maybe they are. Okay, well, that's fine. I can fill. We have to go away from our Drosta effect. The Drosta effect. The Drosta effect, we must move. Bing, bing, bing. Tonight's debate could be the most important moment of the 2024 campaign. Here's what to watch for. Hold on, let me tell you. Today, the hottest club in the world right now is about to be watching the debate. But the real hottest thing right now, as part of the debate, is the Gal Squad collab with Lolo's Lounge to create Debatable Bingo. That's right. It's Debatable Bingo coming at you on wherever you get your social medias. Okay? Wherever you get those social medias, that's where you're going to find Debatable Bingo. That's what we call it. I love Rammstein. Lynn Tillman's voice over dramatized German is so perfect for industrial. You know, and I've listened to them in a long time ago. I have to go back to that. Badger, what do you mean no? What do you mean no? Oh, no, it's not the most important event in the thing? Yeah, no, you're right. You're right about that. You'd be right. Okay, well, let's go, because I want to see what are the most important. Wait, what happened? What happened? Oh, it's over here. Sorry, I picked the wrong box. Sorry, everybody. Okay. Here we go. The hottest club is Lolo's Lounge tonight at 5:45 Pacific time when we start to open up our bingo shit. Okay? They're taking a break. Look at everybody's relaxing, chillaxing. Okay, so that, well, you can't tell because the bingo card's in the way, but trust me, I can see them and they're relaxing. Okay, here we go. Here we go. There we go. Maggie Asta, a June presidential debate is early by modern standards. Here's what to know. President Biden and former President, will meet on Thursday night for the first debate since 2020, a much anticipated and potentially influential moment. Well, wait a minute. You just said it was the fucking most important moment. What the hell, lady? Pick a lane. Pick a lane, bitch. Is it maybe, potentially, or is it? Oh my God. They want it all the ways, don't they? Debates have often been a point when previously disengaged voters started. Is there a disengaged voter right now? Is there really? Is this something? I'm being serious right now. Is there literally a person who doesn't know who to vote for? Really? Okay. Here's what else. Okay, wait a minute. But they have also Mr. Biden will be.
Escobar votes no.
Okay, whatever. Okay, we're not doing like piecemeal voting. Okay, sorry. Mr. Biden will be looking to change a political landscape that has been tilting away from him, albeit with some improvement for him in the polls since Mr. Trump's criminal conviction last month. I think it's called Lolo's Lounge. LOLOSLOUNGE. I would try that. It used to be Lolo Let Me, but I think it's Lolo's Lounge now. I'm sorry, I don't know that. I should go and check myself. I feel like I might have mistakenly screwed up my Twitch channel, but maybe not. People who don't pay attention to news and have no idea that their granddaddy's GOP is staging a fascist coup. But really, at this point, can they still do that? Can they still admit that that's not what happened? I mean, how can you really? I mean, maybe 2020, I kind of understood it, although I still think it was a ploy. I don't know. But thank you, Neil. There's ads over there that I can't seem to turn off, so I apologize in advance. That's why I don't really fuck with Twitch that much, because I can't really understand how to manipulate the platform to not have the ads. Because I didn't want to be. I've tried to turn off ads or revenue, and it still doesn't. Something's fucked up. I reversed his name, Till Lindemann. I Lil Tindeman. I think Lil Tindeman is how I want to refer to him as. Here's what else to know. The dynamics in play. Both candidates have been eager for this rematch. Have they, though? With Mr. Biden aiming to focus on their starkly different visions for America and Mr. Trump keen to attack his rival's record. Can Trump make it about Biden? Keen to attack his rival's record. On what, honey? Be more specific. Be more constructive with your feedback. It looks like I have to create an account. Oh, yeah. No, suck that. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. All right, let's see. I think it's nice just to be right here. Twitch is just to expand the message, right? Like I'm trying to get the message out about media literacy and about democracy as far and wide as it'll go. And so I have platforms like Kick. I have a Rumble channel. Like I have those things. Rumble is actually just a backup right now. I'm just like all my YouTube videos go back up to Rumble. But I'm trying to get the message out, and I've also been taken off these platforms a number of times. So diversification is a key strategy in my book. But I don't want anyone to have to like create accounts on shitty websites. They don't want to. My mom's friends never watch news, aren't on social media, and they vote Republican up and down ballot. They're horrified when they learn what's happening. So that's so, I just think it's so that to me is interesting. Like, that's why I want more conversations like the one that was at the end of the space last night where Gal was speaking directly to the guy who's super MAGA or whatever. And really have a thoughtful conversation about what's the context for his worldview and what additional context is he missing and how receptive is he to that additional context and what, if anything, changes over time. And do we understand the motivations of someone like that to have that worldview, right? Is it driven by, I know it's wrong, but I know that it's going to get me the most power and money, and I see the greater good, quote unquote, in that? Or I'm a true believer and I really believe everybody's crappy and I don't want anyone to have equal rights. And so I definitely believe in what the MAGA stands for. So I don't know. Sometimes I feel like these guys might be that first person where they're really just fronting for a power grab, and that's okay with them because ideologically a power grab is a good end. You know what I mean? So in their minds, I'm not going to change their mind because we don't have the same technical moral compass, if you know what I mean, right? So that I think that's why it's hard for me to I'm not here to really convince anyone. I'm just interested in, since we haven't been able to have the conversation because we just can't get along, what happens when you have the conversation? What happens if you have to go and have that conversation? You're going on tour? Really? Congratulations, Snowden. That's great. Interesting. That's fantastic. Good for you. If we don't think we can reason them out of it by sharing information, no, we don't. If we think we have a Labor left-wing prime minister and all state premiers are Labor, so I feel less of a need to follow the news. See, GP, that's kind of where we were feeling in 2020 when Biden won, because it's like, okay, that's fantastic. We can definitely, oh man, I'm losing my we can accomplish something. We don't have to pay attention. I do think it was very stressful to have Trump as a president, because there was something every day or every other day, or there were women being sterilized at the border. There were children being separated from their parents or caregivers. There was a murder of a journalist in fucking Saudi Arabia. There's all these things that happened, and it just seemed to hit, removing rights, deregulation, corruption within their cabinet members. I mean, God, Ben Carson, fucking hell. That's, Yeah, give them hell. That's right. Exactly. I think it's great. Best wish for success. Much of the coverage of this decision is still treating Cannon as engaged in anything but Calvin Ball. I know. That's the thing, Gal. Good point. I mean, I am really wondering, from in terms of like the justice wing of our country is how is it okay? I mean, is it truly okay that Judge Cannon operates in the vein she's been operating in? Is that really what a judge in a circuit court is supposed to? How is that jurisprudence? I guess, right? Is that the right term? I don't know if that's the right term for this for the judge's role. But is that judicial prudence, I guess? Judicial, let's see what Gal shared. She's simply throwing spaghetti at a serious NatSec case. I mean, this is the one case that I think we have enough information about the fuckers who planned the insurrection that we can fact shame them out of polite society. I choose to believe that. What I can't get behind is that we will walk away from vigorously prosecuting a stolen documents case with some documents not yet recovered. How does that happen? How does that happen? All right, let's see. Oh, I guess what I hear? I hear a little bit of a doggy dog. Hold on. Whoops. Okay. And then that. I'm going to put that there. Okay. I might have to, well, anus mouth. Yeah. I mean, anus mouth is one of my favorite commentaries on Republicans. I'm telling you right now, I have about 5 or 6 or 7 pictures that show complete anus mouth. And it is all Republican glitterati or shitterati, however you want to put them. Yeah, so there you go. Why do messages I retract due to big thumb syndrome show up on other chat? What do you mean? Oh, well, it's never going to come off of, it won't come off the screen, Badger. I'm sorry. Contrast with Canada, liberal federal government, but 7 of 10 provincial governments, sorry, Neil, are conservative. The provinces are fucking everything, but they lay all the blame on the feds. I know. I've been listening. Big thumb syndrome. Yeah, exactly. None of our allies will trust American intelligence sharing with a guy who steals, hides, lies, and potentially tells national security secrets. My God. Now, Badger, if there's anything really bad, let me know and I can refresh chat. Just let me know. But yeah, it's okay. Aileen Cannon. No, not much. No, much of the coverage of this decision is still treating Cannon as engaged in anything but Calvin Ball. Stop. She's simply throwing spaghetti at a serious NatSec case to see how much she can disrupt it. This is not a serious ruling. Aileen Cannon, in explaining how she's going to waste some more time, says her frivolous crime fraud hearings, this will be a second one, are not time wasters. This is not to say that the necessary evidentiary suppression hearing will devolve into a mini-trial as the special counsel suggests. The concern about crime fraud mini-trials has been expressed.
Ayes, 12 noes. The amendment is adopted. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, it's absolutely absurd that we are considering this report today to hold Mark Swanitzer, President Biden's ghostwriter, in contempt of Congress. My Republican colleagues have already tried to obtain records of the special counsel's interviews with the president from the administration, and the Department of Justice has already given this committee substantial information. The administration has also been clear with my Republican colleagues that they need to engage with the executive branch on this issue. The main story here, Mr. Chairman, is that there really is no story. Special Counsel Hur engaged in an extensive and independent investigation. Mr. Hur found insufficient evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that President Biden willfully retained any classified materials. Moreover, Mr. Hur found insufficient evidence of any criminal wrongdoing and concluded that no charges were warranted. The special counsel noted 11 separate times in this report.
Oh my God, it's Jayapal. I am so sorry. Oh my God. Let me cover myself.
This is in stark contrast to Donald Trump.
So sorry.
Who was convicted on 34 felony counts of falsifying business records, becoming the first president in 234 years of our history to be indicted. We have already wasted committee time on a hearing on this report from the special counsel. My Republican colleagues have already issued a subpoena to Attorney General Garland on this matter and held him in contempt of Congress because they didn't get audio recordings on top of the information that DOJ did provide. And now my Republican colleagues are going after a private citizen, a journalist and an author of 40 years. He has never been in the public eye, and I'm disappointed that this is how my colleagues have decided to use our time today. This is nothing but a distraction from the fact that my Republican colleagues have nothing to show for controlling the House. The Republican-controlled House is on track to be among the least productive in the history of this country. In the first half of this Congress, the House only passed 27 bills that became law, even though my Republican colleagues held 724 votes. As some of my colleagues on the other side themselves have said, they have nothing to run on, and it is embarrassing. When Democrats controlled the House and the Senate last Congress, we had one of the most productive Congresses, signing 365 bills into law. We passed transformational legislation that is continuing to make a difference in people's lives, to lower the cost of prescription drugs, cap the cost of insulin at $35, and make historical investments to fight climate change and build a green economy. To date, the infrastructure law that most of my Republican colleagues did not vote for has injected over $54 billion, billion with a B, into 56,000 projects in all 50 states and the District of Columbia. Projects that are improving and strengthening roads and bridges and funding zero-emission transportation to improve air quality for Americans across the country. But that's not the story my Republican colleagues want to tell, especially today as President Biden, who helps advance and sign these historic investments into law, whose leadership was so phenomenal on investing in America, investing in people, building an economy from the middle out and the bottom up. Tonight is the night that President Biden debates Donald Trump. So instead, my Republican colleagues are using their position in Congress to bully a private citizen, to distract from their own shortcomings and the legal troubles of their candidate who has been convicted, first former U.S. president to ever have that dubious distinction. That's the real story here. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Lady yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Sorry.
I didn't prepare anything for this. I don't have a prepared speech, but it's
and now for something completely different.
What was just said, as far as how wonderful everything was under and is under the Biden administration, record inflation, record high interest rates.
Guess what you get?
More crime in our cities, war around the world, a military that is literally lacking a lot of the things they need as far as morale.
And I
Those
feel
aren't
like a big pile of
the only thing that is worse than passing a limited number of bills is passing bad bills. You don't judge a Congress by the number of bills that they pass. You judge them by the bills that they don't pass, trying to prevent problems. And you also judge them by the good bills that they pass. And I think you judge this committee by the things we've brought to light. If it wasn't for the majority in this committee, the average American wouldn't know what's going on. And let's go back to the case at hand here with Mr. Zawanser. We've asked the DOJ. They brought up before, one of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle brought up that,
and I got my super lucky jacket on, and I'm wearing an orange tie because I was gonna say that Mr. Trump is gonna. I'm wishing him so much luck tonight. I really can't wait to see him walk out on that stage in his kind of like pants that kind of like pull right around the crotch area. You know, it's kind of interesting, and I can't look away because the way the fabric falls, I'm like, what is that fabric even? What is even that fabric? Where'd you get that fabric? Where'd you get that suit? Where do I get a suit like that? Anyway, but I'm wearing my lucky jacket.
Just in a second. But we didn't get
I don't want to. So I don't have
and
to.
here we are
And
again.
I'm wearing an orange tie, and it's really pretty. And it looks it's kind of pumpkin tie. It's not really orange. It's kind of
Donald
pumpkin.
Trump was a
It's a
president
pumpkin.
when he removed
What?
those documents.
What?
He was a president that has a right to declassify. He was one president that put it in an area that was safely stored.
I'm hoping.
Joe Biden, you can laugh all you want.
Oh,
I'll
I'm
tell you what
laughing.
isn't funny is keeping documents in
here we
a
go.
broken
Wait.
down box next
Come on,
to a
bitch.
collapsed dog
Oh,
bed
let me fucking
in a
show you.
garage.
Let me show
That's
you.
not funny.
I got a whole
And that's
slideshow
real,
for
and
that
that's
one
where Joe
too. Here we
Biden
go.
kept the documents.
I'm gonna put it right.
And
Oops.
then
I'm gonna
what's
put it right
even
here.
less funny
I'm gonna put it right over
is Joe
me.
Biden made
That's
money
how
on the
important it
deal.
is.
He gets a ghostwriter. He writes a book,
There's just some
and
of
he
the
uses the
boxes
classified
that your
documents
guy
for the book.
has.
I think
And
it
God
was
knows
$8
where all of
million.
them
I
are.
don't have it in front of me.
Can you believe that?
That's what's really concerning.
No, it's not.
President
You know what's
Trump
really
didn't
concerning
make
is how
any
you're
money
standing upright
from keeping classified
with all that air in your head.
So we're not declaring
How are you
like to
standing
like,
upright
and
with that
that's
air
the
in your head,
issue.
sir?
It is once again
How are you doing it,
over
Van
and over
Drew?
and over and over
Drew
again.
Van Drew.
Justice for thee. Guess what? Any of us on either
I'm
side
Drew
of the
Van
aisle,
Drew,
if
and
we were
I
subpoenaed
approve of this
and we're
message.
supposed to give
We need to have
information,
legislation
we would be in
stating that
trouble.
if they
those-
bait and
those
switch,
other
they must
individuals-
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
step down and run for office again as a candidate in their new party. I agree. I agree. This one's a complete worm too, by the way. He's like the biggest worm.
There's nothing to worry about.
There's nothing to worry about. Just don't look over there at all those boxes on the floor.
That's the point
Don't
of this
look
whole
over
issue.
there at the
He
boxes
should
on his
turn over,
floor.
the ghostwriter
Don't
should
look
turn
in the
over
bathroom either
the
because there's a lot of
information that he
boxes
has,
there
the
too.
documents that are requested.
Yes.
If they're no big
What?
deal. If they're no
Okay.
big deal. Why wouldn't you give them up?
They did.
It would lead you to believe that there's something wrong.
Oh, it would. And you know what? Now, Van Drew, glad to hear you coming around to our side.
From New Jersey. Two questions. One
So I
is,
guess you know.
with respect to if you got the subpoena,
You know
why
about
wouldn't you just
that. You know.
comply with it?
You
Is the
know how
gentleman
that
aware
goes.
that Kevin McCarthy, Jim Jordan, Scott Perry, and Andy Biggs received subpoenas from the January 6th committee and never complied at all?
I'm going to take my time back for a second. A committee that wasn't bipartisan, wasn't legal. It wasn't. You had a couple people on there. There was not. You can't say that it was bipartisan.
Put the money in the bag. Put it in.
Mr. Chairman, may I have order?
You're facing the wrong way, sir.
So we all know that the committee, that Speaker Pelosi at that time refused to
Let's see
have
what
a
else
true
we've got.
bipartisan committee, and that the committee was fake. And the committee didn't do anything. And then afterward, documents
Fasten
from
your
that
seat
committee
belt.
are missing, and we can't get a hold of them. There is
Oh,
a
that one's not loud
history
enough.
here. This we see repeatedly over and over again. Just because a partisan group of
No, that's
people
not
say
good.
a committee is bipartisan does not mean
Oh,
that
those
it
are all
is,
the T-Rex
because that
ones.
committee was never bipartisan. You had 2 Republicans on there that hated Republicans, and the rest were Democrats. Come on.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
To strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
As several of my colleagues here have noted, this resolution to hold a private citizen in contempt of Congress is a waste of the American people's time and our taxpayer dollars. But the truth is, this hearing is, again, a sham. If our colleagues across the aisle genuinely wanted to develop legislation to improve the executive branch's handling of classified materials, then there is much more fertile ground for investigation, which they have thus far ignored. I'm talking, of course, about the gross mishandling of sensitive documents by the twice impeached former president. who has actually been indicted for his failure to secure and his willful failure to return classified documents. Concerningly, as we saw again just this week in court filings, he kept some of our nation's most sensitive secrets in unsecured areas of his golf club, mixed among discarded Christmas decorations, golf shirts, newspaper clippings, and soda bottles. But that's, of course, not what Mr. Trump's allies here are focusing on. Instead, House Republicans have wasted a year and a half of the American people's time on a vengeful, politically motivated stunt. A year and a half of investigations, depositions, written testimony, and hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, with none of it turning up any evidence of impeachable offenses by President Biden or his administration. In fact, their star witnesses and supposed bombshell disclosures have been repeatedly debunked, discredited, and disavowed. They've conclusively proven what the world knows, that the current president has not committed impeachable acts. Now, instead of cutting their losses, they continue to double down with increasingly desperate measures like this one, shamelessly bowing to the former president's calls for retribution against his political rivals in a desperate attempt to distract from his felony convictions and prop up his re-election campaign. Faced with failure after failure in their investigations, in their legislative agenda, and in their ability to actually deliver.
We want the Smirnoff one. Hold
House
on.
Republicans are now stooping to new lows.
Oh, here it is.
As several of
There
our
we go.
colleagues have mentioned already,
There we
the
go.
appropriate
Whoops.
remedy here,
Oh,
if they
man.
were serious,
Come on,
would be
there's
to
not
engage with the
space.
administration. But instead, they're choosing to wield congressional power to try to intimidate a private citizen.
There's
It's
a
outrageous,
dino
it's
for
not
that.
legitimate oversight, and it's not what our government is supposed to be used for. I deeply oppose this misleading, partisan, and disingenuous
Thank you,
effort
Ms.
to
Scanlon.
weaponize the
You're
Judiciary
amazing.
Committee's oversight authority.
She's amazing on the Rules Committee, by the way. She's fucking detailed
Yields
as
back.
fuck.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
Ugh. Isa. Turn your mic on. You've only been here for 70 million years.
Yeah, you've only been here for 8 million fucking years. Jesus Christ. Somebody help Daryl find his fucking button. For fuck's sake. Oh, it's McClintock. Hey, Joe, put your fucking microphone on.
And weren't even able to name an actual
Oh
crime.
my God.
You are not our teachers. We will follow the evidence wherever
Oh,
it
fuck
leads.
off. McClintock, you don't know shit.
We'll only bring charges.
I'm doing my TV spot for the big game.
The House is still investigating.
It's my turn. What is that cat sitting next to him in the silver lame ball gown?
It's hard to imagine
Is that cat cam? Do I see a little cat comic hip over here? Is that what that is?
But clear and
I love the pink, by the way, but the silver is over the top for daytime. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna jive with that. I'm not going to. It's not gonna be something I'm gonna be able to agree with. Yeah. No.
I'm not. Is that cat comic? It's got to be cat, right?
Now contrast that with
I think she sits there. She sits somewhere close to there anyway.
first time in our nation's history.
Sorry. Did I turn this guy down? No. It's not Isa. It's not. Yeah. Oh, the snowball stuff.
President of the United States.
I know. Like this guy ever had a teacher. He was homeschooled. I mean, not to say anything, but it is homeschooling is very challenging, and I have yet to meet a parent who really does it successfully. I'm sorry. Okay, as someone who's worked in schools. I'm going to be honest with you that when homeschooled kids came into the high school, it could be very challenging. So be careful with homeschooling. It's just not for the weak of heart.
Classified documents, in spite of the fact that as president he had absolute discretion over.
Just saying. I mean, that's my experience. I mean, they're fine. They're smart-ish, but, you know, they can't. I'll stop now before I get a bunch of homeschool letters.
Documented that the vice president, Mr. Biden, also mishandled classified documents, but of course he doesn't have these immunities. And yet, this administration determined that Mr. Biden shared classified material verbatim to the ghostwriter. He had no authority to divulge that information. His ghostwriter had no authority to receive it.
I like it's Ghost Rider. I love the caption.
Mr. Biden, but to pursue the prosecution against Mr. Biden's political opponent. Now,
Oh, stop. Oh, my God. The dick wanking on this program is too much. You have observed some homeschool success stories academically. You have? Okay, cool. Homeschooling is simply an excuse to shield a child from what the parent doesn't want him to hear. Well, in many cases, that's true. And again, it's not been my widespread experience. It's not that there is, certainly the kids are smart. I'm not saying they're not smart. It's just that they certainly aren't as socially, they don't make the transition into high school very easily when it comes to social cues and things like that. And, yeah, I'm going to stop before I really alienate a bunch of parents.
Without equal justice,
I'm just going to stop.
The law loses its legitimacy and simply becomes a raw exercise.
Cut it off.
The House Judiciary Committee is charged with zealously
Come on,
guarding these
Eileen.
fundamental principles and to craft laws necessary to protect them. That the circumstances that brought us to this sad period of our history
Come
need to
on,
be clearly understood from every angle, and then to take whatever legislative actions necessary to assure that this woke lawfare never threatens our democracy again. We have a well-established path available to us, which includes contempt citations before us right now. This administration has pursued criminal contempt against two Trump officials for ignoring a congressional subpoena and had them sentenced to jail for doing so. Should this same administration now refuse to prosecute this case, it raises further questions over the double standard of justice at this
Mr.
Peter Navarro is making toilet wine as we speak. It is an embarrassment to the country that little Petey Navarro, aka Schmeagle, is now currently making toilet wine in Florida. Why, Lord, why? Why doesn't the Lord bless us with less criminal and sexually perverted people in our party, oh Lord? I'm begging you.
Gentleman yields back. I think we're on Mr. Ivey, then use, that's what I was, Mr. Ivey? Gentleman from Maryland, excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a lot to respond to that popped up there. Just Mr. McClennock's final comments. No, this is not the next step that's supposed to be taken. According to the Supreme Court and court law that we discussed earlier, the accommodation process is the next process, the next steps are to be taken. And as the chairman acknowledged in his responses to questions from Mr. Schiff, this committee hasn't done that, hasn't even initiated those sorts of conversations, either with the White House, the Department of Justice, or any other aspect of the executive branch. Furthermore, as you know, I think you did a great job of articulating why this is a conflict between the executive branch and the legislative branch. Why Mr. Zwanitzer gets caught in the middle of that, I think, has not been articulated, and at least not well, especially since all of the documents, all the information that the committee is seeking is in the possession of the Department of Justice. And as I discussed earlier, there's no effort that's been made by this committee to get this information from the Department of Justice. My colleague from New Jersey talked about going to the Department of Justice previously for information, but he's conflating Mr. Zwanitzer's material with the her report material. This committee did have a hearing of sort and did seek contempt with respect to the audio tape from the deposition that Mr. Biden gave, but there's been no effort to try and do anything along those lines with respect to this civilian who's caught in a conflict between two giants that are the executive branch and the legislative branch. And I got to say this too, when we go down this path that quickly, it creates problems that don't need to be there. And I mentioned the January 6th subpoena a few minutes ago, and this kind of a scenario we had in the last Congress. Obviously, that was relevant. In fact, I think it goes to the heart of the one of the cases that are the criminal cases that are standing against Mr. Trump right now. So we can't say that it's an irrelevant matter or that he's not getting his day in court. But the January 6th subpoenas went directly to the information about conversations had with the president and those members of Congress on that day and leading up to that day that were directly relevant to that day. Now, Mr. Klein's not here, but we've had this discussion before, and I know he would say, Mr. Ivey, they didn't just stiff the committee. They actually sent letters in response and raised privileges and objections to why they shouldn't have to comply with the subpoena. And at least Mr. Jordan did. I don't think Mr. McCarthy did. He just didn't show up for his deposition date. But the fork in the road occurs right there, because right now we've got Mr. Zwanitzer, who is trying to raise these kinds of rights and objectives and privileges. The White House raised its two days ago. By the way, Mr. Jordan responded to the January 6th report subpoena 2 days before he was supposed to show up for his subpoena too. So this last minute thing that was raised earlier.
Oh, okay. I haven't heard of him.
Permit us to go forward in this process as we are today.
I will look him up.
Event,
Thank you. Thank you, Badger and Neil.
Rather than step forward and start holding members of Congress in contempt, as I guess would be what we were trying to do today. If the January 6th committee had treated this the same way we're behaving now, that would have been the next step, as opposed to trying to reach some kind of accommodation. At that point, it was referred to the Ethics Committee. But seeking criminal contempt is a big step that we're treating very cavalierly, very cavalierly. You know, we've got a constitutional obligation to conduct oversight, sure, but really? No accommodation process? We get a letter from the White House, and just because we got it, a day or two ago, that means we don't have to try
I pay attention somewhat. I need to pay more attention.
We don't even have to go to the Department of Justice, even though we know they have all of the information that we're trying to get from this private citizen. And the case law that I just read a few minutes ago says that's exactly what we're supposed to do, exhaust all other alternative sources for the information. This is not how we should handle the power that we've been entrusted by the American people in the Constitution.
That's probably true.
I don't know what the rush is. I don't know why we have to do the hearing and hold this private citizen in contempt today without even trying to take the steps that the courts
Sorry, I haven't tried pods. So, I don't stream to Discord, although I have a Discord channel. Nobody really uses it. Not many people have taken on to Discord, and I'm not really good at it.
Give them a chance to present their
but I haven't heard of
arguments
pods.
And their, whatever privileges and rights they want to assert.
Should try that.
They should have a chance to do it. We shouldn't be doing it on the fly like this. Like like he doesn't have a lawyer that's tried to respond. He sent us a written letter raising these objections 6 weeks ago.
Time of the gentleman has expired. Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe Biden knew that Zwanitzer did not have security clearance.
Shut up.
He also knew, Mr. Zwanitzer knew he didn't have clearance. And yet, in the process of all this working on the book, Mr. Biden chose to read and disclose classified information. So I get when our colleagues on the other side of the aisle said Joe Biden was talking to Mr. Zwanitzer, his ghostwriter, about sensitive things. They're right. Classified things that have, many of those entries remain classified even today. And her report is replete with that. Joe Biden says, do you have any idea? This is on page 106. Any idea what the heck I'm saying there? As he hands him a classified document. Mr.
Oh my God.
Biden then
grasp your pearls.
Reads
grasp them. Well, let's, you know what? Lock him up. Oh, wait. They had an investigation on it with a special counsel, and he determined that there was no crime. Oh, okay. Never mind.
The tragic death of his son, Bo. And we all
never
for that.
Mind.
But there's a whole chapter in Mr. Herr's report about the classified Afghanistan documents that Mr. Biden retained and shared with the man without security clearance, Mr. Zwanitzer. And yet, we're told that we need
Spit it
to
out,
wait
babe.
longer.
Spit it the fuck out.
Is Don't do it today. You don't have to do it today. Just the fact that for 2 months, about every 7 days, you were having contact and communication with Zwanitzer's attorney, that's not enough. You got to do more.
Oh my God.
And that's really unfortunate here. But then when we get to the real crux of this with Mr. Zwanitzer, when he finds out what's going on, what does he do? He deletes his information.
Well, you
He
should
destroys
refer him
evidence.
then to some
what he
kind of
does. He
like
destroys
criminal
it.
investigation. Is that
I
against
find
the
that
law?
really intriguing.
Does he have a document retention requirement that I
when
don't
we
know
get
about?
Down to the nub of
What's
this,
his document retention
did
requirement?
Mr. Zwanitzer have the opportunity?
I don't know. Is there? I'm
actually
asking
ameliorate this?
seriously. Is there
The
one?
answer is yes.
I don't know.
Did he choose to ameliorate it? No. Could he cure? Could he?
I'm sorry,
cure
kids.
contempt?
I don't get it.
Maybe he could. He's not indicated any desire to cure contempt at this point. And the bottom line is, ultimately, was he issued a subpoena by a committee, a real committee?
The bottom
that had
line
authority to issue that
is you are a
Did he
big pussy
respond to it, or
who
did he say, "Look, I'm
makes
not going to
violent
respond"?
videos,
And he said, "I'm
right?
not
Didn't
going
you
to
make that video or something, or was that Gosar? I always get
the
those two
gentleman
mixed
asked
up.
for a question. No, I'll yield to you, just like Mr. Swalwell tried to engage in a colloquy where he then refused to take answers.
I always allow people to yield when they're speaking.
So, you know, Mr. Ivey, you do, and I appreciate that. But the bottom line is,
But your buddy
you have
doesn't.
a situation here. Subpoena's been issued. There's been discussions back and forth.
Pierre
In
Polivier.
my mind, meets what the court said.
Boy, I've
Then
heard
not
some
only do you have the
chuds that don't
discussions
like
back and
him.
forth,
You've got the same kind of, I'm
basically
not
says,
right or
"I'm not gonna
left in
provide the
Canada with your
information." Now you're
chuds.
left. I yield now to the chairman.
I appreciate
don't
the
seem to
gentleman.
like anybody.
I want to just reiterate what the gentleman said. I thought he laid it out well. Page 1 of Special Counsel Herr's report, he said Joe Biden willfully disclosed information he knew
Yeah, and he
was
didn't
classified.
recommend him for things,
He
so
gave that
stop.
information to someone who
Nobody
wasn't
cares,
allowed
girl.
to get classified information.
If Trump loses,
Page
expect big
231,
liars to
the
blame
special
voter
counsel
roll
tells us
maintenance.
why Joe Biden did it. He said Joe Biden had strong motivations for ignoring classified procedures because he was writing a book for which he got paid $8 million.
Oh my God.
So there were 8 million reasons
He only
why
got
Joe
$8
Biden
million?
willfully disclosed information to someone
Really?
who wasn't allowed to receive it.
Oh,
And then
shit.
when that individual who received that
Sorry.
information, as the gentleman from Arizona just pointed out, when he knew there was an investigation, he tried to destroy it.
What?
What the committee is saying,
Wow.
we want the
Boy,
information
you
he
really,
tried to destroy.
you're like the,
'Cause
you're
we
like those
think that
ladies
will
that
help
solve
us
true
look at
crime
this
when they
real
listen to
concern the American
podcasts.
people have about
That's
is
what you're
justice
like,
being
Jim Jordan.
administered in an impartial fashion.
Who just
That's what this
groaned?
comes down to. And I thought the gentleman
Who
from
just
Arizona
groaned?
outlined that extremely well. I yield back to him.
Thank you. Now yield now to the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Bishop.
And I would submit that
And
the
I
gentleman
would
from
submit-
California, as he said,
and I would
that
say-
for the reasons he described, the protestations.
I'm gonna
that
get
come
some
from the other
vanilla
side
Oreos.
Sort of
That
remind you
sounds
of the
good.
saying, "One will gag on a maggot,
I like to go pick up
swallow an
my,
elephant."
I like
If you
to
think
pick
of
out
the
my
recent
groceries
history
ahead of
exactly
time.
these sorts of things. Be glad to speak to that more, but the time's expired.
Oh.
Gentleman's time has expired. The
Chairman?
gentlelady from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized.
A lot of incorrect things have been said here, and it's really very challenging to deal with all of them. I will say that as to the January 6th committee, a number of courts considered the question of whether it was properly constituted, and all of them found that the committee was properly constituted. We did issue subpoenas to members of Congress who did not comply. We did not refer those matters to the DOJ, primarily because of Article 1, Section 5, which says that each House should determine the rules of its proceedings and punish its members for disorderly behavior. And we thought that was the more appropriate response rather than referring to a separate branch of government. I think clearly this subpoena this effort does not comply with the rules, with the four-pronged test of the Missouri standard, with the required consultation. It's defective, and therefore it leads me to the strong suspicion that there is a political purpose for this. At this point, I would like to yield to my colleague from California, Mr. Swalwell.
I thank Ms. Lofgren.
Good.
I can't let
Go,
go
Eric.
that one of my Republican colleagues just stated that the boxes containing national security secrets that were seized at Mar-a-Lago were stored in a safe manner. Quote, stored in a safe manner. This is the bathroom at Mar-a-Lago with over a dozen boxes of national security secrets.
We have one of those.
That were
We have one of
stored
those.
in a
We have a
safe
whole
manner. My friends who
slideshow.
are living on Fantasy Island, that's where cults live, so that makes sense. But this bathroom is a mess. This committee has been a mess, and this Congress is a mess. This is not stored in a safe manner. It's delusional to say that. But let's talk about the witness you're seeking to hold in contempt today, because that person is a ghostwriter. That's where we have now landed in this long investigation. We're going to hold in contempt a ghostwriter. And why are they seeking a ghostwriter? Because they have literally run out of people to support their baseless, false, completely meritless allegations. I'll walk you through some of them. We saw in this committee, Durham. Mr. Durham was brought here. He was appointed by Donald Trump, kept on by the Biden administration, and he brought 0 indictments against any of the people you alleged had done anything wrong. Then we had Mr. Hur, who was appointed by President Trump, kept on for the investigation of the mishandling of classified documents by the Biden administration, and said there was 0 legal wrongdoing by President Biden. You wouldn't let Hunter Biden testify in public. You did it in a secret location that the public was never able to see. That transcript didn't go so well for you, so you never brought him back in public. Then you had Devin Archer testify, and he said that there was no evidence of wrongdoing by Joe Biden. You brought in Tony Bobulinski, a person who would best be remembered for suing his cancer-ridden father's charity. Then there was Alexander Smirnov, who had the smoking gun about all of the Biden corruption. He's not available because he has been indicted for being an agent of the Russian government.
That's right.
There's Mr. Gall Luft.
There I am.
I'm
right
sorry
there.
he also
Where he
can't
is.
be here today to help you because he was indicted for being a Chinese agent. Then my favorite, and you could say this is when you jumped the shark, is when you had Jason Galanis testify from prison. You zoomed a guy in from prison to try and support your investigation. Guys, in baseball, you get 3 outs and the inning's over. In football, you get 4 downs and then it's over. You're out of outs, you're out of downs. And as far as we're concerned, President Biden has been acquitted and it's game over.
Certified badass.
Thank you for yielding back, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentlelady from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we've sat here today, we've listened to our colleagues on the other side of the aisle have a lot of descriptions for this hearing. It has been referred to today as a sham, as a waste of time, as a political
What
stunt.
is that
The
necklace?
motives of the members of this committee and the purpose for this hearing
What the fuck are you wearing
have been
around your
impugned
neck?
over and over again, and it could not be further from the truth. First, let's begin by
Is that from?
reviewing
Did you
the
not
reality
dress
of
from
the
your
report of Special
dominatrix
Counsel Hur,
side
and it was
job?
not an
What
exoneration of
happened?
President
Where's
Biden.
that?
It certainly was not an acquittal
That
of
looks
President
so
Biden in
painful.
any sense of the word. In fact, it was the opposite.
I can't even
That
like your
report
outfit
presented
because there's too
evidence,
much going
presented conclusions
on.
that not only did President Biden
Disappointing.
possess classified documents that he was not lawfully entitled to have, that he handled them carelessly, that he shared them with others who were not entitled to understand or see or be aware of the contents of those documents. It did not conclude that President Biden acted properly. In fact, it concluded the opposite, that President Biden acted in a way over and over and over again that is contrary to our law, reckless, and contrary to the interests of our national security. What did the special counsel conclude instead? That President Biden might not be convicted by a jury because he would be perceived as a well-meaning, confused, elderly man. That is the conclusion of Special Counsel Hur. Not that there wasn't wrongdoing, but that a jury might be so taken by the confusion of a well-meaning elderly man that it would choose not to convict. And so what brings us here? The good faith efforts of this committee to identify the truth and the facts of what went on in those interviews with those documents, who saw them, what does this mean for our country? What risk has been posed to us because a president of the United States chose not to handle these documents correctly? There is a not only valid, a vital purpose to this hearing today. Moreover, when we serve a subpoena, we're just looking for compliance. And all of this about this witness and an opportunity, he's had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity to comply. And so now we have a report in front of us that recommends a finding of contempt, and as we should. Not only should we find him in contempt,
Those are fun
we should
sometimes.
be unanimous about the fact that there has been a
Well,
lack of
Sammy's
compliance
back
and
there.
contempt in
Can
this
you see
circumstances
Sammy?
warranted.
I don't know if you
and
can
with that,
see him.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to the gentleman from North Carolina.
Sam.
Thank you, gentlelady. I'm struck
There's
by,
nothing gentle
as I said
about
earlier,
it.
the saying, and I think some people say
But
it.
oh, she's got to go.
Gag
That
on
was a
gnat,
lot.
but swallow an elephant. You're
what?
concerned about fine points of
Oh God, this dude. This is a douchebag.
Mazars requires
Douchebag ship.
in terms of an accommodation process when personal information about the president is sought,
Oh,
how that accommodation process should occur. But you spent years trampling every norm in sight in ways that would be unimaginable. Steve Bannon, who was scheduled to report on July 1, would be interested at your solicitousness for a private citizen long out of the picture.
Oh, really? Very long? No, baby. Maybe you're just not part of the insider
that
group.
he got classified information. So would Peter Navarro as he sits in
He's my
jail.
favorite. He makes really good toilet
Mazars
wine.
arose because Democrats
He practiced at my house before he went into the big house.
purely personal transactional business information
Yeah, that's all. I don't know what
about
you're
President
talking
Trump
about.
in the hands of his
He was as a trade advisor. Oh my God. Oh no, Alan Weisselberg. He's just a nice old guy. He doesn't even know Gap, for crying out loud. How can you hold him responsible for being the CFO if he doesn't even know the
gentleman from
Gap?
California aptly put it.
Generally accepted accounting principles. If he doesn't even know generally accepted accounting principles, how do you expect him to actually understand that he's committing a crime? Your Honor.
In relationship to the
Am I
upcoming
right?
election,
Tip
in
the
which
waitress.
their political opponent stands as the object of prosecutions across the board. And they want to make sure they
He's
get
looking at his
tried
time.
to maximize their political opportunity from it. And then they want to talk about the White House. We should stop everything for the White House that shows up 2 days before a hearing on a resolution to enforce contempt. It's
Unbelievable. Are you unbelievable?
Yields back. The gentlelady's
It'd
time
be
has
a believer.
expired. Is there further discussion on the motion, Mr. Cohen?
Mr. McClintock, I have great respect for you and fondness for you and regard for you.
I don't think you need
For that reason,
to.
I will
It's
not say
okay.
what I think about your statement today. It was not.
I
Brian
love the
McClintock.
seersucker.
But this hearing, and I will give credit to Fielding Mellish, who originally said this. Fielding Mellish said, in essence, this hearing is a travesty. It's a travesty of a mockery, of a sham, of a mockery, of two mockeries of a sham. And that's what this hearing is. Fielding Mellish said it many years ago. He said it well. I'm amazed at what we've been talking about today. But I have an amendment at the desk, and that's more pertinent, I think.
Clerk will report the amendment. The gentleman from Arizona reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee report for the resolution recommending that the House of Representatives.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment would place at page 4 between the first and second paragraphs the following language. And facts. There are serious concerns about the audio files that may be manipulated for political purposes. They want audio files. They don't need transcripts, they went on. Notably, in recent months, Republicans have repeatedly circulated deceptively manipulated, cheap, fake videos targeting President Biden. For example, after President Biden appeared at a D-Day commemoration ceremony in France, where I and several people from this, I think from this committee were there, but lots of people from Congress, they showed social media users circulated deceptively edited video that appeared to show President Biden attempting to sit in a chair that did not exist. However, the full video of the event shows there is a chair behind Mr. Biden, which he was promptly sat down in. On June 13th, the Republican National Committee's RNC research account, which is a fallacious name, I guess, a misappropriated name because it's not research, tweeted a deceptively edited video that appeared to show President Biden wandering off following a paratrooper demonstration during the annual Group of Seven summit in Italy. However, the full unedited video shows the president walking toward the group of paratroopers who just landed, giving them a 2 thumbs up commendation. Judiciary Republicans have even circulated their own misleading clips on social media in recent weeks. On June 18th, the official House Judiciary GOP account falsely claimed that Biden fell asleep during a performance by Andrea Bocelli at the G7 summit. I'm sure many other people would have fallen asleep as well, and maybe I would have as well, but the full video shows the president just briefly closed his eyes while listening to Bocelli sing. These and other examples create serious reason to be concerned about how Republicans and others might use highly personal information they are seeking today. There is no need for these audio tapes. We've had the Republican-appointed Mr. Hur come in and say there was no crime committed. And the fact that he said that, and he said it was because a sympathetic figure was shown by President Biden, and the jury probably wouldn't have convicted him, that's still, you're not convicted and you haven't done anything if the jury doesn't find you guilty. There has to be guilt beyond a reasonable doubt, and Mr. Hur, a Republican, whom Mr. Garland kept on as the prosecutor here, the investigator, said that they didn't believe they could find and prove a case. That's what a prosecutor does, and Mr. Garland did the right thing by keeping politics out of it, and Mr. Hur did the right thing by doing what he thought was the right thing as an attorney. And here we are, and we're comparing Mr. Biden's 1 or 2 records that he had and immediately turned over to the federal government to Mr. Trump and hundreds of records stored in his bathroom and which he refused to turn over even after subpoenas, and they had to go in and get him. And then he claimed that the FBI was trying to kill him. That the FBI was trying to kill him. The FBI was just given instructions, as all FBI agents are, when you're executing a warrant, to not kill somebody. The limits of deadly force, the same limits they were told about when they went in to serve and find President Biden. So, it's just absurd, and that's why Mr. Smith is asking for some type of a judicial declaration to protect FBI officers from being subject to harassment and maybe targeting because some crazy person that thinks that Mr. Trump's life was endangered when it wasn't, of course. They knew he wasn't even going to be at Mar-a-Lago. He was going to be at somewhere else. He was in Bedminster or wherever, visiting his wife's grave, which gives them a tax deduction in perpetuity on the golf course. Slick move that was. To compare any effort to impeach the Biden family,
Bishop is going to pop a vein.
Zelensky, you give me the goods on Hunter Biden and I'll give you the weapons. I mean, that's impeachable and should have been. He just didn't have a jury that was politically willing to face the facts. And the same thing for trying to overthrow the government in the second impeachment trial, where about 7 or 8 or 9 Republicans did vote for conviction, but not the 16 that were necessary. And even Mr. McConnell, who said he'd done wrong, didn't have the guts to vote the truth. So regardless of that, Fielding Mellish is here with us
Big
today.
moment that we lost, a big battle lost, I think.
Sham of a mockery of a, et cetera. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there a discussion on the amendment? Chair recognizes the gentleman from does the gentleman from Arizona?
He's going to get all pissed off. I'm going to take offense to what you say.
Thank you.
I'm offended.
I know that this debate is going to go well into the afternoon,
Daryl. Hi,
perhaps
Daryl.
evening.
Welcome.
I know
Did
it's
you have a
going
nice
to be
poop?
filled with inaccuracies and one-sided truths.
Oh my God. Speaking of
I also
inaccuracy and one-sided
that if
truth.
the shoe was on the other foot,
Even the
my
lawyer moved next
friends
to
on the
him.
other side of the aisle, including Mr. Cohen, would clearly be saying different things.
There'd be different
Because I've been here
circumstances,
long
but
enough to
okay,
know
go ahead,
that
Daryl.
when a shoe was on the other foot,
Uh-huh.
they took the exact opposite
Okay.
position.
Yeah.
We're here to do some serious work of the people.
Okay.
And particularly, I want to thank the chairman
Mm.
for holding our
You know,
branch
Daryl,
in a
you look the
responsible
same as you
position
did when
in
I was a
demanding
child, and
that
I'm
we meet our
60 now.
constitutional
So
responsibilities and
what's
that we
in your
not
water?
simply abrogate authority to the executive branch. That isn't
Because
what our
I
founders
want some of
wanted us
that.
to do, and it isn't what my Democratic friends
Or were you just
did
born this
during the
way?
Trump administration.
Just born old?
So for those
Stayed
who
old.
continue to try to delay
Deal
this
with the
into
devil
the
kind of
evening,
thing, maybe?
perhaps
I
even
don't know.
missing the debate
I'm just-
between the
I'm
two
just
presidential
spitballing.
candidates, I say shame on you.
Oh, please.
Let's do the people's work. Let's assert
Are
the
you
power
kidding me?
and the responsibility we
Daryl,
have
even
as
you can't
Article
get that one out
as
without
the
choking.
overseers of an administration. And let's move on.
Overseers?
Let's
Bitch.
do what we would do.
Well,
if
you
the shoe
really
was
dropped
on
the
other
ball
foot.
last time,
And
so
Mr.
nobody thinks you have
Chairman,
very
thank
good
you again for
oversight
sticking up
skills.
For Article 1 for Congress. And with that,
Shut
I will
up.
yield back.
Oh my
yields
God, the
back.
hypocrisy is
The
just stunning.
Question
Stunning.
occurs on the amendment from the gentleman from Tennessee. All
Stunning.
those in favor say aye.
Blah.
Those opposed, no. No. Continue the chair. The aye, or the noes have it.
Let's listen to some music while we do this.
Six recognition. Gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Oh.
Reserve a point of order.
Gentleman from California
No.
reserves a point of order.
What was that?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a
Without objection, the
substitute.
amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I brought my amendment to this committee today because I believe in the First Amendment, and this committee should be committed to recognizing and respecting the rights of journalists. We cannot pick and choose when we want to abide by the rules and when we want to bend and break them. This political witch hunt has already cost the American people millions of tax dollars. And I implore my colleagues across the aisle to accept that there is no evidence supporting an impeachment or criminal offense committed by President Biden. How is this contempt resolution for Mr. Zonwitzer the best use of taxpayer dollars? It most certainly is not. There are a million other issues that we could be focused on today in this markup that will make a positive difference for our communities, but we could be talking about gun violence prevention, criminal justice reform, or we could be talking about commerce protections. Instead, we are here to undermine First Amendment protections. Almost a year ago to date, members of this very committee sat in this very room protecting journalists from disclosing records, contents of communication, documents, and information gathered and created in the course of their work when the federal government tries to compel them. That same bill, which received unanimous consent in this committee, then went on to pass on the House floor.
Everybody.
Mr. Zonwitzer is a journalist, plain and simple. That is all that he is. He was working in his capacity as a journalist while working as a ghostwriter for the president. And according to this committee's votes,
I missed a bunch of stuff.
at last year's markup, Mr. Zonwitzer is an innocent man who should not be subjected to this political circus. Last year, this committee, in the need to protect journalists, we did that. We worked last year to protect our journalists. What happened? What's happened since last year? Have we decided that a candidate is more important than the rights our Constitution affords us? I surely hope not, because we're all going to lose if we sacrifice the very rights that we claim to hold so dear and so high. Today, I am urging this committee to show that it is not a hypocritical one. Please don't be hypocritical in front of the American people.
Yes,
Powers of
purging
this
voter
committee are
rolls.
strong and should not be used only to protect the rights of some members that they have deemed as friends. To hold Mr. Zomwitzer in contempt today, those who vote in favor of this resolution will show the American people that you are willing to play with the rules and show an empty hand. Freedom of the press is protected whether or not we like what is being reported. Let's not make a mockery of the First Amendment in this committee today. This committee needs to respect Mr. Zomwitzer's right not to turn over his source material. And I yield.
Well, that's pretty spicy, Hannah. Come on now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Don't throw out the perfect. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the
I
good.
beg your pardon. You called Mr.
I guess.
I withdraw.
I mean, that's just a,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
just a thing, just a thought.
Reporter's privilege is not remotely applicable to the circumstances at hand.
How not? Oh, Bishop is so mad.
First of all,
so mad.
What reporters
So
are
mad.
mainly protected from in the case
Warning.
where it would apply is disclosing their
Warning, disinformation ahead.
In this case,
Warning.
the
Hold on,
president may not know
everybody.
who Mr. Zwonic's
Hold
source
on.
was, but everybody
It's
else
gonna get rough
does.
here. It's gonna get rough. And
It was the president.
Oh, hold on, everybody.
He was the one
Hold
who
on.
read verbatim to
We're
him
almost
from
through it.
classified information.
Hold on. Hands
Moreover,
inside the vehicle.
Mr. Zwanitzer may have
Thank you.
acted at times in his life as a journalist.
That was a close one. Okay.
He was not acting as a journalist now.
Oh, yeah. Well, memoir writers
not
actually
take
are
people
kind
who
of
have
journalistic. So, yeah, there's
functioned as
that.
journalists at one point or another and set them apart as exempt from the ordinary processes of law applicable to every other American. It is very specific. Reporters are entitled to the reporter's privilege when they were engaged in news gathering. Mr. Zwanitzer was not doing that. He was speaking with President Biden to help President Biden write a book. He was a scrivener for President Biden. So it's irrelevant whether he may have been a reporter in some other circumstance. There is no remote connection between the reporter's privilege and the circumstances at hand.
I was just going to add one other fact. The government always got the information. Notwithstanding, he tried to destroy it. The government's got the information. They went and got it off the computer. So, and the part of the government that's got it is the part of the government that can prosecute it.
I think, gentlemen, for yielding, and I'll be brief. The claim that we
That took a lot of
that this
energy.
committee, which
Whew.
has protected the
Reporters
First
are
Amendment
still
as one of its
reporters.
most
Yeah,
primary
even if they aren't on a daily
is
deadline.
patently
Yeah.
simply not true.
Yeah.
I think the most important
Writing
thing we
nonfiction,
decide
that's
here
kind of
today is
journalistic.
will we
I don't
assert
know. Long form journalism? What do we want to call it? What do you want to call it?
We're doing.
Daryl,
Again,
all of a
this
sudden, he must have
committee
had the best poop in
held,
the
for
morning.
example, Harriet
Congratulations,
Myers in contempt for
Daryl.
not showing
Congratulations on your poop.
She was the attorney
I hope it was great.
to the
Seems like
president.
it was great.
Why did we do so?
What?
Were we ignoring attorney-client privilege? No. But actions had
What are
been
we talking
taken
about?
that were not covered by it, and we sought to have
Who
the
are we talking about?
information. So I think I heard the gentlelady on her amendment. I can't begin to understand how she could conflate that. But I will predict here today that if the shoe is on the other foot in the future, she will make the opposite decision. And that is something that you should be ashamed of. Were the shoe on the other foot. By the way,
to tell
just so you know, this committee, or the January 6th committee, held people in contempt and actually has incarcerated them for not being willing to say things about conversations with another president. And you know what?
who
Those
didn't
people
invoke
wrote books, too.
privilege?
And with that, I thank the gentleman.
Who
and yield back.
didn't
I think the gentleman,
invoke
again, yield to the
privilege? Yeah, but Joe Biden wasn't. Oh, whatever.
It's very simple. I mean, that's it. Just it utterly. It's a little bit reminds me of the White House's
Yes.
bad faith in showing up with
I think,
the whole
yes. Thank you,
idea 2
Neil.
days
As a
before the
journalist,
hearing.
having spent nearly...
It is a
Sorry, this guy's so loud in my fucking
defense.
ear.
This is, this
Oops.
objection is so utterly
I'm going to turn you down just a little bit, sir. Having spent at least 30 more years as a journalist than that fellow did, I feel capable of speaking to that point. Thank you, Neil, and thank you for your service. I really am grateful to journalism. I think it creates a lot of good in the world.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And it needs our support.
I move to strike the last word. Thank you.
What does that move to strike the last word? I want to understand that. I love her. Madeline. I'll turn her up a little bit.
With a desperate Republican Party. Does nobody on the other side of that aisle regret?
Hey, it sure did. It sure did, didn't it, Max? And it just turned in that moment. It pivoted.
If you want to learn about
sharp right.
President
Crazy.
Biden's love of his family and his loss, read the book. Don't go after a ghostwriter. With that, I will yield the gentlewoman from Georgia my time.
Thank you so much to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania. And talking in response to the what was just mentioned, the bill that you actually voted for, in favor for, has a definition that would qualify Zalwitzer as a journalist in his capacity writing Biden's book. That was H.R. 4250.
Hello, David from Grand Prairie, Texas. How are you? Hi, indeed.
Gathers, prepares, collects photographs, records,
Just moved to
writes,
strike.
edits, reports, investigates, or publishes news or information that concerns local, national, or international events or other matters of public interest for dissemination to the public. Now yield back to the...
Oh, I'll bring the definitions in case everybody... Daryl, if you're a little behind.
Question occurs on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Georgia. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Well, I call for a recorded vote.
The roll call being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
What I meant that. I meant roll call.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Isaac?
All right, well, let's do some music while we're doing
Mr.
this.
Gates? Mr. Biggs?
Oh, wait.
Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock? Mr. McClintock?
In the car. Okay, wait, that's just Jurassic Park.
Mr. Massey? Mr.
No.
Roy?
No.
Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes
No.
no. Ms. Sparks?
Oh, here we
Ms.
go.
Sparks votes no.
And now for something completely
oh, wait,
different.
That's not it.
Mr. Moore?
Mm.
Mr. Run away!
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Moran?
Mr. Moran!
Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Ruley? Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Nadler?
What else do I have?
Ms. Lofgren?
God creates dinosaurs. God destroys dinosaurs. God creates man. Man destroys God. Man creates dinosaurs.
Dinosaurs eat man. Woman inherits the earth.
Another great one from Jurassic Park. We love dinosaurs here at Lolo's Lounge. Bye, GP. Good night, my darling friend from down under. I will definitely do that. Thank you, GP. I'll see you hopefully later on today. Get some good rest. We're going to laugh our asses off tonight. Let me see where that is. Oh, no, that's not it.
What's up?
No, that's not it. Oh, here we go. We'll send you off with a little music, GP.
Mr. Chairman, there are 9 ayes and 13 noes.
Question.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I can't stop. Okay, maybe I just don't want to stop.
Question occurred.
All right, I'll listen to Madeline Dean. Wait, what?
Mr. Chairman,
Okay,
I have
here
an
we go.
amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
I do love that music. That's the theme.
Amendment to the amendment.
Robots wrote that for me.
Jump for California.
To the committee report.
That objection, the amendment will be considered as read.
Okay. Anyway, the point is, I can't stop when that girl's trying to manage Jim Jordan. I can't even stop. I admire her. I'm going to stop. Yes, I love that. It's for the It's for the Con Pod that I'm releasing. God, that's next week. I better get my ass in gear. Just kidding. I mean, not kidding, but just kidding.
It is simply craven what you are pursuing today. Why are you doing this? It would seem you're doing this because of the two men who are involved. You don't like President Biden because he poses a political threat to your favorite felon. So they attack Biden. It's cynical, but hardly new. Now you are going after Mr. Zwanitzer simply because you are desperate. You have the weight of the government, the control of this committee. Mr. Zwanitzer is a private citizen, a writer, a journalist, trusted to convey the most private memories of a father losing a son. In Promise Me, Dad, President Biden describes the moment he knew Beau Biden would not recover, the moment Beau's breathing slowed, the moment his heart stopped beating. Finally, in his own words, he writes that his son was gone, quote, May 30, 7:51 p.m. It happened. My God, my boy, my beautiful boy. I can only imagine that Promise Me, Dad has brought solace to so many of us who know grief and loss. Mr. Zwanitzer illustrates these sensitive memories with respect and dignity, a far cry from the tone and tenor of this hearing. By demanding these files, Republicans are intruding on the most private personal recollections imaginable, and they are trying to bully Mr. Zwanitzer into helping them. What does this terrible precedent mean for future writers? Who will want to work on a sensitive subject matter and tell meaningful stories if they have no control over the conversations they had? Even more cynical, why, Chairman Jordan, are you prying into these private conversations at all? Mr. Zwanitzer already produced all the information he is seeking to Special Counsel Hur, a Republican and a former Trump administration appointee. I ask every member of this committee to stop now and really consider, why are you doing this? Is the other side incapable of decency? So, I offer an amendment. My amendment clarifies that the only possible legitimate purpose of this committee, and therefore this contempt resolution, is legislative decision-making. That's what we're here about. The purpose must not be to bolster Republican candidates' chances of victory in the 2024 election cycle, nor to seek embarrassing information about President Biden. Finally, my amendment would require that any audio files must not be released to the public, 2 points, not be released to the public, nor used in any campaign materials by members of Congress seeking re-election.
Or any materials,
I urge
ever.
my colleagues, based on what must clearly be their intent, nothing political in what they're intending here, only legislative. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment or else admit this is purely political. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
Everybody's hitting the Diet Coke a little hard today, okay?
Even though it was just the opening statement being reread.
I know, Badger. I know.
Gentleman withdraws.
There's just nothing there. That is a pain that I do not ever.
So you want to know who's crazy?
I can't even imagine it changing over time. You know what I mean? Like the manifestation of that pain. So I don't know.
It is not.
Oh God.
We're not asserting anything with regard to Mr. Biden's book or how it came out or anything regarding to his son. What we're talking about.
Really? What are you talking about?
The information that he decided to reveal.
Okay.
Which was classified. And
okay. Well, did Mr. Hur look into that?
Classified and secret.
Oh, okay. Well, then there's a reason for that.
President Biden's son's tragic death.
No, not really.
Relationship.
Nope.
We've not inquired into that.
Oh, no, you actually have. Because that's what the book's about. And you're going to the author of that book.
That he retained over 50 years.
Actually, that's exactly how that works.
And as vice president, and then that he disclosed, in turn disclosed, to someone that he knew did not have classification status. It is you who have attempted to turn this into something.
I'm sending you both, everyone, a big hug.
That is crazy. would you please not interrupt me?
No, I said
If it is, please don't interrupt me. If it is,
lack of decorum.
yes, you're right, you have a lack of decorum. If this is about what you claim it is about, then why did President Biden take $8 million for it?
Oh my God. Oh my
The reality
God.
is, we are not asking about that. We didn't bring it up. You did. You did. We are asking for information.
It's a good robot.
That Mr. Zwanniger uniquely has, and it's related to his receiving sensitive classified information from a former vice president, former senator, who had no authority but knew he had retained.
As far as I know, the GOPers on this committee don't know what information they seek. They're just doing a fishing expedition in hopes of finding something. Yes, that is absolutely correct. What they're doing is they're hoping that there's some kind of soundbite they can manipulate or use or embarrass him or find information that embarrasses him. That's what they're doing. It's the definition of a fishing expedition. It's just the pure ass definition of it. And Tiffany's a real boiled tick, right?
Because they don't want to see this go public because who knows what information may come out. But,
yeah, no,
we will not be stymied by the heckler's veto.
Yeah, it was. I put it in AI to do the Django Reinhardt kind of.
And we will attempt to have the Biden Department of Justice
kind of like
comply with the law. I yield to
and the type of fishing is trolling, yeah, because it's not a legitimate purpose. It's not in the public interest.
I appreciate the point just
the
made
transcript
by Mr. Tiffany.
has been released to them, okay? They just want audio to embarrass him, and they want to see whatever this author might have that could embarrass him and draw him into being a weapon. So no, I'm sorry. It's not going to deflect from the crimes that your dude has been engaged in. It's not it? What do you mean it's not it?
This is not present to your mind about why we're pursuing
What?
the
I
information
don't
in the first
know.
place. You fail to recognize
I don't know.
President Biden already
Do the technique
decided
dragging
to expose
chum
that
through
to
the
the
water.
public.
Yeah, it's chumming.
It is as
Thanks. I've
it
been
is the
Googling
core
Mark
of the
Zwanitzer
book,
and related topics.
as
All
they
I
just
can.
said.
Yeah. I mean,
So when we go to say, we
I
want to
mean,
know what
is there a huge secret
what
Zwanitzer
all
has?
the
I don't
detail
know.
is concerning President Biden's reading,
You know,
verbatim
based
from
on track
classified
record,
information about Afghanistan
if there
to
were,
the
I bet you the Biden
ghostwriter.
administration or the DOJ would appoint a special
Democrats
counsel
with
for that
unanimous,
too. Oh wait, they
repetition
did.
from the ranking member
Jesus,
on through,
that's right.
everyone's comments
They
says,
did.
Well,
Robert
how
Hur.
could you?
Robert
This is despicable
Hur.
and craven.
You're despicable and craven.
So
Listen,
cynical.
they what?
The exploitation of that when the information
Oh no, we got to make fun.
you're specifically referring to President Biden decided voluntarily
so fun of mine. That's right. And I don't know why your guy wrote a book. My guy can't write a book. My guy, wait, he did write a book. Oh,
as
he
Andy Griffith
used a
used to say, you
ghostwriter
guys
too.
beat
Oh,
everything,
how much did he get paid for his
Yield
books?
back.
I don't really remember. I
yield to
don't really remember if we ever found that out because, oh, that's right. We never got a full disclosure of his tax records. That's right. Okay, all right, I'm up to speed.
Well, all of what was just said reveals that we've struck a nerve over on the other side, and so I'm well aware of that. What you have done here is craven. I might even pull out pusillanimous just to have some fun. But here's my question. The people who have spoken against this amendment, probably you're in favor of it because my amendment simply says this. Therefore, if these audio files are obtained by the committee, no portion of the audio files shall be released to the public or used in any campaign materials by members of Congress seeking re-election. Are you all in agreement? It seems like you must be. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. And I'd like to thank you for your amendment. I am in full support of your amendment. I think it would demonstrate by our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, if they were to support your amendment, it would demonstrate that nothing about this effort is political, that it is serious fact-finding. If they oppose your amendment, then it would clearly be an admission that this is purely a political exercise. So makes perfect sense to me, very straightforward. Would you like more time?
And I thank you. I thank the gentlelady for that support of my amendment. And I'll remind everybody, anybody who's still paying attention to this, that all of the information Mr. Herr has. So why they're going after this private citizen, I'm sure it's baffling anybody watching on C-SPAN. Craven.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Mr. Chair,
David, you're not making any sense anymore. I can't do that, David.
Thank you. Move to strike the last word. I'm going to ask a few questions and answer them myself because it may be the most efficient way to get the thought out. You know, Mr. Issa, isn't it true that knowingly receiving classified information that you're not cleared for is a crime?
You better not play with this.
So. Objection to the form
friend.
of the question. Somebody has to represent you in this scenario.
Isn't it true that that in fact, giving out classified information you've received in a classified
Oh, no, we're not playing bingo. Sorry, not yet. That's for tonight.
Well, yes, it is.
Sorry, David. I didn't get the question.
That the Vice President of the United States is
And
not
for-
entitled to declassify information? Yes, it is. Is it
I'm
also
sorry,
true that a
David. I'm a little
senator
high
is not,
myself.
allowed to take and
But yeah, those are for tonight for the debate. But yeah, you know what? Actually,
isn't that true?
works now
Yes, it
too,
is.
doesn't it?
I could keep going with the yes, it is, as though I was a cooperating witness, which I am.
Why is this doing this? Oh, I see.
But trying to bring a little humor to this moment, folks, there has been a serious allegation that a series of crimes were committed for which the elderly man with a bad memory is not being charged. And we still have the responsibility to look at whether crimes were committed. By the way,
so high. Go clutch a snowball, right?
Probably did commit a crime
Daryl Issa is such
by
a
knowingly
dick.
sharing
He's always been a dick.
information,
Believe
and
me.
hasn't been. Now, if the Department of Justice is going to overlook crimes,
Not
and
even
only
like an
they can, in
effective
fact,
dick,
bring
right?
charges,
Not even
it
an
has
effective
never
dick.
stopped
It was
this from
being
committee from looking to see whether there are
Do
crimes
they bring Danish?
and
I don't
representing them to
know.
the Department of Justice.
That's actually a really
reasons
good question.
that
I think that's from
should
Twitch.
Enforce. But also,
Welcome
quite
from
candidly,
Twitch.
we have some other
Jackie,
real
you're on
reasons
Twitter.
to do it. But the
The
most
Republicans bring
important one,
Danishes. They
quite frankly,
should.
I made
Really.
out trying to have a little
Really.
humor, maybe a little too much humor, but
No, not no.
we are looking at some
In fact, the
serious
exact
things that went
opposite.
on.
No humor.
I do think
Daryl, you're not funny.
that the question of
You're not
President
funny.
Trump and the classified documents that are alleged
You're
that
not
he had,
funny,
and
Daryl.
whether he had declassified them or not is a legitimate question.
Oh,
But I
really?
equally consider the questions and answers I just made as worthwhile and important. And I would urge
That's
my
why you
colleagues
should appoint
to
a
move away
special
from the
counsel.
idea
Wait a
that
minute.
this has
You
only a
already
political
did.
purpose, when in fact,
You
no
already
matter who is in the
did.
majority, no matter who's in the
Just give. You already did appoint a special counsel, and the special counsel actually determined that there wasn't a crime. Okay? So there you go. That's it. Read it and weep. Literally. Go cry. Go cry and die mad, salty bitch.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. I mean, this is one of the things that drive me
Go cry, die mad, salty bitch.
counsel was before the committee.
Oh my God.
And it's this idea that the American people have no right to hear
Another blood-filled tick about to pop. Freedom Danish.
I find myself kind of bewildered that this
Oh, bitch, you don't even know bewildered.
Yeah.
who was sitting there taking notes based on what President Biden was telling him. If you look back at the record, February 14, 2024, approximately 6 days after the release of the special counsel Herr's report, the committee sent a letter to Zwanniker
Okay.
requesting 6 categories of documents and records.
Okay.
On the letter's return date, February 23, 2024, Zwanniker's attorney contacted the committee and requested the committee staff contact him to discuss the committee's request.
Okay.
He lawyered up.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I would do that too if I got a subpoena from a congressional committee. But okay. Yeah.
This idea that there could be classified information floating around out there.
Okay. Well, I think that's why they investigated the documents, right? Wouldn't they have caught that?
Zwanniker's attorney represented that.
Okay.
He says I can't be there because of a personal
Okay.
trip.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah.
no sense of
Okay.
urgency, really not
Well,
requiring
maybe
the
it was a
committee,
really important
not
one.
really concerned about meeting any of the deadlines.
Oh, Neil, I'm sorry. Okay, good. We'll see you tomorrow. I love you. Bye.
And
Mwah.
then guess what happens? He doesn't do it. So, I mean,
Oh my
yeah, I get
God.
that the committee was not doing the due diligence
What?
to try and work with this person, and then
Right.
ultimately, when he lawyered up, work with the attorney is just ridiculous.
Okay, but that's still not. There's executive. There's executive privilege.
American people should be able to hear.
They asserted executive privilege, which makes it more kind of like
It makes it more complicated for someone like Zwanitzer if the subject of his interview has issued an executive privilege over the materials. Then don't you think that means, waving eyeglasses on, off, but no cigar? Oh, well, later then.
Yeah, gentleman yields back. The chair now. I would just add he may have lawyered up because he tried to destroy evidence.
No. Oh, that's very slanderous. Oh, wow. Oh, Jimmy.
I sit on the ethics committee.
Jimmy.
I can't name any names, but there are members who have matters before the ethics committee, and they're represented by counsel.
Oh.
And I'll say this too.
I did it again. Yeah, it's your buddy.
I'm just saying why he may have done so.
Oh, really? You just slandered him?
Just to reclaim my time.
Okay.
The gentleman who spoke just before you.
Yep.
And you, by what you said, by implication or suggesting, the fact that he would retain counsel suggests that he's guilty.
Ooh.
And just a few minutes ago, when I raised the point about
Oh, fucking hell.
some of whom sit on this committee who declined to comply. Let me at least finish the statement.
Okay.
Comply with the January 6th subpoenas that were received. Many of them retained counsel. And by the way, says that there should be no negative implication drawn from somebody retaining counsel. And if you think about it, if you're just a regular citizen and you get a subpoena from the United States Congress, you might think you're in over your head. You know why? Because you probably are. And this is a guy who, as they say in The Godfather, this is the profession that we've chosen. We've chosen to be in the public light. But this guy's a ghostwriter. By profession, he's sought to stay out of the limelight. And here we are going to hit him with a contempt and suggesting the fact that he got an attorney to help him walk it through it.
I mean, really.
He must be guilty of something.
I mean, really.
Before I yield to the chair, I got to say this too. It's not like he didn't respond at all to the subpoena. His attorney wrote a letter to the committee 2 months ago almost, raising the exact same issues that the committee really hasn't dealt with. He said, well, we only heard from the White House about it 2 days ago. But the executive privilege issues raised in his April 12, 2024 letter.
I'm so good.
To make part of the record by unanimous consent.
Objection.
And he also raised the reporter's privilege, which has been barely addressed.
We have 636 viewers across all our platforms. Looks like a cool 17 over here on YouTube and Twitch. And the rest of you beautiful people are out there in Twitterland. Twitterland. So thank you for joining today. I really appreciate it. And please join us tonight at 5:45 Pacific for the debate. And you can, on my social media, on Twitter, easy to get from Twitter, are the 4 unique bingo cards plus a drinking/smoking/have fun game. So please join us tonight. We'll have commentary. I think I'm going to be able to get some people's voice on there. We'll see. I'm going to work on that. Anyway, thank you. If I don't say I love you, maybe I love you. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate all your eyeballs on us. Sorry.
2 of Trump's staff also attended the interview, which was recorded with Trump's knowledge and consent. Trump stated, I'm jumping to paragraph 34, look what I
Say
found.
goodnight,
This was
Gracie.
senior military officials' plan of attack
I'm not leaving yet.
It's interesting. Later in the interview, and it goes through.
I'm just saying thank you. I like to say thank you as much as possible.
Staffers on these things, but based on what the committee's doing today, I suppose we should be seeking a subpoena against whoever this ghostwriter was for Mr. Trump. And if he doesn't comply, I guess the way the committee would go is you seek to hold him in contempt. I don't know that that's the path we need to go down, especially when there's live litigation going on with the matter. All I'm saying is, can't we just kind of pause and think through about what we're trying to do here and why we're
No, Mr. Ivey, tonight is the debate. Jimmy had to deliver something on the day of the debate. It's like an offering. It's like laying an offering at the altar of Dump or MAGA.
if you're
That's all this is.
Basis for seeking this information, and you have to if you're seeking criminal contempt, it can only be for non-political reasons. Why wouldn't you want to say that in the report?
Gentlemen, yield?
I will yield.
Is there precedent for it? So when committees on the Hill sought the tax returns of President Trump, his business records from Mazars, did they include, make sure?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think that's enough of a question.
I don't know what process.
I think we need to know.
Well, I don't know what process the committee went through for that. I don't know if there was an effort at subpoena, accommodation, and then contempt. I don't know. But I know what's happening here today with a third party, private citizen. None of this is required because the Department of Justice has all of the information you're saying you need. Yeah. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I would just point out, I think you're making our point. If what you
Oh my God.
You allege it, I don't know that it happened, where President Trump gave information to a book writer, just like President Biden did, you're making our point.
Well, what if he gave it to like MBZ or MBS?
That to me is
How about that?
I don't know that happened. It's been alleged it's happened. We know he's getting charged. We know this happened. Special Counsel Hur told us it happened. Joe Biden said that he gave classified information to his ghostwriter.
Yield?
Sure.
Mr.
Whoa. I'm really done. I'm done with these guys. Fairly large diameter hose sticking out of those boxes bothers me every time I look at it. I know, right?
I'm saying what
right?
Reclaiming my time.
I want to know what documents we didn't get back. That's what I want to know.
Told us, Mr. Ivey. That's what we're saying.
You know what else he told you? Jimmy Jordan? He told you.
They were able to recover it, and they chose not
to. And
that's right.
Exactly. Based on the evidence. How is it? What is it you don't get? Like once the evidence is done, you know, if you have something specific, go ahead. But they have nothing specific. Yeah. Then there's the sprinkler system.
I yield back. Who seeks recognition? The gentlelady. Oh, I'll yield to you then. We got 3 minutes 41 seconds. Go right ahead.
I just want to, before we get to a vote on this, correct the record of what a couple of the folks on the other side of the aisle said, that they were only interested in the reading of classified documents. But really, let's take a look at literally the listing that this committee demanded. According to Advance our oversight, please produce the following documents and information. All documents and communication shared between you and President Biden or his staff or representatives relating to your ghostwriting, on and on. All contracts or agreements relating to your ghostwriting. All documents evidencing payments to you relating to your ghostwriting. All audio recordings, not just what might connect to possible classification. All audio recordings of interviews or conversations.
Boy, they're really working hard to get this.
All transcripts.
They really are desperate. They are going to lose. They know they're going to lose.
All documents and communications between you and President Biden or his staff. Yes.
Sorry.
Members of your committee, your side of the committee, tried to mislead the public and this markup into believing it was, we just want to take a look at what was the classified.
We've been clear.
Ask the ladies' segment words be taken down.
We've been clear. We've been clear. 6 categories of information, documents and information we sought. That's what we've sought. The gentlelady stated that. God bless you for stating what we all know we asked for. I yield back. Who seeks recognition? The question occurs on the amendment from the gentlelady from Pennsylvania. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it. Court of vote being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Then what we can do
Mr. Jordan votes no.
is we can get a little reminder right now about what is important in life.
You know, to some of us, not everybody, and that's okay. But for most of us, this is kind of important.
Make sure you smoke a sufficient number of joints per day. Make sure you smoke a sufficient number of joints per day. Make sure you smoke a sufficient number of joints per day. Make sure you smoke a sufficient number of joints per day. Make sure you smoke a sufficient number of joints. Make sure you smoke a sufficient number of.
Anyway, that's that. And it's just your reminder. That's. I also have an Instagram. I mean, there's things I have that I just forget to use. Did you guys not hear it? I want to make sure you heard it. Maybe you didn't hear it. That's fine if you didn't. I'm not going to make you listen to it again.
Mr. Nadler.
See, I don't even know where that is anymore. I don't even know where it is anymore. I don't even know where it is anymore.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Swallow. Ms. Jayapal.
I almost have my joke set ready for you guys to workshop with, because one of the things I want to do for those of you who may not have been here is I'm trying to throw together like an open mic set of stand-up comedy, because I kind of want to try it. I want to try and get out in the real world and do it. I haven't done it, and I'm really intimidated by it for some reason. Even though I'm fine performing, it's actually like getting to the venue and just like not being too nervous. It's just that. Oh, good. Mission accomplished. Yes. Yes, queen. So let's see. What was I going to say? Anyway. Oh, yeah. So I almost have a set written, drafted, and it's probably bad. But I kind of want to workshop it with you guys, if you don't mind. Do you think you'd be willing to, like, suffer through some bad stand-up comedy and not make too much fun of me? To laugh with me and not at me. Comedy open mic nights are nerve-wracking for the experience, too. I imagine. Yeah, I think I'm almost ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It has been really distressing to sit here
Later,
and listen to my colleagues on the other side.
Oh, man.
During this committee markup, really go after.
That's all right. All right. I just thought I'd ask. It's worth a shot. I shot my shot.
I think this should send chills down the spine of
Not
every
everything
American,
wins.
to see how in their desperation.
I swear, yes, pleaser. Oh, we just love pleasers here. I'll help. Oh, God, that's right. Thank you. Yes, gal. Yes.
Of attacking the president and his family. What has been
Yep. All right, we'll do that. We'll do that next week because we're not going to have enough trials to keep us busy. Being in the audience for comedy open mic night is to experience strong secondhand embarrassment. I know, right? Seriously. Hopefully I can make it work. I think I can make embarrassment work for me.
He was trying to hide information.
But what was I going to say? Oh, shoot.
Basically trying to destroy evidence. And in fact,
What was I going to say?
that term has been used of
Oh,
destroying
I still want to go to one. I haven't gone to one. I don't know why. I'm lazy. Once it gets to like the afternoon, I don't want to go anywhere. Okay. Like once the afternoon hits, I'm done. Okay. If I didn't do it in the morning, it ain't going to happen. So you did. I bet you did. You're smart. Well, yeah, mine's pretty bad. Mine's pretty bad. Cringe comedy is all the rage. That's true. I might be able to turn that frown upside down. You never know. So yeah, I'm gonna try and workshop that next week. Because I don't know if we're gonna have much to watch. I'm not sure. I mean, maybe there'll be some more weaponization.
Cyber surveillance system known to target
But it's not like July 11th isn't next week, right?
to being aware of the special counsel investigation.
Not sure.
He did not say that his goal was to keep evidence from being uncovered by that investigation. Instead, he explained when
The other thing I was thinking of streaming.
I realized that I still had audio that I did not know I had on the laptop, I made sure to preserve that for this investigation. And he, in fact, completely cooperated in the investigation. So
Then why are we here?
it is incredibly shameful to imply that he was trying to destroy evidence, and in fact, the feds were able to recover that information, and the report made it clear that he complied. So either my colleagues on the other side of the aisle didn't read the Her report, which would be shocking, but unfortunately not surprising.
Oh, it's the awful, shocking, but not surprising. Burn. Burn.
Made it very clear that he complied. Just basically trying to sully someone's reputation, which is absolutely shameful. So really, this amendment clarifies that information very succinctly.
Well, it's funny that you say that, Gal, because part of my set does include telling jokes about my kid. And she's not actually that excited about it. I will be vetting the material with her first so that she can, she has full editorial license on my material for sure. I mean, until I have something really good, okay? And then we're going to fight. And then we're going to battle. Yeah. All right. Then I'm going to pull out all the mommy manipulation. Okay. I'm just kidding.
Gentlelady from Texas. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. No. Any of the chair, the noes have it.
No.
I'd like a recorded vote.
Yeah, me too.
Clerk, call the roll.
I can't hear the other stream if I'm supposed to. Oh, you can't? Oh, it's probably too low. It's me.
Mr. Gates. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes
Can you
no.
hear it now?
Mr. McClintock.
It's pretty low.
Mr. McClintock votes no.
McClintock!
Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey.
Yeah, it's supposed to be low.
Mr.
No, they're
Roy.
low. Although my sound
Bishop.
looks like it's getting a little
Mr. Bishop
wonky.
votes no. Ms.
Not
Sparks.
sure why.
Ms. Sparks votes no.
Oh, I
Mr.
know what I was going to
Fitzgerald.
say. Here's what I was going to say. What I was
Fitzgerald
thinking
votes no.
is
Mr.
that
Benz. Mr. Benz
I want
votes
to.
no.
I have to
Mr.
record these
Klein.
songs, right? I have to record this one song, "Stuck in the Midst of a Coup."
Mr. Gooden.
Remember that song? Okay. Well,
Mr.
here's the
Van Drew.
bottleneck right here.
Mr. Van Drew votes no.
Massive asshole is what I
Nels.
call him. Massive asshole.
Mr. Moore.
We can write the best
Kiley.
jokes about social media. Oh,
Hageman.
fuck. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mr. Moran.
Oh, I got to do
Mr.
the
Moran
fucking.
votes no. Miss
I gotta
Lee.
write the rest of the con pod. I have the first episode pretty much in the
Fry.
can. I can do that.
Mr.
I can
Fry
do the
votes
first
no.
episode.
Mr. Rulli.
But I gotta get the other episodes. Anyway, that's not the
Nadler.
point.
Miss Lofgren.
Um.
Miss Lofgren votes aye. Miss Jackson Lee.
Oh, I want to. Maybe
Mr.
I'll
Cohen.
stream. Well, songs. Yeah.
Mr.
Okay.
Johnson.
Song.
Mr. Johnson
Song.
votes aye.
Okay.
Mr.
Song. Okay.
Mr. Swallow.
Song.
Mr. Liu. Miss Jayapal.
There's other songs, but yeah, no.
Mr.
There's
Correa.
one song, and I was thinking I would
Scanlon.
stream me trying to record that.
Mr. Nagoose.
Would that be fun?
Miss McBath.
I wouldn't be able to look at
Miss
chat
Dean.
because then you guys would make me cry.
Miss Escobar.
Song.
Miss Escobar votes aye. Miss Ross. Miss Ross votes aye. Miss Bush.
Song.
Mr.
LOL
Ivy.
song.
Mr. Ivy votes aye. Miss
I get
Ballant.
it.
Miss Ballant votes aye. Miss Scanlon, you're not recorded. Miss Scanlon votes aye.
What's the count? What's the count? What's the frequency, Kenneth? What's the frequency, Kenneth? Are you waiting for church? Oh, yeah. I don't know any of the words to that song. What's the frequency, Kenneth? What are you wearing to the barbecue? Uh-huh.
Clerk report.
Mr. Chairman, there are
Sorry.
8 ayes and 11 noes.
Too
Members,
dear.
agree
Oh.
to? Gentleman from Georgia.
Little dear little Bambi. But you make
gentleman
such
from California,
delicious
reserves point of
flowers,
order. The,
Miss Max
clerk
Flower.
report.
Miss Max Flower, we love your delicious
Amendment to the
offering.
amendment in
Without
the
objection, the
nature
amendment will
of
be considered as read. The gentleman from Georgia.
That's what
is
they talk
recognized
like.
to explain his amendment.
Thank you,
How can you hate them?
Chairman.
Oh,
Well,
the
it's been
apricot.
reported that former
Just
President
beautiful. It's
Trump
almost
has
almost
been
glowing.
livid about the fact that when he left office, he was not offered a book deal, and perhaps that is the reason why, or that's one of the reasons why we're here today.
God, the
Republicans
shade is
concerned
just
about
so
Joe
cool
Biden's
here.
deal ignores
It's so cool
that
here
it
in the
is a common
shade.
practice for public officials and
You love
political
musical
leaders to
comedy.
publish
I see a
memoirs
comedian come out with a
that
guitar.
detail
Oh,
their
I wish I could
experiences
play
and define
guitar.
their
Hi,
legacies.
Black Bear. Good to see
Numerous
you.
Trump administration
You grow the
officials have
yummy.
done so including Jared
She does.
Kushner, which makes it even more unpalatable for our dear.
I know. I should, you know what though? Wait, Black
June
Bear, here's what I
16,
am going to teach
2021,
myself. Hold on. I'm going to show you. Hold on.
Books,
I'm going to show you. Hold on.
imprint of HarperCollins announced
I think I
that
can
it had acquired a book.
I think I
by
can do this
Jared
without
Kushner,
embarrassing
and
myself.
At the
Hold on.
same time of that acquisition, Broadside described Kushner as
Butt.
quote,
Oh, I don't want you
playing a
guys to see my
central
butt.
role in the
I mean, I have
administration's
pants on
most
and everything, but I'm just saying I don't want you to really see my butt. Okay, I'm going to turn my camera off because I'm too self-conscious about I'm wearing like stupid shorts.
thoroughly recounting of
Hold
the
on.
administration and the truth about what happened behind closed doors.
Because I'm going to show you what I'm
Like
going to learn.
President
Because I was talking about this with Bobo the other day.
was written with the help
So
of a
I'm gonna
ghostwriter
blow your
who is
mind.
identified in the book's
Hold on.
acknowledgments
God damn
as
it!
speechwriter
I
Brittany
don't know.
Baldwin.
I don't know how anything works.
Breaking History, which was published on August 23rd,
My
2022,
goddamn motherfucking camera.
paints Kushner as
Oh, there it
quote,
is.
one of the most consequential
All right, hold on.
presidential advisors in
I'm
modern
going to show
history,
you what I'm
end
going to
quote,
teach myself. Instead
and
of coming
quote
out
takes
with a
readers
guitar,
inside debates in the Oval Office, double crosses
come out
at
with
the
this.
United Nations, tense meetings in Arab palaces, high stakes negotiations, and the
I gotta
daily
get a new
barrage
strap on
of
it, though.
leaks, false allegations, and
And I
investigations,
really should
and
make sure my window's
West
closed
Wing
before I-
infighting.
Okay, I'm not going to really do the whole thing, but
Members of Congress have
hold on,
long raised
hold on.
concerns about the troubling
Hold on, let me get my
overlap
camera back
between
here.
Jared
Hold on.
Kushner's Middle Eastern
there we go. Okay, wait,
business
hold on. Really.
interests and U.S. foreign policy.
gonna
Less
do.
than 6 months after Kushner left his role as White House advisor, his private equity firm, known as
I
Affinity
had a friend
Partners,
who's the music teacher at my school,
which he has
and he
no,
labeled the keys for me.
background in private equity, but still set
So
up
this is what I'm
business.
gonna
And that
learn
business
this.
received
I'm gonna.
a
Oh,
$2
it's so
billion
dusty.
investment from Saudi
Oh,
Arabia's Public Investment Fund, which is a sovereign wealth fund controlled by Crown Prince Mohammed bin
Okay.
Salman.
Anyway, yeah, that's what I'm gonna teach myself.
Circumstances surrounding the PIF's
That suit's amazing. That suit is
$1 billion
absolutely
investment
gorgeous.
in Affinity invite questions about whether the investment was a reward for official actions Kushner took to benefit
Oh,
the
it's so
Saudi
dusty.
government during his time in the White House,
Sorry. Wow. That's
including
embarrassing.
preventing accountability for the Saudi government ordering
Okay,
the
anyway.
brutal murder of journalist
I almost died
and
once
American
laughing at a
citizen
comedian with a trombone.
Members of this committee have made no secret of their
Black
desire
Bear.
to investigate Kushner's business
Yeah, so I
dealings
think
with
I'm gonna
Middle Eastern
get. I
states,
think I'm gonna figure out how to
Saudi
like play a
Arabia,
couple songs on that
materials
thing,
created during the process
and then
of
use
writing
that
his
as part of the
memoir,
stand-up. Because I would
including
like
the
to sing when I do
ghostwriter's
stand-up
notes and
too.
audio
It's
recordings
democracy. Cry if you want.
contain
If I want
evidence
to.
that is
Cry if I
relevant
want
to
to.
such an investigation.
It's
To that end, this
democracy. I'll
committee
cry
intends
if I want to. Cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. You should cry too, since you failed your coup.
transparency issues related to Kushner's
I love that. Oh my
memoir.
God, that's really good.
Unlike
I'm gonna take a picture of
President
that.
Biden, who publicly disclosed how
I took a
much he
picture
has
of it.
made
I
through
took a
book
picture of it.
deals, financial terms
That's a good
for
one, gal.
Kushner's memoir have not
Anyway.
been shared with the public. Moreover,
Sorry.
campaign
All
finance
dusty.
records and public reporting indicate that Save America Joint Fundraising Committee, which raises money for 2 political action committees associated with Trump, spent $158,000 buying copies of Kushner's book from Books A Million.
What?
These
Books a
purchases
Million? That still
provided
exists?
Direct financial and
When is that?
reputational
How-
benefits to Kushner.
How does
and may
Books a
have
Million
helped him
stay in
land the
business?
#1
I don't
spot
understand
on
it.
the New York bestsellers list.
It's democracy. I'll cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. You should cry too, because you failed to coup. You should cry too, since you failed to coup. Failed.
Gentleman yields back. Point of orders with
I'm
withdrawn.
instinctively saying two, but I don't know.
Question occurs on the amendment from the gentleman from Georgia.
Look
All
at how
those in
nervous
favor
he is.
say
He really
aye.
has to poop.
Those opposed, no. No.
I mean, he's
Opinion
really.
chair, then
They
noes
cry.
have it.
Yeah. They
Order vote
cry.
being requested, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan.
You will cry too,
Mr. Issa.
because you're failing to coup.
Mr. Gates. Mr. Biggs. Mr.
It's
Biggs
true,
votes
their
no.
coup,
Mr.
yeah.
McClintock. Mr. McClintock votes no.
Mr. McClintock.
Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massive Asshole.
Mr. Roy.
Mr. Massive Asshole.
Mr.
Chip
Bishop.
Roy's been gone all
Mr.
morning
Bishop
long.
votes no.
I don't know what
Sparks.
he's doing. Has anyone seen
Fitzgerald.
Chip Roy? Because
Mr.
he
Fitzgerald
is
votes no. Mr.
MIA,
Benz- Mr.
babes.
Benz votes no. Mr.
MIA. I'm sure he's up to
Mr.
no
Armstrong.
good.
Mr. Gooden.
He's not a good one, he's a
Mr.
bad one.
Vandrew.
That's what we say about
Mr.
him.
Vandrew votes no.
Mr. Vandrew's an
Nels.
idiot.
Mr. Moore. Mr. Kiley. Ms. Hageman.
Ugh.
Ms. Hageman votes no.
Yeah,
Mr. Moran.
no
Mr.
one
Moran
couldn't
votes
not
no.
hear her.
Ms. Lee. Mr. Hunt.
Jesus.
Mr. Fry.
Mr.
Mr. Fry votes no.
Mike Hunt.
Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes no. Mr. Nadler.
Mr. Mike Hunt. Mr. Mike Hunt.
Ms. Lofgren.
Mr. Mike Hunt.
Ms. Lofgren votes aye. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen.
Mr. Emerson Biggins.
Johnson.
I'm going over, but the old,
Johnson
all the
votes
old
aye.
handles,
Mr.
right?
Schiff.
Black Bear. Remember these handles?
Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Lou.
Remember Lou
Jayapal.
Sassel? That was my favorite. Lou Sassel.
Correa.
I don't know who that was, but
Ms.
they were
Scanlon.
brilliant. Lou Sassel.
Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Nagoose.
It took people forever to get
Ms.
that
McBath.
one. It's the middle of the day and my neighbor is out mowing. Oh my God.
Ms. Escobar votes aye. Ms. Ross.
Wow.
Ms.
It's
Ross votes
hot
aye.
too, right?
Ms.
I mean,
Bush.
it's probably not the best idea to
Ivey.
do it at the
Mr.
height of
Ivey
the
votes
day.
aye. Ms. Ballant. Ms. Ballant votes aye.
Miss Balance votes ayes. Lou Sassel. It was such a great name because it was Lou, L-O-U, and then it was S-A-S-S-O-L.
not recorded.
So it really took people a minute to
votes
get
aye.
it, but it was really good. I'm sorry. I think that's clever. I mean, I'm not
Turner,
into
8 ayes
that.
and 11 noes.
What was the other
Amendment is
ones?
not adopted. Who seeks recognition?
Mike Hunt was a really good one. That was a really good one. I was thinking about mowing, but probably will prioritize unconsciousness. I would definitely do that. Oh, it's mild. That's right.
The gentleman from California.
Yeah, exactly. So why even bother? Have them do it. I can't remember. Emerson Biggins was a good one.
Amendment to the amendment
Shit,
in the
man,
nature
there
of
was a couple of
substitute.
really
Without
good
objection, the
ones.
bill be considered as read. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized to explain the amendment.
I can't remember. Dang it. Oh well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Clever
Donald
people.
Trump has made a number of bizarre comments that raise serious concerns about his competency and mental acuity.
Oh shit.
During a June 9th campaign rally in Las Vegas, Nevada, Trump rambled about whether it was better to be electrocuted or attacked by a shark. And this is not the only time he's discussed sharks, Mr. Chairman. Played a shark mashup.
Fuck yes. Fuck yes.
I have an aptitude for things. You know, there is such a thing as an aptitude. I said, well, what would happen if this boat is so heavy and started to sink and you're on the top of the boat and you have this tremendously powerful battery and the battery's now underwater? Do you get electrocuted or not? In other words, the boat is going down and you're on the top. And let's say there's a shark about 10 yards over there. Would I have to immediately abandon, or could I ride the electric down? And I said, sir,
That's a
nobody's
good
ever
one.
asked us that
That's a
question.
good
By the
one,
way,
Black
a lot
Bear.
of shark attacks lately. Did you notice that? A lot of shark. I watched some guys justifying it today. Well, they weren't really that angry. They bit off the young lady's leg because of the fact that they were not hungry, but they misunderstood who she was. They were saying, oh, sharks, we have to protect them. I said, wait a minute, wait. They actually want to remove all the seals in order to save the shark. I said, wait, don't you have it the other way around? That's true. And the fake news, they go, he told this crazy story with electric. It's actually not crazy. It's sort of a smart story, right? It's sort of like, you know, it's like the snake. It's a smart, when you figure what you're leaving in, right? You're bringing it in. You know the snake.
Right? Talk about bad stand-up.
Y'all can go
Thank
ahead and
you.
laugh about that. It's
Oops.
okay. This past weekend, Trump gave a speech at the Faith and Freedom Coalition's Road to Majority.
Can never get it
Belongs
right.
to the gentleman
Oh
from
well.
Georgia.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, time
Save
belongs
the
to
electric
Georgia.
snake.
Thank you.
Snake.
This
What a
past
horrid
weekend,
story.
Trump gave a speech at the Faith and Freedom Coalition's Road to Majority Conference, during which
They
he
admitted
claimed
that to the
trucks can
record.
drive from New
I love
York
these
to
guys.
Los Angeles without stopping. And he talked about the wounds that he received while defending religious liberty, telling the crowd, quote, and I have the wounds all over my body. If I took my shirt off, you'd see a beautiful,
The staffer behind him.
but you'd see wounds all over me, end quote. He also advocated for creating a, quote, migrant fight league, end quote, which he apparently pitched to UFC President Dana White. I wonder if he laughed. Later that same day, during a campaign rally, Trump complained about restrictors that don't want you to have any water, and he detailed his typical haircut routine. Let's run that clip.
Oh, shit.
No water in your faucets. You ever try buying a new home and you turn on, they have restrictors in there. You want to wash your hair, or you want to wash your hands. You turn on the water and it goes drip, drip. The soap, you can't get it off your hand. So you keep it running for about 10 times longer. You're trying. The worst is your hair. I have this beautiful, luxuriant hair. And I put stuff on. And I put it in. Lather. I like lots of lather because I like it to come out extremely dry because it seems to be slightly thicker that way. And I lather up, and then you turn on this crazy shower, and the thing drip, drip. And you say, I'm going to be here for 45 minutes. They put restrictors, and they put them on in places like here where there's so much water you don't know what to do with it. You know, it's called rain. It rains a lot in certain places. But no, their idea, you know, did you see the other day? They just put, I opened it up and they closed it again. I opened it, they close it. Washing machines to wash your dishes. There's a problem. They don't want you to have any water. They want no water.
Gentleman from Georgia, yield just a second.
Well, no, I want to complete my comments.
The commission was on fire. Where? Is she here?
On the man Trump, but it is to let the American people know during this hearing, when my friends on the other side are trying to cast aspersions about President Biden's mental acuity, that there is some real evidence that we've got slippage on the part of the Republican nominee for presidency of the United States. And with that, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is recognized.
My friend from
Georgia.
Georgia.
Withdraw the point of order.
Withdraw my point of order.
Recognized.
My friend from Georgia reminds me of that movie line delivered by Kirstie Alley. Humor. It's a difficult concept. I'll yield the balance of my time to Mr. Bishop.
What?
He
mentions Kirstie
I would say
Alley?
to my friend from Georgia that
that's his flex?
the live experience is so much better.
That's so
you're
weird.
welcome to come with me to the next Trump rally. I'm sure that would be welcome. But
whoa!
I would also
what the hell was that?
It really is amazing.
What the fuck was that comment?
The most unprecedented.
Wow, that was really, Mr. Bishop, you are out of order.
Rule of law.
Oh man,
killing,
these guys are too much.
Turning of the awesome power of the state to prosecute crime against that former president of the United States in order to attempt personally to destroy him. You are so far away from being able to destroy him or the American people that he can still get on the podium at rallies.
Oh my God.
Time after time
this man
after time.
Is standing up
witty and
for a convicted felon
and insightful.
Who is accused
you aren't
of having documents
the American people. Any more
that
than you're about
belong
to tip over
to the United
island of Guam.
States
I yield back.
of America. I yield back.
Just real quickly, man, you all got to have a little fun once in a while. You don't get it. He's being humorous. It's a joke. He's having a good time. It's one of the reasons, and it was so.
I can't believe this. What the hell is this?
Through all the hell
Who the hell are these guys?
He's still having fun.
Why?
And that is why his appeal is so broad and so strong with the American people.
What?
Humor
it's
is
not.
a good thing once in a while.
You've lost every set of elections since he was elected. Like, you haven't won any midterms, really. Okay, so stop, really.
I'm a great proponent
Give me a
of
break.
humor, as the gentleman knows.
Time belongs
And I
to
know
the
it can go both ways on you as well. But the fact is, we've got repeated instances of the
I'm going to reclaim my time and simply advise my friend of the first law of holes. When you're in one, stop digging. You're back.
Who's well, that could be good advice for, I guess, anybody, really. What has happened? Where are we?
I just want to bring this back to why we're here.
Can any one of them be shocked, please?
Going after a private citizen, maligning that private citizen, trying to smear a private citizen's name, and it is absolutely unacceptable to those of us on this side of the aisle, and the tactics really are reprehensible, and yet we gave opportunity after opportunity via our amendments to clean up this markup, and each one of our amendments, including an amendment by Ms. Dean, to have our Republican colleagues prove that this is not a purely political stunt, via that amendment, and that they voted that down. I had an amendment to clarify facts from the Her report that would help clear this gentleman's name. That was voted down by the majority. And so I just think it's very important for the American people to understand what's happening.
It is
here
debate day
today, and how dangerous and reckless this
That's
behavior
right.
is.
We'll be live
Mr.
tonight for the
Johnson,
debate.
do you
There's
need any
bingo
more time?
cards on Twitter if you want
No, I
to
think this
have something to look at. I don't know.
Generated to the point where it really is not worth the time of the American.
But yeah, we'll have we'll have chat open.
This out.
Smartness. It'll be fun. I mean, as fun as it can be. I don't really enjoy debates. I don't really like them, but I understand their purpose.
Trump. And then as soon as the truth is shown about Donald Trump, my friends stop laughing. They stopped laughing on the other side of the aisle and start throwing darts and start trying to make excuses for conduct that is frankly inexcusable. It's there for the American people to sit through. If you want to listen to it for an hour, listen to it, take it all in context. It'll take you an hour and a half for some of these presentations that are done, within which these snippets are taken from. But these snippets are real. They demonstrate something to the American people, and you can try to explain it. You can try to throw darts at me for bringing it out, but the American people know me. They also know Donald Trump.
It's true.
They know
Hi,
extremism.
Teresa.
They know inefficiency, ineffectiveness. They know vindictiveness. They know all of those extreme qualities that we really don't want to bring back to the White House, but yet here on this committee,
I don't know what that means.
Doing the bidding of this gentleman. We are actually doing what he wants.
I'm just going to remind everyone we don't use names or personal information in chat. So I'm not sure, Hannah, who that person is or what. So I'd appreciate not dropping any information that isn't public about anyone in chat, just in case that is something that's personal to someone else. Thanks.
He wanted to put Hillary Clinton in jail. He wants to put President Biden in jail. And if we elect extremists and those who support him, that's exactly what could happen in our democracy. So this is dead serious, but yet this hearing needs to come to a conclusion where we're trying to bully an author, a ghostwriter, to turn over audio notes that Robert Hur has listened to. You know that there's nothing there. The only reason
they
why
have the
you
transcripts
want
of that
is to make campaign ads.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of material that we can make campaign ads out of from Donald Trump, but I don't know if it'll be necessary.
Oh, God. So yes. All right. Thank you.
And with that, I'll yield back to you.
I had a feeling, but I wasn't sure. Wait. Oh, wait.
Those opposed, no. No. In the opinion of the chair,
hold on.
the noes have it.
Recorded vote.
Recorded vote. Requested clerk will call
all right.
roll.
We're going to have to.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Issa. Mr. Gates.
Wow, it's been a minute. It's been a minute for that one.
Ms. McClintock.
It's been a minute for that one. He's doing that thing where he uses different chats to communicate with someone.
Mr. Roy.
What a fucking idiot.
Mr. Bishop.
All right, we can refresh the chat. Let's practice.
Mr. Fitzgerald.
Idiot.
Mr.
You
Fitzgerald
idiot.
votes no. Mr. Benz.
You
Mr. Benz
idiot.
votes
I'll
no.
fix you.
Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein votes no.
You
Mr.
little
Armstrong.
cunt.
Mr.
You're
Didden.
such a bit of a cunt.
Mr. Van Drew.
You're a bit
Mr.
of a
Van Drew
cunt.
votes no. Mr. Nels.
Yeah, it should probably
Mr.
come
Moore.
back.
Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley.
That's the way,
Ms. Hageman.
it's just the way it is.
Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran votes no. Miss Lee.
Don't you believe them?
Mr. Fry. Mr.
Yeah.
Ruley.
Yep.
Mr. Ruley
He's
votes no.
back
Mr.
like a
Nadler.
bad penny. He's back like a bad penny. Yeah, this dude goes to more trouble. Oh no, it's this fucking it's this fucking idiot from Freedom Corner. He's a fucking abusive asshole, and he basically he goes by Claude or Praxis and stuff like that. I blocked him, and he comes in multiple alts. And he does this weird thing where he like uses different chats, but to communicate with someone else, like it's some kind of intelligence operation. He's a fucking idiot. He's a loser. He's a big fat fucking loser. Yes, you know him. He's a big fat fucking loser. And he's such a loser that he just goes around and tries to worm off of other people because he's so weak that he can't even stand it. He can't stand himself. So he probably just talks to himself between chats. That's probably what he does. Because that's how pathetic. He's a short,
Questions on the
fat,
adoption of the amendment, the nature of a
fucking
substitute. This will be
loser.
followed immediately by a vote on reporting the report.
But anyway, yeah,
All
he'll
those
probably
in
come in
favor
again.
say
It's
aye.
fine. I know. I just keep blocking him. It doesn't matter.
Opinion
Run out of
chair, the ayes
emails,
have it, and the
bitch.
amendment
Spend
nature
all your
substitute
time
adopted.
creating emails to come into my chat. Please.
Present. The question is on
Please.
favorably
I
reporting
love it.
The report as amended.
I love
All
it.
those
The
in favor say
algorithm
aye.
goes
Aye.
bananas.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the
Yeah.
recorded vote being requested.
Good job.
The clerk will call the
Grab
roll.
a tissue.
Mr. Jordan.
Yes.
Clean yourself
Mr. Jordan
up.
votes yes. Mr. Isa.
Anyway, yes. Goodbye to everyone who has to say goodbye.
Mr. Biggs.
But please
votes
make
yes.
sure you join us tonight. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but we'll try.
Mr. Massey.
Try to
Mr.
do
Roy.
something. But I am probably going to take a break after this
Mr.
concludes.
Bishop votes aye. Ms. Sparks.
If it does.
Mr.
I don't know. They
Fitzgerald.
feel like they're digging in.
Mr.
But
Fitzgerald
we'll stick
votes
with
aye.
it
Mr.
until they
Benz.
decide they
Mr.
can't
Benz votes
handle it
yes.
anymore.
Mr. Klein.
Oh, let
Mr.
me
Klein
move
votes
chat
aye.
over a little
Mr.
bit.
Armstrong. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Van Drew. Mr. Van Drew votes yes. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes yes.
Yeah,
Mr.
there's a
Kiley.
lot. Sometimes you walk out of something with a lot of shit on your shoe. And so
votes
I still
yes.
have a fair amount of shit on my
Moran.
shoes.
Mr. Moran votes yes. Miss Lee.
Oh, you're welcome. You're
Mr. Hunt.
welcome. Hi, Jacqueline. It's good to see you.
Mr. Fry.
Over there
Mr.
on
Fry
Twitter
votes
land.
Yes. Mr. Ruley. Mr. Ruley votes yes. Mr. Nadler. Miss Lofgren. Miss Lofgren votes no. Ms. Jackson Lee. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Schiff.
My shoes are like golden goose now.
Mr. Swallow.
What's that mean?
Mr. Swallow votes no.
Oh, yeah,
Mr.
right?
Liu.
Fuck yeah.
Ms. Jayapal.
Yeah. Golden goose. Yeah.
Mr. Correa.
Yeah.
Mr. Correa votes no. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon
Get
votes
into
no.
it, yeah.
Mr.
You
Nagoose.
go to church, yeah.
Mr. Nagoose votes no. Ms. McBath. Ms. Dean. Ms. Dean votes no. Ms. Escobar. Ms. Escobar votes no.
Get into it,
Ms.
yeah.
Ross.
Bana,
Ms. Ross votes no.
Get into
Ms.
it, yeah.
Bush.
Mr.
Ivy.
Get into it, yeah.
Mr. Ivy votes no. Ms. Ballant.
Better get
Ms.
into it,
Ballant
yeah.
votes no.
You just want to party. You just want to lap dance. You just want meet me at the dawn, shorty. Shorty. I like that song, Doja Cat. Get into it, yeah. That's a fun song. Oh, are they done? Wait, what? No, they're, what? Wait, what? What I missed? Damn it. Why do I sing during these things? Are they taking a break? Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, I'm going to make an executive decision. We're 5.5 hours into this stream. Yay, us. I think I'm going to go ahead and break here for the Wake and Bake, but we will be back later on in just a few hours. Just a few. For debate night. All right, so please come back to the channel and join us for debate night, and make sure you print out your bingo cards that are down. You know, you don't have to get them from here, but get them from my Twitter account is probably the most reliable place to get the full pictures. I guess YouTube's kind of fucking up. But anyway, I hope you do join us, and I hope you come and have fun with us, and just the smartest, most wonderful people, and we'll go from there. Anyway, I love you guys, but you know what it's time for? It's time for a little music.
13 ayes and 11 noes.
Well, okay. Does that mean it's passed?
Report is ordered to be reported favorably to the
Oh,
House.
okay.
Members will have
Well,
2 days
actually,
to submit views without
wow.
objection. Staff is authorized to make
Yeah. Okay. Candy store run. Yeah, make sure you're stocked up for tonight, okay? All right? Make sure you're stocked up on whatever soothes you. Make sure you're not driving if you're impaired. Make sure you're safe in a place at home and you can imbibe in whatever you want to imbibe in. Make it just don't hurt yourself or anyone else around you, okay? All right. I love you guys. I will see you later.
We'll make you laugh and think.